Hello horror lovers, welcome to our channel. If spine-chilling true stories are your nightly ritual, you've come to the right place. Before we dive into tonight's terrifying tales, make sure to subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to me. Don't forget to like this video and share where you're watching from in the comments below. Your support helps us bring you the best in real horror storytelling. Now, turn off the lights, get comfortable, and prepare for a night filled with true nightmares. Let's get into the story.
My name is Carlos, and I've spent most of my life on a ranch in the small town of Mokele-Mbembe, Texas. The town is quiet, surrounded by vast expanses of farmland and open fields. Growing up, I heard tales of the legendary chupacabra, a creature that supposedly preyed on livestock, leaving behind drained corpses with mysterious puncture wounds. These stories were mostly shared around campfires and during late-night gatherings, but I never gave them much credence. That is, until the summer of 2023. Our family ranch, El Rancho Grande, has been in our family for generations. We raise cattle and goats, and our livelihood depends on the health and safety of our animals. In early June, we started noticing something strange. Several goats were found dead, their bodies completely drained of blood, with peculiar puncture marks on their necks. At first, we suspected wild animals, maybe coyotes or bobcats, but the wounds were unlike anything we had ever seen. My father, a pragmatic man, dismissed the idea of the chupacabra as mere superstition. However, as more animals turned up dead, even he began to question what could be causing these attacks. Determined to protect our livestock and uncover the truth, I decided to investigate the matter myself. One evening, I set up a series of trail cameras around the ranch, focusing on the areas where the attacks had occurred. I also made sure to keep a close watch on the animals, staying up late into the night to see if I could catch a glimpse of the predator. The nights were long and eerie, the silence occasionally broken by the distant howls of coyotes and the rustle of leaves in the wind. After a week of sleepless nights and uneventful footage, I was starting to lose hope. Then, one night, as I was patrolling the far side of the ranch, I heard a series of low growls coming from the goat pen. My heart raced as I crept closer, a flashlight cutting through the darkness. As I approached, I saw a shadowy figure hunched over one of the goats. It was unlike any animal I had ever seen. The creature was about the size of a large dog, with spiky, reptilian scales covering its body. Its eyes glowed a fierce red in the beam of my flashlight, and it had long, sharp fangs that gleamed in the darkness. I froze, unable to believe what I was seeing. The chupacabra was real, and it was standing right in front of me. The creature let out a guttural snarl, and I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. In the chaos, the chupacabra darted into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. I scrambled to pick up my flashlight and hurried back to the house, my mind racing with fear and excitement. The next morning, I reviewed the footage from the trail cameras. To my astonishment, one of the cameras had captured a clear image of the chupacabra. The creature was just as I had seen it, reptilian, with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes. I showed the footage to my father and the rest of the family, and for the first time, we all believed in the legend of the chupacabra. News of our discovery spread quickly, and soon our ranch was swarming with journalists, researchers, and curious onlookers. Some were skeptical, while others were convinced that we had found definitive proof of the chupacabra's existence. Among the visitors was Dr. Elena Ramirez, a cryptozoologist who had spent years studying reports of the chupacabra across Latin America. Dr. Ramirez was fascinated by our footage and eager to conduct a thorough investigation. She set up a base of operations at the ranch, bringing with her an array of scientific equipment and a team of researchers. Together, we worked to uncover more evidence and understand the behavior of the chupacabra. As we delved deeper into the mystery, we discovered that the chupacabra was more than just a bloodthirsty predator. It seemed to exhibit a cunning intelligence, avoiding our traps and evading capture at every turn. We also learned that the creature's attacks followed a pattern, occurring in cycles that coincided with certain lunar phases. One night, while reviewing the latest footage, we noticed something unusual. The chupacabra seemed to be targeting specific animals, leaving others untouched. Dr. Ramirez hypothesized that the creature might be selecting its prey based on certain criteria, perhaps related to the animal's health or behavior. This theory added a new layer of complexity to our investigation. Determined to gather more data, we set up a series of infrared cameras and motion sensors around the ranch. We also implemented tighter security measures to protect the livestock, including reinforced enclosures and regular patrols. Despite our efforts, the chupacabra continued to elude us, striking with terrifying precision and then vanishing into the night. As the weeks went by, the atmosphere at the ranch grew tense. The constant threat of attack weighed heavily on us, and we were no closer to capturing the creature. Then, one night, everything changed. It was a clear, moonlit evening, and I was patrolling the perimeter of the ranch with Dr. Ramirez. We were discussing the latest developments when we heard a series of frantic bleats coming from the goat pen. We rushed over, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. There, in the middle of the pen, stood the chupacabra. It was crouched over one of the goats, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. This time, however, it didn't flee. Instead, it turned to face us, baring its fangs in a menacing snarl. I felt a surge of adrenaline as I raised my flashlight, trying to get a better look at the creature. Dr. Ramirez began to take photos, her camera clicking rapidly. The chupacabra let out a blood-curdling scream and lunged at us. But before it could reach us, it was stopped by an invisible barrier, the reinforced enclosure we had built around the pen. The creature clawed at the barrier, its eyes filled with rage. For a moment, I thought it might break through, but then it seemed to realize that it was trapped. With a final, furious snarl, it turned and leapt over the fence, disappearing into the night. The encounter left us shaken but determined. We had come closer than ever to capturing the chupacabra, and we were not about to give up. Over the next few days, we reviewed the footage and analyzed the photos, piecing together a clearer picture of the creature's behavior and capabilities. Dr. Ramirez published a detailed report on our findings, which garnered significant attention from the scientific community. While some remained skeptical, others saw our evidence as a breakthrough in the study of cryptozoology. The chupacabra, once a creature of legend, was now a subject of serious scientific inquiry. Our ranch, however, was still under siege. The chupacabra continued to attack, its cunning and ferocity undiminished. We knew that capturing or neutralizing the creature was our only option. With the help of Dr. Ramirez and her team, we devised a plan to trap the chupacabra and put an end to its reign of terror. Using a combination of high-tech traps and traditional methods, we set up a series of baited enclosures around the ranch. We also enlisted the help of local hunters and trackers, hoping their expertise would give us an edge. It was a risky plan, but we were determined to see it through. One fateful night, as the full moon rose over the ranch, we prepared for the final showdown. I joined the patrols, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. As the hours passed, the tension grew unbearable. Then, just before dawn, we heard the unmistakable growl of the chupacabra. The creature had taken the bait, entering one of the reinforced enclosures. We watched in tense silence as it struggled against the trap, its eyes glowing with fury. With a final, desperate lunge, the chupacabra triggered the mechanism, and the enclosure snapped shut, trapping it inside. We approached cautiously, our flashlights illuminating the creature's menacing form. The chupacabra thrashed and snarled, but it was securely contained. For the first time, we had captured the legendary beast. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Scientists and researchers flocked to the ranch, eager to study the chupacabra up close. The creature was examined, photographed, and documented in meticulous detail. It was a landmark moment in the field of cryptozoology, and our ranch became the center of a media frenzy. Despite the excitement, there was also a sense of unease. The chupacabra was a living testament to the mysteries of the natural world. A reminder that there are still creatures out there that defy explanation. As we watched the scientists work, I couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the creature that had eluded us for so long. In the end, the chupacabra was transferred to a secure research facility, where it would be studied further. Our ranch slowly returned to normal. The threat of attack finally lifted. But the legend of the chupacabra lived on, a story of fear, fascination, and the enduring mystery of the unknown. As for me, the experience left a lasting impression. I had come face to face with the creature of legend, a beast that defied understanding and challenged everything I thought I knew about the world. The chupacabra was more than just a monster, it was a symbol of the wild, untamed forces that still lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered. My name is Emma, and I grew up in the quiet town of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Nestled in Walworth County, our town is known for its serene landscapes, friendly community, and as I would come to learn, the terrifying legend of the Beast of Bray Road. As a child, I heard whispered tales of this creature, a werewolf-like beast that prowled the rural roads and farmlands. I dismissed these stories as mere folklore, never imagining that I would one day encounter the beast myself. In the summer of 2023, I returned to Elkhorn after completing my journalism degree. Eager to start my career, I took a job at the local newspaper, the Elkhorn Observer. My editor, Mr. Thompson, was a grizzled veteran of the news business who had covered everything from local politics to strange occurrences. When he assigned me to investigate the recent sightings of the Beast of Bray Road, I was both excited and skeptical. "People have been seeing something out there, mister," Thompson said, handing me a folder of reports. "Could be a bear, could be a prank. But if there's a story, I want you to find it." I began my investigation by talking to locals who claimed to have seen the beast. Their accounts were eerily similar descriptions of a large wolf-like creature that walked on two legs, with glowing eyes and a menacing presence. Some witnesses were too frightened to speak on record, while others eagerly shared their experiences, hoping to warn the community about the creature that stalked Bray Road. One of the most compelling accounts came from a farmer named Joe, whose property bordered Bray Road. Joe was a no-nonsense man, not given to flights of fancy. When I visited his farm, he showed me the spot where he had encountered the beast. "It was late at night," Joe said, his voice trembling slightly. "I was out checking on the cattle when I saw it. Big, like a man, but covered in fur. Its eyes, they glowed red in the flashlight beam. It stared at me for what felt like an eternity before it turned and disappeared into the woods." Joe's description sent chills down my spine. Determined to gather more evidence, I decided to stake out Bray Road. Armed with a camera, a flashlight, and a notebook, I spent several nights parked on the side of the road, watching and waiting. The nights were long and eerie, with the rustle of leaves and the distant howls of coyotes keeping me on edge. On the fourth night, as I was about to call it quits, I saw something moving in the distance. My heart raced as I grabbed my camera and focused the lens. There, at the edge of the woods, was a shadowy figure. It was tall, with broad shoulders and a hunched posture. The creature stepped into the moonlight, and I could see its fur glistening in the pale glow. I snapped a few photos, my hands shaking with fear and excitement. The beast turned its head, and for a brief moment, our eyes locked. Its gaze was intense, almost intelligent, and I felt a primal fear wash over me. Then, with a powerful leap, it vanished into the darkness. I sat in my car, trying to process what I had just witnessed. The Beast of Bray Road was real, and I had the photos to prove it. The next day, I showed the photos to Mr. Thompson. He was impressed but cautious. "This is big, Emma," he said. "But we need more. Keep digging, and see if you can find any other evidence." Encouraged by his words, I continued my investigation. I reached out to cryptozoologists, local historians, and anyone who might have insight into the creature. One name kept coming up: Linda Godfrey, an author and researcher who had written extensively about the beast of Bray Road. I contacted Dr. Godfrey and arranged to meet her at a local cafe. She was a petite woman, with a warm smile and an air of quiet authority. Over coffee, she shared her extensive knowledge of the beast. The sightings date back to the 1930s, Dr. Godfrey explained. People have described a large, bipedal creature, often resembling a werewolf. It's been seen in various locations around Bray Road and beyond. Some believe it might be a misidentified animal, while others think it's something more supernatural. Dr. Godfrey showed me sketches and old newspaper clippings, painting a vivid picture of the creature's history. She also mentioned a series of unusual animal mutilations that had occurred in the area, which some believed were connected to the beast. Intrigued by this new lead, I visited the local animal control office to see if there were any recent reports of mutilations or attacks. The officer on duty, a gruff man named Tom, was initially dismissive, but softened when he saw my determination. "Yeah, we've had some strange cases," Tom admitted. "Cattle, deer, even a few pets. Always the same deep gashes, broken bones, and the bodies left in unnatural positions. It's not something a normal predator would do." Tom showed me the reports, and the details were chilling. The injuries were consistent with something powerful and violent. Yet there were no signs of typical predatory behavior, like feeding on the carcasses. It was as if the attacks were meant to terrorize rather than sustain. Armed with this information, I decided to return to Bray Road, this time with the team. I enlisted the help of my friend Mark, a wildlife photographer, and his sister Lisa, an amateur cryptozoologist. Together, we set up a series of motion-activated cameras and infrared sensors along the road and the surrounding woods. For several nights, we camped out, taking turns monitoring the equipment. The atmosphere was tense, and every rustle of leaves or distant animal call set us on edge. On the third night, our patience paid off. The motion sensors detected movement, and the cameras captured a series of images. In the photos, we saw the beast of Bray Road, moving stealthily through the trees. Its fur was matted and dark, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The creature's posture was both animalistic and eerily human, a disturbing blend of predator and man. We also noticed something else: the scratch marks on the trees, as if the beast was marking its territory. Excited by our findings, we presented the evidence to Mr. Thompson. He was stunned by the clarity of the photos and the depth of our investigation. "This is incredible, Emma," he said. "We'll run the story, but we need to be careful. This could cause a lot of panic." The article was published, and the reaction was immediate. The town was abuzz with talk of the beast of Bray Road, and our newspaper received a flood of calls and emails from people claiming to have seen the creature. Some were supportive, while others accused us of fabricating the story. Despite the mixed reactions, we continued our investigation. Dr. Godfrey joined us in the field, bringing her expertise and insight. We expanded our search area, following reports of sightings and strange occurrences. Each night, we uncovered more evidence: tracks, fur samples, and even recordings of the beast's haunting growls. One night, as we were setting up our equipment, we heard a series of low, guttural sounds coming from the woods. We grabbed our cameras and flashlights, moving cautiously towards the noise. As we approached, we saw the creature, standing at the edge of a clearing. The beast of Bray Road was even more terrifying up close. Its fur was thick and dark, its muscles rippling beneath its skin. The creature's eyes glowed with an unsettling intelligence, and its teeth were long and sharp. It stared at us for a moment, then let out a deafening roar that echoed through the trees. We stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Then, the beast turned and disappeared into the darkness. We followed cautiously, our flashlights flickering in the night. As we moved deeper into the woods, we found a series of large, clawed footprints, leading to a hidden cave. Inside the cave, we discovered a collection of bones and animal carcasses, evidence of the beast's predatory nature. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the walls were marked with deep scratches. It was clear that we had found the lair of the beast of Bray Road. We documented everything, taking photos and samples. As we left the cave, we felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. We had uncovered the truth behind the legend, but we also knew that the beast was still out there lurking in the shadows. Our findings were published in a series of articles, attracting national attention. The story of the beast of Bray Road became a sensation, drawing researchers, thrill-seekers, and skeptics to our small town. The local authorities increased patrols and issued warnings, urging residents to stay indoors after dark. Despite the heightened awareness, sightings of the beast continued. Each encounter was a reminder of the creature's elusive and dangerous nature. For me, the experience was both terrifying and enlightening. I had come face to face with a legend and lived to tell the tale. The beast of Bray Road remains one of the most enigmatic and feared creatures in cryptozoology. Its existence challenges our understanding of the natural world and reminds us that there are still mysteries waiting to be uncovered. As I continue my career in journalism, I carry with me the lessons I learned from my encounter. With the beast, courage, curiosity, and a respect for the unknown. My name is Dr. Laura Harris, and I am an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of Central Asia. For the past decade, I have dedicated my life to uncovering the mysteries buried beneath the vast expanses of the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. The desert is a harsh and unforgiving place, where temperatures can soar during the day and plummet at night, and where sandstorms can rise without warning. It is also the home of many legends and myths, the most terrifying of which is the tale of the Mongolian deathworm. The Mongolian deathworm, known locally as Olgoi Korkoi, is said to be a creature of nightmares. Descriptions vary, but most agree that it is a large, red worm, about 2 to 5 feet long, capable of spitting venom and discharging electric shocks. The very mention of the deathworm can strike fear into the hearts of the locals, who believe it to be a harbinger of death and misfortune. I first heard about the Mongolian deathworm from my colleague, Dr. Tumen, a native Mongolian and fellow archaeologist. He recounted stories from his childhood, of shepherds and travelers who had disappeared without a trace, and of animals found dead with no apparent cause. Despite the fearsome reputation of the deathworm, I was skeptical. I considered it to be another desert legend, a tale to keep children close to home, and to explain the inexplicable. In the summer of 2023, I led an expedition into the heart of the Gobi Desert, accompanied by a team of international researchers and local guides. Our mission was to excavate a recently discovered site believed to be the remnants of an ancient nomadic settlement. We hoped to uncover artifacts that would shed light on the history and culture of the people who once thrived in this inhospitable landscape. The first few weeks of the expedition were uneventful. We set up camp near the site and began our excavation, carefully sifting through the sand and debris. The work was slow and meticulous, but we were rewarded with fragments of pottery, tools, and even a few skeletal remains. The excitement of discovery fueled our efforts, and we pushed deeper into the desert, determined to uncover more. One evening, as we gathered around the campfire, our lead guide, Batu, began to speak of the Mongolian deathworm. His voice was low and serious, and the other guides listened with rapt attention. He told us of a recent sighting, just a few miles from our camp, where a shepherd had found several of his goats dead, their bodies bloated and discolored. "The deathworm is real," Batu said, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "It moves through the sand like a fish through water. It can kill with a touch, and its venom can paralyze a man in seconds. We must be careful." The other members of the expedition exchanged uneasy glances, but I remained skeptical. "There must be a rational explanation," I said. Perhaps the goats were bitten by a snake or died of disease. Batu shook his head. I have seen the marks left by the deathworm. They are unlike any snake bite or disease. If you wish to stay safe, you must respect the desert and its creatures. Despite Batu's warning, we continued our work undeterred. However, as the days passed, strange occurrences began to unsettle the team. We heard unexplained noises at night, like the slithering of something large moving through the sand. Some of our equipment malfunctioned without reason, and a few team members fell ill with symptoms that defy diagnosis. One morning, we awoke to find a deep trench in the sand, as if something large had burrowed through during the night. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. Could the legends be true? Could there really be a creature lurking beneath the sands, watching and waiting? Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to set up a series of motion-activated cameras around the camp. If there was something out there, I wanted to capture it on film. The team was on edge, but we continued our excavation, hoping to distract ourselves from the growing sense of unease. On the fourth night, as I reviewed the footage from the cameras, my heart nearly stopped. One of the cameras had captured Mokele-Mbembe's shadowy figure slithering through the sand, its form indistinct but unmistakably worm-like. I called the team together and showed them the footage. The fear in their eyes mirrored my own. We debated what to do. Some wanted to abandon the expedition and return to safety, while others, like myself, were driven by a desire to understand the creature. We decided to stay, but with increased vigilance. We set up more cameras and sensors, hoping to gather more evidence. The following night, we were awakened by a blood-curdling scream. Rushing out of our tents, we found one of our researchers, Tom, convulsing on the ground. His skin was mottled and discolored, and his eyes were wide with terror. Batu knelt beside him, muttering prayers under his breath. Despite our efforts to save him, Tom died within minutes. The loss of our colleague was devastating, and the fear among the team was palpable. Batu insisted that the death worm had struck, and his conviction was unwavering. We were dealing with a creature that defied our understanding, a beast from legend that had become all too real. In the days that followed, we fortified our camp and took every precaution. We wore protective clothing, kept our distance from the sand, and doubled our watch. Despite our efforts, the sense of dread continued to grow. The death worm was out there, and it was watching us. One evening, as the sun set over the dunes, I decided to take a walk around the perimeter of the camp. The desert was eerily quiet, the only sound the soft crunch of sand underfoot. I was lost in thought when I heard a faint hissing noise behind me. I turned, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. There, emerging from the sand, was the Mongolian deathworm. It was larger than I had imagined, its body a deep, blood-red color, and its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The creature reared up, its mouth opening to reveal rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The deathworm lunged at me, and I stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding its venomous bite. I scrambled to my feet and ran back to the camp, shouting for help. The team emerged, armed with whatever tools and weapons we could find. We stood together, facing the creature that had haunted our nights. In the flickering light of our flashlights, the deathworm seemed to hesitate. It hissed and thrashed, but it did not advance. Batu stepped forward, holding a large metal rod. He struck the ground with it, creating a loud, resonating sound. The deathworm recoiled, then retreated into the sand, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. We stood in stunned silence, trying to process what had just happened. Batu explained that the vibrations from the rod had likely driven the creature away. It was a temporary solution, but it bought us some time. We needed to leave the desert, and quickly. The next morning, we packed up our camp and began the journey back to civilization. The trip was tense, with everyone on high alert, but we encountered no further sign of the deathworm. By the time we reached the safety of the nearest town, we were exhausted and shaken, but relieved to be alive. The encounter with the Mongolian deathworm changed everything. It challenged my skepticism and forced me to confront the reality of the unknown. The footage and evidence we gathered were shared with the scientific community, sparking debates and further investigations. Despite the danger, the experience deepened my respect for the legends and the people who live in the shadow of the Gobi Desert. The Mongolian death worm remains a mystery, a creature that straddles the line between myth and reality. And as an archaeologist, I am reminded that the world is full of wonders and terrors, waiting to be discovered. My name is Javier Garcia, and I grew up in a small village in Puerto Rico. As a child, I often heard stories of a creature known as the chupacabra beast said to prey on livestock, draining their blood and leaving behind lifeless bodies. The tales were frightening, but like most children, I dismissed them as mere folklore. Little did I know that one day, I would come face to face with this terrifying creature. In the summer of 2023, I returned to my village after years of living in the United States. I had built a life for myself as a veterinarian, but I felt a longing to reconnect with my roots. My family owned a small farm, and I decided to spend some time helping out and enjoying the tranquility of rural life. The first few weeks were peaceful. I tended to the animals, helped with the crops, and reconnected with old friends. However, things took a dark turn one night when I was awakened by the sound of distressed animals. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed outside, my heart pounding with fear. What I saw chilled me to the bone. Several of our goats lay dead, their bodies strangely unmarked, except for 2 small puncture wounds on their necks. It was as if something had drained them of their blood. The sight was eerily reminiscent of the chupacabra stories I had heard as a child. The next morning, I held a meeting with my family and our neighbors. We gathered in the village square, where the elders recounted their own encounters with the chupacabra. Some spoke of livestock lost, others of eerie sightings at night. The fear in their voices was palpable. One of the villagers, Maria, claimed to have seen the creature. It was late at night, she said, her voice trembling. I heard something outside and looked out the window. There it was, a dark figure, hunched over one of my chickens. It had glowing red eyes and spines down its back. I was too scared to move. Her description matched the traditional accounts of the chupacabra, an eerie, reptilian creature with spines along its back and glowing red eyes. Despite my scientific training, I didn't help but feel a growing sense of dread. There was something out there, something that defied explanation. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to investigate further. I set up motion-activated cameras around the farm and began staying up late, watching for any signs of the creature. The nights were long and tense, with every rustle of leaves and distant howl setting my nerves on edge. On the 4th night, my patience paid off. I was reviewing the footage from one of the cameras when I saw a shadowy figure moving through the trees. It was hunched and moved with an unnatural gait. As it approached the goat pen, I could see its glowing red eyes and the spines along its back. I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew I needed more evidence. I called my friend Carlos, a wildlife biologist, and asked for his help. Carlos was skeptical, but agreed to join me in the investigation. Together, we set up additional cameras and motion sensors around the farm. The following night, we stayed up late, watching the live feed from the cameras. Around midnight, we saw the creature again. It moved silently through the shadows, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. As it approached the goats, Carlos and I rushed outside, hoping to catch it in the act. We were too late. By the time we reached the pen, the creature had disappeared, leaving behind another dead goat with the same puncture wounds. Carlos examined the body, his face grim. "Whatever this thing is, it's not natural," he said. "We need to be careful." The next day, we reviewed the footage and showed it to the villagers. The sight of the chupacabra on camera sent waves of fear through the community. People began to fortify their homes and keep their livestock close. Despite the heightened precautions, the attacks continued, each one more brazen than the last. Desperate for answers, I reached out to Dr. Elena Morales, a cryptozoologist who had studied the chupacabra extensively. Dr. Morales agreed to come to the village and help us with our investigation. She arrived a few days later, bringing with her a wealth of knowledge and specialized equipment. Dr. Morales set up a series of traps and sensors around the farm, hoping to capture the creature. We worked tirelessly, analyzing the evidence and trying to predict the chupacabra's next move. As the days passed, the tension in the village grew. People were afraid to go out at night, and the sense of dread was palpable. One night, as we were monitoring the traps, we heard a series of loud noises coming from the barn. We grabbed our flashlights and rushed over, our hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. As we approached, we saw the chupacabra trapped inside one of the cages. The creature was even more terrifying up close. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and its spines bristled as it snarled and thrashed against the cage. Despite its fearsome appearance, I felt a pang of sympathy for the beast. It was a creature of the wild, driven by instinct and hunger. Dr. Morales carefully tranquilized the chupacabra, and we transported it to a secure location for further study. Over the next few days, we conducted a series of tests and examinations. The creature's biology was unlike anything we had ever seen, a bizarre mix of reptilian and mammalian traits. As we studied the chupacabra, we began to piece together its behavior and habits. It was a solitary predator, highly adaptable and intelligent. Its ability to drain blood suggested a specialized feeding mechanism, possibly related to parasitic insects. Despite our findings, many questions remained unanswered. The capture of the chupacabra brought a sense of relief to the village, but the fear and tension lingered. People were wary, unsure if there were more creatures out there. The experience had shaken their sense of security and reminded them of the mysteries and dangers that still lurk in the world. For me, the encounter with the chupacabra was both terrifying and enlightening. It challenged my scientific understanding and forced me to confront the unknown. As a veterinarian and researcher, I'm committed to continuing my study of the creature, hoping to unlock its secrets and learn more about its place in the natural world. The chupacabra remains a symbol of the unexplained, a reminder that there are still many mysteries waiting to be uncovered. As I continue my work, I carry with me the lessons of that summer: courage, curiosity, and a deep respect for the unknown. My name is Kevin Mitchell, and I've always been a skeptic. As a journalist for a major magazine, my job is to separate fact from fiction, to uncover the truth behind the stories that captivate the public's imagination. When I first heard about the Jersey Devil, I dismissed it as just another piece of American folklore tale spun to scare children and entertain adults. But a recent series of strange events in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey made me question everything I thought I knew. It all started with a phone call from an old friend, Sarah. We had grown up together in the small town of Hamilton, on the edge of the Pine Barrens, but had lost touch over the years. Sarah now worked as a park ranger, and her voice on the other end of the line was filled with fear. "Kevin, I need your help," she said, her voice trembling. "There's something out here in the woods. People are disappearing, and I think it might be the Jersey Devil." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Sarah, you know I don't believe in that stuff. It's just a legend." I know, she replied. "But I can't explain what's happening. You need to see it for yourself." Despite my skepticism, I decided to take a leave of absence and head back to Hamilton. If nothing else, it would make for an interesting story. I packed my bags, grabbed my camera and recorder, and made the drive to New Jersey. When I arrived, Sarah was waiting for me at the ranger station. She looked tired and worried, a stark contrast to the confident and adventurous girl I remembered. She took me to a small cabin in the woods where I would be staying during my investigation. "Be careful, Kevin," she warned, as she handed me a map of the area. "There have been strange sightings and unexplained noises at night. And whatever you do, don't wander too far from the cabin after dark." I nodded, though I still wasn't convinced. I spent the first day exploring the Pine Barrens, interviewing locals and gathering stories. The tales were all eerily similar, strange screeches in the night, shadowy figures lurking in the trees, and livestock found dead with no apparent cause. That evening, I sat on the porch of the cabin, reviewing my notes and enjoying the cool breeze. As the sun set, the forest around me grew dark and silent. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and a sense of unease settled over me. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed through the trees. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard, a mix of a woman's scream and an animal's howl. I grabbed my flashlight and camera and cautiously made my way into the woods, following the sound. As I moved deeper into the forest, the trees closed in around me, their twisted branches casting eerie shadows in the dim light. I heard rustling in the underbrush and the faint sound of footsteps. My flashlight flickered, and I cursed under my breath. Then I saw a dark figure darting between the trees. It was fast, almost too fast to be human. I raised my camera and snapped a few photos, hoping to capture whatever it was. The figure stopped and turned to face me, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was looking at the Jersey Devil. The creature was grotesque, with leathery wings, a horse-like head, and clawed hands. It let out another screech and took a step toward me. I stumbled backward, my flashlight slipping from my grasp. In the dim light, I could see its sharp teeth and the malevolent glint in its eyes. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees and underbrush creating an impenetrable maze. I could hear the creature behind me, its footsteps growing closer. Desperation fueled my legs as I sprinted toward the cabin, the screeches of the Jersey Devil echoing in the night. I burst through the door and slammed it shut, my chest heaving with exertion. I fumbled for the lock, my hands shaking. The creature's screeches grew louder, and I could hear it scratching at the door. I grabbed a chair and wedged it under the handle, hoping it would hold. The noise outside subsided, and an eerie silence fell over the cabin. I sank to the floor, my mind racing. I had come face to face with the Jersey Devil, and it had nearly killed me. The stories were true, and I had the photos to prove it. The next morning, I showed Sarah the photos and recounted my encounter. Her face went pale as she listened, and she nodded grimly. "We need to warn the others," she said. "If the Jersey Devil is real, then everyone in the Pine Barrens is in danger." We spent the next few days organizing a search party, enlisting the help of local authorities and volunteers. We set up cameras and traps throughout the forest, hoping to capture more evidence and find a way to protect the community. One night, as we were reviewing the footage, we saw the Jersey Devil again. It moved through the trees with an otherworldly grace, its wings casting dark shadows. It seemed to be searching for something, and we realized that it was hunting. The search party intensified their efforts, patrolling the woods and keeping a close watch on the livestock. Despite our precautions, more animals were found dead, their bodies mutilated and drained of blood. The fear in the community grew, and people began to avoid the forest altogether. One evening, as we were setting up another round of traps, we heard a scream. We rushed toward the sound, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. We found one of the volunteers, a young man named Mark, lying on the ground, his leg bleeding profusely. He was pale and trembling, and he whispered, "It got me. The devil got me." We carried Mark back to the cabin and tended to his wounds. He had deep gashes on his leg, and he was in shock. As we bandaged him up, he recounted his encounter with the creature. "It came out of nowhere," he said, his voice weak. "I tried to run, but it was too fast. It slashed at me with its claws and disappeared into the trees." The attack on Mark was a turning point. We realized that the Jersey Devil was not just a threat to livestock, but to people as well. We needed to find a way to stop it before more lives were put in danger. We decided to confront the creature head-on. Armed with tranquilizer guns and protective gear, we ventured into the heart of the Pine Barrens, following the trails and signs left by the Jersey Devil. The forest was eerily silent, and every rustle of leaves sent a chill down my spine. As we moved deeper into the woods, we found an old, abandoned cabin. It was overgrown with vines and covered in moss, but it looked like it had been recently disturbed. We approached cautiously, our weapons at the ready. Inside the cabin, we found a makeshift nest. The walls were lined with bones and feathers, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. In the center of the room, lying on a bed of leaves, was the Jersey Devil. It was sleeping, its chest rising and falling with each breath. We aimed our tranquilizer guns and fired. The creature let out a screech and thrashed wildly, but the tranquilizers took effect, and it soon fell into a deep sleep. We carefully secured it and transported it back to the ranger station. The capture of the Jersey Devil was a moment of triumph, but it also raised many questions. What was this creature? Where did it come from? And how had it survived for so long undetected? Over the next few weeks, we conducted a series of tests and examinations. The Jersey Devil's biology was unlike anything we had ever seen, a bizarre mix of mammalian and reptilian traits. It had an unusually high level of intelligence and a complex social structure. As we studied the creature, we began to piece together its history. The Jersey Devil was not just a legend, but a real, living entity that had adapted to its environment over centuries. Its attacks on livestock and people were driven by a need for survival, a predator trying to protect its territory. The discovery of the Jersey Devil sent shockwaves through the scientific community and the public. It challenged our understanding of the natural world and forced us to confront the mysteries that still exist in the shadows. For me, the encounter was a humbling reminder of the unknown and the importance of keeping an open mind. As I returned to my life as a journalist, I carried with me the lessons of that summer. The Jersey Devil was no longer just a story, but a symbol of the unexplained. A reminder that there are still many wonders and terrors waiting to be discovered. My name is Eileen MacLeod, and I grew up in the quaint village of Drumnadrochit, on the shores of Loch Ness, Scotland. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie, as we affectionately call her, has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. My parents owned a small bed and breakfast, and our guests were often tourists hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. As a child, I would sit by the loch, staring out over the water, imagining what secrets lay beneath its dark surface. I moved to Edinburgh for university and eventually became a marine biologist. My work took me to exotic locations around the world, but my heart always longed for the misty hills and deep waters of Loch Ness. In the summer of 2022, I decided to take a sabbatical and return to my roots. Hoping to combine my scientific knowledge with my childhood curiosity to investigate the mystery of Nessie. Upon arriving in Drumnadrochit, I was greeted by familiar faces and nostalgic sights. The village hadn't changed much, and the loch was as beautiful and enigmatic as ever. I set up my base of operations at my parents' bed and breakfast, and began to plan my research. I reached out to old friends and local experts, gathering stories and data about Nessie sightings. One evening, while having dinner at the local pub, I struck up a conversation with an old fisherman named Angus. He was a weathered man, with deep-set eyes that seemed to hold a lifetime of secrets. When I mentioned my interest in the Loch Ness Monster, he leaned in and whispered, "If you want to find Nessie, you'll need to go deeper than anyone has ever gone before." Intrigued, I pressed him for more information. Angus told me about a series of underwater caves he had discovered years ago while fishing. "The caves are dangerous," he warned. "But if Nessie is real, that's where you'll find her." With Angus' guidance, I rented a small boat and gathered my diving equipment. I enlisted the help of my old friend, Ewan, who was an experienced diver. Together, we planned our expedition to explore the depths of Loch Ness and the hidden caves beneath its surface. The first few days of diving were uneventful. We mapped the underwater terrain and collected samples, but there was no sign of Nessie. On the fourth day, as we descended into a particularly deep part of the loch, we stumbled upon an entrance to one of the caves Angus had described. The opening was narrow and dark, and I felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension as we prepared to enter. The cave was unlike anything I had ever seen. The walls were covered in strange, bioluminescent algae that cast an eerie glow, illuminating our path. As we ventured deeper, the cave widened into a large, subterranean chamber. The water was surprisingly clear, and I could see ancient rock formations and peculiar marine life. Suddenly, Ewan tapped my shoulder and pointed ahead. My heart skipped a beat as I saw a large, shadowy figure moving gracefully through the water. It was unlike any creature I had ever encountered, with a long neck, a serpentine body, and flippers that propelled it effortlessly through the cave. Nessie! I quickly turned on my underwater camera and began filming, capturing the creature's movements. Nessie seemed to be curious about us, approaching slowly, and then retreating. She was majestic and serene, a living relic from a time long past. I felt a profound sense of awe and wonder as I watched her glide through the water. After what felt like an eternity, Nessie disappeared into the depths of the cave. Ewan and I surfaced, our minds reeling with what we had just witnessed. We returned to the boat and reviewed the footage, our excitement growing with each passing moment. We had captured undeniable proof of the Loch Ness Monster. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. We shared our findings with the local community and the scientific world, sparking a media frenzy. Experts from around the globe descended upon Loch Ness, eager to study the creature and the unique ecosystem of the underwater caves. As the days turned into weeks, we learned more about Nessie and her habitat. The caves provided a safe haven, with a stable food supply and protection from the outside world. Nessie was not alone. We discovered a small population of similar creatures, suggesting a breeding colony that had managed to survive undetected for centuries. The discovery of Nessie and the underwater caves had a profound impact on our understanding of marine biology and evolutionary history. It challenged our perceptions of what was possible and opened up new avenues of research. For the village of Drumnadrakit, it brought a sense of pride and wonder, reaffirming the magic and mystery of Loch Ness. For me, the experience was transformative. I had come full circle, returning to the place where my fascination with the natural world had begun. The journey had reignited my passion for exploration and discovery, and I felt a deep connection to my heritage and the landscape that had shaped my life. As I stood on the shores of Loch Ness, looking out over the water, I felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. Nessie was real, and the loch still held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. I knew that my work was far from over, and I was eager to continue exploring the mysteries of the deep. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster had become a reality, and the world would never be the same. But for the people of Drumnadrakit, Nessie was more than just a creature. She was a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that there are still wonders to be discovered and mysteries to be solved. As I prepared to leave the village and return to my life as a marine biologist, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The story of Nessie was far from over, and I was determined to continue uncovering the secrets of the natural world, one discovery at a time. My name is Elijah Blackwood, and I'm a historian with a focus on Native American folklore. My fascination with these ancient tales began in childhood when my grandfather, a member of the Ojibwe tribe, would tell me stories passed down through generations. Among these stories, the legend of the Wendigo stood out the most, a monstrous spirit born from human greed and the hunger for flesh. Little did I know, this legend would become a terrifying reality for me. In the fall of 2022, I received a grant to conduct field research in the remote forests of northern Minnesota. My goal was to document and understand the cultural significance of the Wendigo myth among the Ojibwe and neighboring tribes. I set up my base in a small cabin near the edge of the forest, far from the nearest town. The isolation was perfect for my research, but it also carried an unsettling quiet that gnawed at my nerves. The first few weeks were productive. I interviewed local tribal elders, who shared their knowledge and personal encounters with the Wendigo. According to the legend, the Wendigo was once a human who had committed the ultimate taboo of cannibalism, transforming into a gaunt, skeletal creature, driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Its presence was heralded by the stench of decay and an eerie, bone-chilling cold. One elder, Martha Whitefeather, was particularly insightful. She spoke of a series of disappearances in the area during her youth, which many attributed to the Wendigo. "It feeds on fear and desperation," she said, her voice trembling. "And when the cold winds blow, it awakens." As winter approached, the temperature dropped significantly, and a sense of foreboding settled over the forest. The nights were long and filled with the howling of the wind, which seemed to carry whispers of something sinister. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid nightmares of being hunted by a shadowy figure. One evening, as I was reviewing my notes by the fireplace, I heard a strange noise outside the cabin. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike any animal I had ever encountered. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously stepped outside, scanning the dark forest. The beam of light caught a pair of glowing eyes in the distance, and my heart skipped a beat. The eyes disappeared, and I heard the sound of something large moving through the trees. I retreated to the safety of the cabin, bolting the door behind me. My mind raced with the possibility that the Wendigo was not just a myth, but a real and terrifying presence in the forest. The next day, I decided to explore the area where I had seen the eyes. I found large, claw-like footprints in the snow, leading deeper into the forest. As I followed the trail, the air grew colder, and an unnatural stillness enveloped the woods. The silence was broken only by the crunch of my footsteps and the distant cawing of crows. I came across a clearing where the trees were twisted and blackened as if scorched by fire. The ground was littered with bones, both animal and human, picked clean and gnawed to the marrow. My stomach churned at the sight, and I felt a primal fear take hold of me. Suddenly, a gust of icy wind swept through the clearing, and I heard a whispering voice calling my name. I turned around, and there it was, Wendigo. Its gaunt, skeletal frame towered over me, its eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. The creature's breath was visible in the frigid air, and its foul stench filled my nostrils. I froze in terror, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. The Wendigo let out a blood-curdling scream and lunged at me. I stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding its grasp, and ran for my life. The forest seemed to close in around me, the twisted trees forming a labyrinth of shadows. I reached the cabin and slammed the door shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I couldn't stay here. The Wendigo would find a way in eventually. I gathered my essentials and prepared to leave, but the sound of scratching at the door filled me with dread. The creature was relentless, and I could hear its growls growing louder. Desperate, I remembered a story Martha had told me about the only way to repel a Wendigo. According to legend, the creature feared fire and could be driven away by its light. I grabbed a can of gasoline from the storage shed and doused the perimeter of the cabin, setting it ablaze. The flames roared to life, casting eerie shadows on the trees. The Wendigo let out a furious howl and retreated into the darkness. I watched as the fire consumed the cabin, feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. My research was gone, but my life was spared. I made my way back to the nearest town, my mind reeling from the encounter. The legend of the Wendigo was no longer just a story, but a horrifying reality. I shared my experience with the tribal elders, who confirmed that I had encountered the true essence of the Wendigo. The experience changed me. I realized that some legends are grounded in truths we cannot fully comprehend. The Wendigo was a manifestation of human darkness, a reminder of the consequences of our actions and the depths of our primal fears. As I returned to my academic life, I carried with me the lessons of the Wendigo. I continued to study and document folklore, but with a newfound respect for the power of these ancient stories. They were not just tales, but warnings and reflections of our own humanity. The forest of northern Minnesota still holds the memory of that cold, terrifying winter. The Wendigo remains a guardian of its secrets, a creature of the night that reminds us of the thin line between civilization and the wild. And as the cold winds blow, I remember the fear and awe of facing the Wendigo, and the enduring power of our legends. My name is Claire Davenport, and I am a freelance journalist specializing in the unexplained and supernatural. I've always been drawn to the mysteries that exist on the fringes of sociohistories of ghosts, cryptids, and otherworldly phenomena that defy rational explanation. One legend that has long fascinated me is that of the Jersey Devil, a creature said to haunt the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. Over the years, I had heard numerous accounts of sightings and encounters, but it wasn't until the fall of 2023 that I decided to investigate for myself. The legend of the Jersey Devil dates back to the 18th century. According to folklore, the creature was the 13th child of a woman named Deborah Leeds, who cursed it out of frustration. Born as a deformed monster with wings, hooves, and a forked tail, it supposedly flew out of the chimney and disappeared into the Pine Barrens, where it has been seen ever since. I arrived in the small town of Leeds Point, near the heart of the Pine Barrens, with my camera equipment and a sense of eager anticipation. The locals were friendly but guarded, their skepticism about my quest evident. "You won't find anything out there," an old man at the diner warned me. "The Jersey Devil is just a story we tell to scare the kids." Undeterred, I set up camp at a remote spot in the forest. The Pine Barrens were both beautiful and eerie, with dense woods that seemed to swallow the light. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. I felt a mixture of excitement and unease, wondering if I would encounter the legendary beast. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days exploring the forest and interviewing locals who claimed to have seen the Jersey Devil. Their stories varied, but a common theme was the creature's blood-curdling scream and its ability to move swiftly through the trees. Despite their differing accounts, they all spoke with a conviction that sent shivers down my spine. One evening, as I was reviewing my notes by the campfire, I heard a distant scream. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, a high-pitched, almost human wail that echoed through the trees. My heart raced as I grabbed my camera and flashlight, heading in the direction of the sound. The forest was dark and foreboding, flashlight casting long, wavering shadows. I moved cautiously, every rustle and snap of a twig heightening my senses. The scream came again, closer this time, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I was getting closer. Suddenly, my flashlight beam caught a glimpse of something moving in the underbrush. I stopped, holding my breath. The creature stepped into view, and I felt a wave of fear and awe wash over me. It was tall, with leathery wings and glowing red eyes. Its body was covered in coarse, dark fur, and its face was a grotesque mix of human and animal features. The Jersey Devil. I raised my camera and snapped a few photos, my hands trembling. The creature let out another ear-piercing scream and took to the air, its wings beating the air with incredible force. I watched in stunned silence as it disappeared into the night sky, leaving me alone in the dark, silent forest. I returned to my camp, my mind reeling from what I had just witnessed. Reviewing the photos, I saw that I had captured clear images of the creature. I knew I had to share my findings, but I also understood the gravity of what this meant. The Jersey Devil was real, and its existence would challenge everything we knew about the natural world. The next morning, I packed up my camp and headed back to Leeds Point. I shared my photos and story with the local authorities and the media. The response was overwhelming. Skeptic and believers alike were captivated by the evidence. The town of Leeds Point became the center of a media frenzy, with reporters and researchers flocking to the Pine Barrens in search of the elusive creature. As for me, the encounter with the Jersey Devil changed my life. It validated my passion for the unexplained and solidified my belief that there are still mysteries in this world waiting to be uncovered. I continued my work as a journalist, delving deeper into the realms of the supernatural and unexplained. But the Pine Barrens held a special place in my heart. I returned often, drawn by the allure of the unknown and the memory of that fateful night. The forest remained as enigmatic as ever, its dark secrets hidden beneath the canopy of ancient trees. The legend of the Jersey Devil endured, a testament to the power of folklore and the human imagination. Whether it was a product of fear, misunderstood creature, or something beyond our comprehension, the Jersey Devil remains a symbol of the mysteries that still linger in the shadows of our world. And as I continue my journey into the unknown, I hold on to the belief that some legends are more than just stories, they are windows into the deeper truths that lie just beyond our understanding. My name is Marco Reyes, and I am a veterinarian living in a small town in Puerto Rico. I've always loved animals and dedicated my life to their care and well-being. However, nothing could have prepared me for the horrifying events that transpired in the summer of 2022. Events that brought me face to face with a creature I once thought to be pure myth, the chupacabra. It all started with a series of mysterious livestock deaths in the surrounding rural areas. Farmers were finding their goats, chickens, and even cows dead in the morning, their bodies drained of blood with 2 puncture wounds on their necks. The local media began to stir up panic, referring to the legend of the chupacabra, a creature said to suck the blood of livestock. I was skeptical, of course. As a man of science, I attributed these deaths to more plausible explanations, perhaps a rabid animal or a series of cruel pranks. Nevertheless, the townspeople were frightened, and the local authorities were desperate for answers. That's when they turned to me, hoping that my expertise could shed some light on the situation. I began my investigation by examining the dead animals. The puncture wounds were unlike any I had seen before, too clean and precise for a typical predator. The bodies were completely exsanguinated, as if something had siphoned the blood directly. My curiosity was piqued, and I decided to set up surveillance cameras around several farms to catch the culprit in action. For several nights, I stayed up late, reviewing the footage. Most nights were uneventful, showing only the usual nocturnal activity of the countryside. But on the 5th night, I captured something that sent chills down my spine. The grainy footage showed a small, hunched figure creeping into the pen of a local farmer's goats. The creature moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes glowing in the infrared light of the camera. It approached one of the goats and, with terrifying speed, latched onto its neck, draining it of blood in seconds. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The creature matched the descriptions I had heard of the chupacabra, hairless, with spines running down its back. It was both fascinating and horrifying. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I decided to track the creature to its lair. Equipped with tranquilizer darts and a strong resolve, I ventured into the dense forest near the farms. The forest was thick and oppressive, filled with the sounds of nocturnal wildlife. The further I went, the more the atmosphere seemed to change, as if the forest itself was warning me to turn back. But I pressed on, guided by a mix of scientific curiosity and a desire to protect my community. After hours of trekking through the underbrush, I stumbled upon a cave entrance hidden behind a thicket. The ground around the cave was littered with bones, both animal and human. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized I had found the chupacabra's lair. Taking a deep breath, I entered the cave, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the walls were covered in strange, ancient markings. As I ventured deeper, I heard the unmistakable sound of movement claws scraping against stone. The chupacabra emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with a predatory intelligence. It was smaller than I had imagined, but its presence was overwhelming. I raised my tranquilizer gun, aiming for the creature. It hissed, baring its fangs, and lunged at me. I fired a dart, hitting the chupacabra in the shoulder. It stumbled, then collapsed, its body twitching as the tranquilizer took effect. I cautiously approached the creature, my hands shaking. Up close, it looked even more otherworldly, its skin covered in scales and its teeth razor sharp. With the chupacabra subdued, I took the opportunity to document the creature, taking photographs and samples. This was a discovery that could change everything we knew about cryptids and the natural world. I carefully transported the chupacabra back to my clinic, where I secured it in a reinforced enclosure. Over the next few days, I studied the chupacabra, learning more about its physiology and behavior. It was an extraordinary creature, unlike anything I had ever encountered. I shared my findings with a select group of colleagues, who were equally astounded. The implications of this discovery were profound, raising questions about the existence of other cryptids and the boundaries of science. As news of my capture spread, the town's fear turned to curiosity and wonder. The chupacabra became a symbol of our small town, attracting researchers and enthusiasts from around the world. I ensured that the creature was treated humanely, continuing my studies while maintaining the highest ethical standards. The experience changed me. It reaffirmed my belief in the mysteries that still exist in our world, and the importance of approaching the unknown with both skepticism and an open mind. The legend of the chupacabra was no longer just a story, it was a reality that I had confronted and survived. In the years that followed, I continued my work as a veterinarian. But my encounter with the chupacabra remained a defining moment in my life. It reminded me that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that sometimes, the truth can be stranger than fiction. The chupacabra is now a part of our community's history, a reminder of the thin line between myth and reality. And as I look back on that summer, I feel a sense of pride and awe at having faced the unknown and uncovered one of the greatest mysteries of our time. My name is Captain James Merrick, and I have spent my life at sea, commanding ships through both calm and treacherous waters. The ocean has always been my home, a place of beauty and danger that I have come to respect and understand. But nothing could have prepared me for the encounter I had in the summer of 2021, an encounter that would haunt my dreams and alter the course of my life forever. This is the story of the Kraken's Wrath. I was the captain of the Sea Voyager, a sturdy vessel used primarily for deep-sea fishing. My crew was a tight-knit group of seasoned sailors who trusted me implicitly. We had faced storms, mechanical failures, and near shipwrecks together, always emerging stronger and more united. But this time, our journey would test us in ways we could never have imagined. We set sail from the port of Reykjavik, Iceland, on a bright and clear morning, our destination the remote waters off the coast of Greenland. The fishing season had been poor, and we hoped that venturing further north would yield better catches. The sea was calm, and the wind filled our sails as we made our way into the vast, open ocean. The first few days were uneventful. We caught some fish, shared stories, and enjoyed the serenity of the sea. But as we ventured further into the Arctic waters, the weather began to change. The skies darkened, and a chill settled over the ship. A sense of unease crept over us, an unspoken fear that something was watching us from the depths. One evening, as we prepared to lower our nets, the sea suddenly erupted around us. Massive tentacles, each as thick as a tree trunk, rose from the water and wrapped around the ship. The crew screamed in terror as the Kraken, a creature of legend and nightmares, emerged from the ocean. The Kraken's eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence, and its beak-like mouth opened to emit a deafening roar. The ship rocked violently as the creature tightened its grip, threatening to crush us. I shouted orders, but the crew was paralyzed with fear. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed a harpoon and aimed for one of the tentacles. The harpoon struck true, causing the kraken to release its grip momentarily. I ordered the crew to cut the lines and set the ship free, but the creature was relentless. It attacked again, pulling the ship down into the water. The Sea Voyager was being dragged into the abyss, and I knew we had to act quickly. I took the helm and steered the ship towards the shallower waters, hoping to escape the kraken's reach. The crew fought valiantly, cutting tentacles and firing harpoons, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. As the ship lurched and creaked under the strain, I felt a surge of determination. I would not let my crew perish at the hands of this monster. I ordered the men to rig the explosive charges we kept for emergencies, hoping to create a distraction. The crew worked frantically, setting the charges along the ship's hull. With a final prayer, I detonated the charges. The explosion rocked the ship, and the kraken recoiled in pain. The water around us churned with blood and debris as the creature released its grip and disappeared into the depths. We were battered and bruised, but we were alive. The Sea Voyager limped back to Reykjavik, the crew shaken but grateful to have survived. We shared our story with the authorities, who were skeptical but intrigued. The legend of the kraken had always been a tale told by sailors, but now we had proof that the monster was real. The encounter changed us all. The crew disbanded, unable to face the sea again. I too left the life of a sailor behind, unable to shake the memory of the kraken's wrath. The ocean, once my home, had become a place of nightmares. I took up work as a maritime consultant, sharing my knowledge and experience with those who still brave the waters. But the memory of the kraken haunted me, a constant reminder of the power and mystery of the sea. Years later, I received a call from a group of researchers who had heard my story. They were planning an expedition to the Arctic waters, hoping to study the kraken and understand its origins. They asked for my help, and despite my fear, I agreed. The expedition was a chance to confront my demons and seek closure. We set sail on a state-of-the-art research vessel, equipped with the latest technology. The crew was a mix of scientists and sailors, all eager to uncover the truth about the kraken. As we reached the remote waters, the same sense of unease settled over us. The ocean was calm, but the air was thick with anticipation. We deployed underwater drones and sensors, scanning the depths for any sign of the creature. Days passed with no sightings, and the crew grew restless. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the kraken emerged once more. The massive tentacles rose from the water and the creature's eyes locked onto the ship. This time, we were prepared. The researchers activated the sonic deterrents, creating a barrier of sound waves that disoriented the kraken. The creature thrashed and roared, but it could not breach the barrier. We observed and documented the kraken's behavior, gaining valuable insights into its nature. As the creature retreated, I felt a sense of closure. The kraken was not just a monster. It was a part of the ocean's ecosystem, a creature that commanded respect and fear. The expedition was a success, and we returned with a wealth of knowledge. The kraken remains a legend, but it is also a reminder of the mysteries that lie beneath the surface. My encounter with the kraken changed my life, but it also taught me the importance of facing the unknown with courage and curiosity. And as I look out at the ocean, I am reminded of the kraken's wrath and the enduring power of the sea. The legend lives on, a testament to the wonders and dangers that still await us in the depths. My name is Ethan Crow, and I am a member of the Navajo Nation. Growing up, I was always fascinated by the stories and legends passed down through generations. The elders spoke of ancient spirits, sacred rituals, and dark curses that could bring misfortune to anyone who dared to trespass into forbidden territories. Among these tales, the one that stood out the most was that of the Skinwalker, a malevolent witch capable of transforming into any animal it desired. The Skinwalker was a creature of pure evil, an abomination that had once been a respected medicine man before turning to the dark arts. The legend warned that those who encountered a Skinwalker would face dire consequences. as these beings were known to use their powers for malevolent purposes. As a child, I dismissed these stories as mere folklore, but as I grew older, I began to realize that there was more to these tales than met the eye. It was the summer of 2020 when I experienced the terror of the Skinwalker firsthand. I was living in a small village near the edge of the Navajo reservation, working as a ranger tasked with protecting the land and its inhabitants. The job was challenging but rewarding, and I took great pride in preserving the natural beauty of our ancestral home. One evening, I received a call from a local rancher named Thomas Werewolf. He sounded panicked and distraught, claiming that something was killing his livestock. He had lost several sheep and goats over the past week, their bodies mutilated and left to rot. He feared that a wild animal was responsible, and he needed my help to track it down. I drove out to Thomas's ranch, a remote property nestled deep within the reservation. As I arrived, I could see the fear in his eyes. He led me to the fields where the attacks had occurred, and the sight that greeted me was horrifying. The ground was stained with blood, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. The animals' bodies were mangled beyond recognition, their throats torn out and their innards strewn across the ground. Thomas explained that he had heard strange noises at night, owls and growls that didn't belong to any known animal. He also mentioned seeing shadows moving in the distance, but whenever he tried to investigate, he found nothing. I promised him that I would do everything in my power to find the culprit and put an end to the terror. That night, I set up a series of motion-activated cameras around the ranch, hoping to capture any evidence of the predator. I also stayed on the property, keeping watch with a rifle by my side. The hours passed slowly, and the darkness seemed to press in from all sides. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. Around midnight, I heard a faint noise coming from the far side of the field. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously made my way towards the source of the sound. As I approached, I saw movement in the shadow, something large and fast, darting between the trees. I raised my rifle, my heart pounding in my chest. Suddenly, the creature stepped into the beam of my flashlight, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. The creature was tall and gaunt, its body covered in matted fur. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. It stood on two legs, but its posture was hunched and twisted, as if it were barely able to support its own weight. The Skinwalker. I raised my rifle and fired, but the creature moved with incredible speed, disappearing into the darkness before I could take aim. I chased after it, determined to put an end to the threat, but the forest seemed to swallow the light of my flashlight, leaving me disoriented and lost. I could hear the creature's footsteps all around me, but I could not see it. After what felt like an eternity, I found my way back to the ranch, exhausted and shaken. Thomas was waiting for me, his face pale with fear. I told him what I had seen, and his expression grew even more grim. He explained that the Skinwalker was not just a wild animalet, was a powerful witch that had the ability to transform into any creature it desired. Killing it would not be easy, and we would need the help of the elders to lift the curse. The next day, we traveled to the home of Chief Running Bear, a respected elder and medicine man. We explained our situation, and he agreed to help us. He performed a series of rituals, chanting ancient prayers and burning sacred herbs to cleanse the land of the Skinwalker's presence. He also gave us protective charms to wear, instructing us to never take them off. That night, we returned to the ranch, armed with our charms and a renewed sense of purpose. We took turns keeping watch, our eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. As the hours passed, the tension grew, but the forest remained silent. Just before dawn, we heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching the ranch. The Skinwalker emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolence. It snarled, baring its teeth, and lunged towards us. But this time, we were ready. Thomas and I stood our ground, our protective charms glowing with a faint, blue light. The Skinwalker recoiled, hissing in pain as it tried to breach the barrier. Chief Running Bear began chanting, his voice growing louder and more powerful with each word. The Skinwalker thrashed and howled, but it could not withstand the combined strength of our defenses. With a final, deafening scream, the Skinwalker dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The curse had been lifted, and the land was once again free from the creature's malevolent influence. In the days that followed, the attack ceased, and life returned to normal. The villagers were grateful, and Thomas's ranch was no longer plagued by the horrors of the Skinwalker. I continued my work as a ranger, but the experience left a lasting impression on me. The legend of the Skinwalker was more than just a story, it was a reminder of the dark forces that still lurked in the shadows of our world. As I look back on that summer, I am grateful for the strength and courage of my friends and the wisdom of the elders. The encounter with the Skinwalker taught me to respect the old ways, and to never underestimate the power of the unknown. The legends of my people are not just tales to be told, they are a testament to the mysteries and wonders that still exist in the world. And as long as there are those who believe, the stories of the Skinwalker will continue to be passed down through generations, a reminder of the thin line between myth and reality. My name is Dr. Sarah Whitaker, and I am an anthropologist specializing in the study of human origins and ancient cultures. Over the years, my work has taken me to some of the most remote and mysterious places on Earth, but none were as enigmatic as the Himalayas. In the winter of 2021, I embarked on an expedition to the highest mountain range in the world, searching for evidence of the elusive creature known as the Yeti, also called the abominable snowman. The Yeti has long been a subject of fascination and fear. Descriptions of the creature vary, but most accounts depict it as a large, ape-like being, covered in white fur, roaming the icy peaks and deep valleys of the Himalayas. Skeptics dismiss the Yeti as a myth, a product of folklore and imagination. But countless sightings and unexplained tracks suggest there may be more to the legend than mere superstition. Our expedition was sponsored by the International Anthropological Society, and our team consisted of seasoned mountaineers, scientists, and local guides. We set out from the city of Kathmandu, Nepal, heading towards the remote region of the Khumbu Valley, near Mount Everest. The journey was arduous, fraught with treacherous terrain and unpredictable weather, but our resolve was unwavering. As we ascended higher into the mountains, the landscape transformed into a frozen wilderness, a stark contrast to the bustling streets of Kathmandu. The air grew thinner, and the temperatures plummeted, but the breathtaking beauty of the Himalayas was a constant source of inspiration. We camped in small villages along the way, relying on the hospitality of the Sherpa people, who shared their knowledge and stories of the Yeti. One evening, while we were staying in the village of Namche Bazaar, an elderly Sherpa named Pemba approached me with a story. He claimed to have encountered the Yeti as a young man, describing it as a towering figure with glowing eyes and an eerie howl that echoed through the mountains. Pemba's account was detailed and compelling, filled with emotion and reverence. He warned us to be cautious and respectful, as the Yeti was considered a guardian of the mountains, a spirit of the wild. The next day, we continued our ascent, reaching the base camp of Mount Everest. The sheer size of the mountain was overwhelming, a testament to the power and majesty of nature. We spent several days acclimatizing to the altitude, preparing for the final leg of our journey to the remote valleys where Yeti sightings were most frequent. One night, as we huddled around a campfire, our lead guide, Tenzing, pointed out strange tracks in the snow. The prints were enormous, much larger than those of any known animal in the region. The tracks led into a dense forest, disappearing into the shadows. Tenzing believed they belonged to the Yeti and urged us to follow them at first light. The next morning, we set out at dawn, following the tracks through the forest. The journey was grueling, the snow deep and the air frigid, but the prospect of discovering evidence of the Yeti kept us moving. The tracks led us to a secluded valley, surrounded by towering peaks and blanketed in snow. As we approached, we heard a low, rumbling growl that sent shivers down our spines. We stopped in our tracks, hearts pounding, as the sound grew louder. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the trees, covered in thick, white fur. It was the Yeti, standing over 8 feet tall, with powerful limbs and piercing eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. The creature stared at us, its expression unreadable, as if it were assessing whether we were friend or foe. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The Yeti and our team were locked in a silent standoff, the air heavy with tension. Then, with a swift and graceful movement, the Yeti turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving us in stunned silence. We quickly gathered our senses and followed the Yeti, keeping a respectful distance. The creature led us deeper into the valley, to a hidden cave nestled among the rocks. The entrance was covered with ancient symbols and carvings, suggesting that the cave had long been considered a sacred place. Inside the cave, we found evidence of the Yeti's presence: bones, animal hides, and primitive tools. It was a living space, carefully maintained and organized. The discovery was monumental, providing the first tangible proof of the Yeti's existence and its intelligence. We spent several days documenting our findings, taking photographs and samples for further analysis. The Yeti remained elusive, but we could sense its presence, watching us from the shadows. We were intruders in its domain, and we made sure to treat the area with the utmost respect. As we prepared to leave the valley, Tenzing shared a final piece of wisdom. He explained that the Yeti was more than just a creature, it was a symbol of the unknown. A reminder that the world still holds many mysteries waiting to be uncovered. The Yeti represented the wild, untamed spirit of the mountains, a guardian of nature that commanded both fear and reverence. The journey back to Kathmandu was filled with reflection and awe. We had set out to find the Yeti, and we had succeeded beyond our wildest dreams. The discovery would change the course of anthropological research, challenging our understanding of human evolution and the natural world. The legend of the Yeti is no longer just a story, it is a testament to the enduring mysteries of our planet and the awe-inspiring power of nature. As an anthropologist, I am humbled by the experience and grateful for the opportunity to witness such a profound part of our world's history. The Yeti of the Himalayas remains a symbol of the unknown, a guardian of the mountains, and a reminder that there is always more to discover in the vast and wondrous world we call home. My name is Maria Rivera, and I grew up in a small village in the mountains of Puerto Rico. It was a peaceful place, surrounded by lush forests and clear streams. The people in our village lived simple lives, tending to their farms and animals. However, there was always an undercurrent of fear that rippled through our community, a fear rooted in the legend of the chupacabra. The chupacabra, or goatsucker, was a creature that haunted our nightmares. It was said to be a grotesque beast, part reptile and part mammal, with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes. The chupacabra was known for preying on livestock, draining their blood, and leaving their lifeless bodies behind. The stories of the chupacabra have been passed down through generations, and while some dismissed it as mere folklore, others believed in its existence wholeheartedly. In the summer of 2020, strange occurrences began to plague our village. Livestock were found dead, their bodies mutilated and drained of blood. The villagers were terrified, convinced that the chupacabra had returned. My family owned a small farm on the outskirts of the village, and we too began to experience the horrors that had befallen our neighbors. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, my father, Carlos, and I went out to check on our animals. The air was thick with tension, and an eerie silence had settled over the farm. As we approached the barn, we were met with a gruesome sight. Several of our goats lay dead, their bodies torn apart, and their blood pooled on the ground. My father cursed under his breath, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "We need to do something, Maria," my father said, his voice trembling with anger and fear. "We can't let this monster continue to terrorize our village." Determined to protect our farm and our community, my father and I decided to keep watch that night. Armed with a rifle and a flashlight, we took turns patrolling the perimeter of our property. The hours passed slowly, and the darkness seemed to press in from all sides. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. It was just after midnight when I heard a strange noise coming from the edge of the forest. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and cautiously made my way towards the sound. As I approached, I saw movement in the shadow, something large and fast, darting between the trees. My heart pounded in my chest as I raised the flashlight, illuminating the creature. What I saw defied explanation. The chupacabra stood before me, its eyes glowing red and its mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. Its body was covered in scaly, reptilian skin, and it moved with an unnatural, predatory grace. For a moment, I was frozen with fear, unable to look away from the creature's malevolent gaze. The chupacabra let out a low, guttural growl, and I knew I had to act quickly. I raised the rifle and fired, but the creature moved with incredible speed, disappearing into the darkness before I could take aim. I chased after it, determined to protect my family and our farm. But the forest seemed to swallow the light of my flashlight, leaving me disoriented and lost. After what felt like an eternity, I found my way back to the farm, exhausted and shaken. My father was waiting for me, his face pale with fear. I told him what I had seen, and his expression grew even more grim. He believed that the chupacabra was not just an animal, it was a supernatural being. A manifestation of dark forces that had been unleashed upon our village. The next day, we sought the help of Don Alejandro, a respected elder and shaman. We explained our situation, and he agreed to perform a cleansing ritual to banish the chupacabra and protect our land. That evening, Don Alejandro arrived at our farm, carrying an assortment of herbs, candles, and sacred objects. The ritual began with a prayer, invoking the spirits of our ancestors to aid us in our struggle. Don Alejandro burned the herbs, the fragrant smoke filling the air, and chanted in a language that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the earth. He drew symbols in the dirt, creating a protective circle around our property. As the ritual continued, the atmosphere grew charged with energy. The air seemed to hum with a strange, otherworldly power. Suddenly, a chill swept through the farm, and we heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. The chupacabra had returned, drawn by the ritual. The creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes blazing with anger. It snarled and lunged towards us, but it was stopped by the invisible barrier created by Don Alejandro's magic. The chupacabra howled in frustration, clawing at the air as if trying to break through. Don Alejandro's chanting grew louder and more intense, his voice echoing through the night. The creature writhed and twisted, its form flickering like a shadow in the wind. With a final, powerful incantation, Don Alejandro thrust his staff towards the chupacabra, and the creature let out a deafening scream. The chupacabra's body convulsed, and then, with a blinding flash of light, it disintegrated into a cloud of black smoke. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning sulfur, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the chupacabra was gone. The ritual was over, and the farm was enveloped in a profound silence. Don Alejandro lowered his staff, his face etched with exhaustion and relief. The chupacabra had been banished, and our village was safe once more. In the days that followed, the attack ceased, and life slowly returned to normal. The villagers were grateful, and my family could finally rest easy, knowing that the chupacabra's curse had been lifted. The legend of the chupacabra remains a part of our cultural heritage, a reminder of the dark forces that lurk in the shadows and the power of faith and tradition to overcome them. As I look back on that summer, I am filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. The encounter with the chupacabra taught me to respect the old ways, and to never underestimate the power of the unknown. The legends of my people are not just stories, they are a testament to the mysteries and wonders that still exist in the world. And as long as there are those who believe, the stories of the Chupacabra will continue to be passed down through generations, a reminder of the thin line between myth and reality. My name is Emily Reed, and I've always been fascinated by the unexplained. As a paranormal investigator, I've encountered my fair share of strange phenomena. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I came face to face with the Dover demon. It was a crisp autumn evening when I received a call from my colleague, Dr. Thomas Hayes, a local historian with a keen interest in folklore and urban legends. He had stumbled upon reports of bizarre sightings in the small town of Dover, Massachusetts, that seemed to defy rational explanation. The Dover demon, as it came to be known, was described as a humanoid creature with glowing eyes, pale skin, and a slender, elongated frame. Witnesses claimed to have seen it lurking in the woods and darting across darkened streets, always just out of reach. The reports were eerie and unsettling, and they piqued my curiosity. Thomas and I decided to investigate the sightings ourselves, armed with cameras, audio recorders, and an open mind. We arrived in Dover under the cover of night, the air thick with anticipation and a hint of unease. The town was quiet, its streets bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. Our first stop was a local diner where we met with townsfolk who had witnessed the creature firsthand. Their accounts were chillingly similar: a sense of dread, the feeling of being watched, and fleeting glimpses of a figure that defied logic and reason. One witness, an elderly woman named Mrs. Johnson, recounted an encounter she had while walking her dog near the edge of town. "I saw it clear as day," she said, her voice trembling. "It had these big, glowing eyes and skin like nothing I've ever seen. It didn't seem afraid of me, just curious." Armed with these first-hand testimonies, Thomas and I ventured into the surrounding woods, following the paths where the Dover demon had reportedly been seen. The forest was dense and eerily quiet, the only sound our footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. As we walked deeper into the woods, a chill ran down my spine. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of foreboding, as if we were trespassing on sacred ground. We set up our equipment: a night vision camera, an EMF meter, and a digital recorder, and waited in silence, hoping to capture evidence of the elusive creature. Hours passed with nothing but the rustling of leaves and distant hoots of owls. Just as we were about to call it a night, the air around us grew cold, and a strange sensation washed over me. I felt as if we were being watched, studied by unseen eyes. Then, in the beam of our flashlight, I saw a figure standing among the trees. It was humanoid in shape, with pale, almost translucent skin, and eyes that seemed to emit a faint glow. Its limbs were long and thin, its posture unnaturally stooped. I raised my camera and began taking photos, capturing the creature's eerie silhouette against the backdrop of the forest. Thomas recorded audio, hoping to capture any sounds or vocalizations. The Dover demon watched us with an unsettling calmness, its eyes never leaving our gaze. It made no move to approach us, but its presence alone was enough to send shivers down my spine. After what felt like an eternity, the creature turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving us with more questions than answers. We reviewed the evidence we had collected: photos, audio recordings, and eyewitness accounts, but the mystery of the Dover demon remained unsolved. As we packed up our equipment and prepared to leave Dover, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had witnessed something truly extraordinary. The Dover demon was real, a living enigma that defied categorization and challenged our understanding of the natural world. I knew that our investigation was far from over. The Dover demon had left its mark on me, igniting a curiosity and determination to uncover the truth behind its existence. As a paranormal investigator, it was my duty to seek out the unknown, to shine a light on the shadows where mysteries lurked. And so, as we drove away from Dover under the light of the moon, I made a silent promise to return. The Dover demon may have eluded us that night, but I was determined to uncover its secrets and unravel the truth behind its mysterious presence in the quiet town of Dover, Massachusetts. My name is Sarah Monroe, and I never believed in monsters until I encountered the Beast of Bray Road. I was a journalist for a small-town newspaper in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, known for its picturesque landscapes and tight-knit community. The summer of 2023 started like any other, with local stories of community events and town meetings filling the pages of the Elkhorn Gazette. That all changed when reports began to surface of a mysterious creature prowling the rural roads outside of town. The Beast of Bray Road, as it came to be known, was said to be a large, wolf-like creature with glowing eyes and a menacing growl. Witnesses described it as standing on its hind legs, with fur as dark as midnight and claws that could tear through steel. The sightings were dismissed as urban legends by most, but I couldn't ignore the growing number of credible witnesses and the fear in their voices. Determined to uncover the truth, I set out to investigate the reports myself. Armed with a notepad, a camera, and a healthy dose of skepticism, I drove out to Bray Road on a moonlit night, the air thick with anticipation and a touch of fear. The road was deserted, flanked by cornfields that rustled softly in the breeze. I parked my car near a wooded area where the creature had reportedly been seen and waited, my senses on high alert. Hours passed with nothing but the occasional hoot of an owl and the distant hum of crickets. Just as I was beginning to question my decision to come alone, I heard a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver down my spine. I turned towards the sound and saw movement among the trees, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. The Beast of Bray Road stood before me, larger and more imposing than I could have imagined. Its fur bristled in the moonlight, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. Fear gripped me, but so did curiosity. I raised my camera and began to take photos, capturing the creature's form as it prowled along the edge of the woods. The beast moved with a predatory grace, its movements fluid and silent. I watched in awe and terror as it sniffed the air, its senses keen and alert. It seemed aware of my presence, but made no move to approach me, instead disappearing back into the shadows from whence it came. I reviewed the photos I had taken, one a testament to the reality of the creature that had haunted the imaginations of local residents for decades. The Beast of Bray Road was real, and I had seen it with my own eyes. As I drove back to town that night, my mind raced with questions. What was the beast? Where had it come from? And why had it chosen Bray Road as its hunting ground? The answers eluded me, but one thing was clear: the story of the Beast of Bray Road was far from over. Over the following weeks, I interviewed more witnesses and gathered evidence to support my findings. The local community was divided. Some believed in the creature's existence, while others remained skeptical. But for those who had encountered the beast firsthand, there was no doubt in their minds. The legend of the Beast of Bray Road had become a part of Elkhorn's history, a tale passed down through generations. It was a reminder that there are mysteries in this world that defy explanation, and that sometimes, the truth is stranger than fiction. As for me, the encounter with the beast had changed me. I had witnessed something extraordinary, something that challenged my beliefs and sparked a newfound sense of wonder. As a journalist, I had a responsibility to seek out the truth, no matter how unsettling or unbelievable it may be. And so, as I continued to investigate the mysteries of Elkhorn and beyond, I knew that the story of the Beast of Bray Road would stay with me, a reminder of the power of the unknown and the courage it takes to confront it. My name is Jake Thompson, and I've always been drawn to the mysteries of the natural world. As a wildlife photographer, I've traveled to remote corners of the globe in search of elusive creatures and untamed landscapes. But nothing could have prepared me for my encounter with the lizard man of Scape or Swamp. It was a humid summer evening in South Carolina when I received a tip from a local fisherman about strange sightings near the swamp. Reports had been circulating for years about a creature known as the lizard-man, a humanoid reptilian figure, said to inhabit the dense marshlands of Lee County. Most dismissed the stories as folklore, but the recent uptick in sightings had piqued my curiosity. Armed with my camera and a sense of adventure, I set out to investigate. The swamp was a labyrinth of cypress trees and murky waters, alive with the hum of insects and the occasional splash of unseen wildlife. I navigated carefully, mindful of the treacherous terrain and the stories that lurked in the shadows. As dusk settled over the swamp, I found a secluded spot to set up camp. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, a stark contrast to the stillness that enveloped me. I waited patiently, my camera poised and ready, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive lizard man. Hours passed with nothing but the chorus of nocturnal creatures and the distant hoot of an owl. Just as I began to doubt the validity of the sightings, I heard a rustling in the underbrush, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. I turned towards the noise and saw movement among the trees, a figure emerging from the shadows. The lizard man stood before me, a towering figure with scaly skin and piercing eyes that glowed in the moonlight. Its form was humanoid, yet distinctly reptilian, with long claws and a muscular build that spoke of strength and agility. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the creature from the legends, standing just a few feet away. Heart racing, I raised my camera and began to take photos, capturing the creature's majestic and eerie presence against the backdrop of the swamp. The lizard men seemed aware of my presence, but made no move to approach me, instead observing me with a mixture of curiosity and caution. I watched in awe as the creature moved gracefully through the swamp, its movements fluid and precise. It seemed at home in its environment, blending seamlessly with the dense foliage and murky waters. I continued to photograph and document the encounter, my mind racing with questions about the creature's origins and behavior. After what felt like an eternity, the lizard men disappeared back into the depths of the swamp, leaving me with a sense of wonder and disbelief. I reviewed the photos I had taken, one a testament to the reality of the creature that had captured the imagination of locals for decades. As I packed up my gear and prepared to leave scape or swamp, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something extraordinary. The lizard man was real, a living testament to the mysteries of the natural world and the resilience of folklore in the face of skepticism. In the weeks that followed, I shared my findings with the scientific community and local authorities, sparking renewed interest in the legends of the lizard man. While skeptics continued to question the validity of the sightings, those who had encountered the creature firsthand knew the truth. For me, the encounter had been a once-in-a-lifetime experience, a reminder of the power of nature and the allure of the unknown. As a wildlife photographer, I had captured breathtaking images of creatures great and small, but none had left as profound an impression as the lizard man of scape or swamp. And so, as I continued my journey through the natural world, I carried with me the memory of the lizard man, reminder that there are still secrets waiting to be uncovered and stories waiting to be told. My name is Alex Reynolds, and I'm an urban explorer with a passion for uncovering hidden mysteries. One such mystery took me deep into the heart of Ohio, where I encountered the enigmatic creature known as the Loveland Frogman. It was a chilly autumn night when I received a tip from a fellow explorer about strange sightings near the Little Miami River. Reports had been circulating for years about a humanoid amphibious creature lurking in the shadows, a creature with webbed hands, bulging eyes, and a penchant for evading capture. Most dismissed the stories as urban legend, but the recent surge in sightings had piqued my interest. Armed with my camera and a sense of adventure, I set out to investigate. The night was silent and still as I made my way through the dense underbrush along the riverbank. The moon cast an eerie glow over the landscape, casting long shadows that seemed to dance in the moonlight. As I approached a secluded stretch of the river, I noticed movement among the rocks. A figure crouched low near the water's edge. My heart raced as I realized I was face to face with the Loveland Frogman. The creature stood upright, its skin glistening with moisture and its eyes reflecting the faint light. It had a humanoid form, but with distinctly amphibious features, webbed fingers and toes, mottled skin, and a muscular build that hinted at its strength and agility. I hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. The Loveland Frogman watched me with a mixture of curiosity and wariness, its eyes never leaving mine. I slowly raised my camera, hoping to capture proof of the creature's existence. For several minutes, we remained locked in a silent standoff. The air was thick with tension, the only sound the gentle lapping of the river against the shore. I snapped several photos, each one a testament to the surreal encounter unfolding before me. Just as I began to lower my camera, the Loveland Frogman emitted a low, guttural croak sound that sent a chill down my spine. It turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving me with a sense of awe and disbelief. I reviewed the photos I had taken, each one a blurry yet haunting image of the creature that had eluded capture for so long. The Loveland Frogman was real, a living enigma that defied explanation and challenged my understanding of the natural world. As I made my way back to civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something extraordinary. The encounter had ignited a fire within me, determination to uncover the truth behind the legends and myths that captured the imagination of so many. In the days that followed, I shared my findings with fellow explorers and researchers, sparking renewed interest in the mystery of the Loveland Frogman. While skeptics continued to question the validity of the sightings, those who had encountered the creature firsthand knew the truth. For me, the encounter had been a life-changing experience, a reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows and the thrill of exploring the unknown. As an urban explorer, I had ventured into abandoned buildings and forgotten tunnels, but none had left as lasting an impression as the night I came face to face with the Loveland Frogman. And so, as I continued my journey through the world of urban exploration, I carried with me the memory of that fateful night, a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary discoveries are found in the places least expected. My name is Dr. Claire Peterson, and I am an anthropologist specializing in cryptozoology. My work has taken me to some of the most remote corners of the globe, but none more intriguing than the dense rainforests of Sumatra, where I hope to uncover the truth behind the legend of the orang pendek. The orang pendek, or short person, said to be a small, bipedal primate with human-like features inhabiting the unexplored depths of Sumatra's rainforests. The local tribes spoke of the creature with a mix of reverence and fear, describing it as elusive and intelligent, yet fiercely protective of its territory. I arrived in Sumatra during the peak of the rainy season, the air thick with humidity and the scent of earth and vegetation. My guide, a local named Ramon, led me into the forest, his machete cutting a path through the dense underbrush. Ramon had grown up hearing stories of the orang pendek and was eager to help me in my quest to find evidence of its existence. Our journey began at the edge of Kerinci Seblat National Park, a vast and largely uncharted expanse of rainforest. We set up a base camp near the park's perimeter and spent the first few days familiarizing ourselves with the area, noting the sounds and movements of the jungle's inhabitants. On the fourth day, as we trekked deeper into the forest, we stumbled upon a series of footprints, small, human-like, and unlike any animal tracks I had ever seen. My excitement grew as I photographed and documented the prints, convinced that we were on the trail of the orang pendek. As the days passed, we encountered more signs of the elusive creaturican branches, disturbed foliage, and the occasional glimpse of a shadowy figure darting through the trees. Ramon and I followed these clues with a mix of determination and caution, aware that we were venturing into the heart of the orang pendek's territory. One evening, as we set up camp near a small stream, Ramon pointed out a Cluster of trees with fresh, half-eaten fruit scattered on the ground. Orang-Pendek loves these fruits, he explained. They come here to eat. We decided to set up a camera trap near the trees, hoping to capture footage of the creature. As night fell, the sounds of the rainforest came alive with the calls of nocturnal animals and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I lay in my tent, my mind racing with anticipation and a hint of fear. In the early hours of the morning, a sudden, high-pitched scream pierced the stillness of the night. I scrambled out of my tent, my flashlight illuminating the dark forest. Ramon was already awake, his eyes wide with alarm. "It's the Orang-Pendek," he whispered. "It's close." We moved cautiously towards the fruit trees, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. As we approached, I saw movement among the branches, a small, agile figure climbing swiftly into the canopy. I raised my camera, snapping photos as the creature paused to look at us, its eyes reflecting the light. The Orang-Pendek was unlike anything I had ever seen, standing no more than 4 feet tall, with reddish-brown fur and a face that was both human and ape-like. It observed us with a mix of curiosity and wariness, its small, nimble hands gripping the branches. I held my breath, awestruck by the sight of the legendary creature. It was real, a living testament to the mysteries of the natural world. The Orang-Pendek watched us for a moment longer before disappearing into the dense foliage, leaving us in stunned silence. As dawn broke, we reviewed the photos and footage we had captured. The images were clear and undeniable proof of the existence of the Orang-Pendek. I felt a sense of accomplishment and wonder, knowing that we had uncovered one of the greatest mysteries of the Sumatran rainforest. In the weeks that followed, our discovery made headlines around the world, sparking renewed interest in the field of cryptozoology. Scientists and researchers flocked to Sumatra, eager to learn more about the elusive creature that had captured the imagination of so many. For me, the search for the Orang-Pendek had been a journey of discovery and enlightenment. It was a reminder that the world is full of hidden wonders, waiting to be uncovered by those with the curiosity and determination to seek them out. As I continued my work, I carried with me the memory of that extraordinary encounter, a testament to the power of belief and the endless possibilities that lie within the unexplored corners of our planet. My name is David Walker, and I'm an ornithologist with a fascination for legendary birds. My research has taken me across continents in search of rare and elusive species. But nothing could compare to the legend of the thunderbird that drew me to the remote wilderness of Alaska. The thunderbird is a creature of Native American folklore, described as a massive bird with a wingspan that darkens the sky and the power to create storms with the beating of its wings. While many dismissed it as a myth, there had been recent reports from isolated communities in Alaska of sightings that piqued my interest. I arrived in the small town of Coldfoot, Alaska, at the onset of winter. The air was crisp, and the ground was blanketed in snow. The townspeople were friendly but reserved, their eyes betraying a hint of unease. When I mentioned my quest to find the thunderbird, they spoke in hushed tones about the creature, as if fearing it might hear and come for them. I met with an elder named Nuka, who had witnessed the thunderbird during his youth. His stories were filled with awe and respect for the mighty bird. He described it as a creature of immense size, with feathers that shimmered like the northern lights and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Nuka agreed to guide me to the area where he had last seen the thunderbird, a remote valley nestled between towering mountains. We set out on snowmobiles, traversing the rugged terrain with Nuka leading the way. The journey was grueling, but my excitement grew with each passing mile. We reached the valley just as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the snow-covered landscape. Nuka pointed to a large outcropping of rock where he had seen the thunderbird perched many years ago. We set up camp near the edge of the valley, the stillness of the wilderness interrupted only by the occasional howl of a distant wolf. As night fell, the sky came alive with the shimmering dance of the aurora borealis. A breathtaking display that filled me with a sense of wonder and anticipation. In the early hours of the morning, a powerful gust of wind shook our tents. I emerged to find the sky darkening, as if a storm were brewing. Nuka stood at the edge of the camp, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "It's coming," he whispered, his voice filled with a mix of fear and reverence. I followed his gaze and saw it, a massive silhouette against the sky, its wings beating with a force that stirred the air and sent snow swirling around us. The Thunderbird was real, and it was magnificent. Its wingspan was enormous, casting a shadow over the valley, and its feathers shimmered with iridescent hues. The Thunderbird circled above us, its powerful wings creating gusts of wind that howled through the mountains. I stood in awe, my camera in hand, capturing the majestic creature as it soared through the sky. Its presence was both awe-inspiring and intimidating, a reminder of nature's raw power and beauty. For several minutes, the Thunderbird flew above us, its piercing cry echoing through the valley. Then, with a final, powerful beat of its wings, it ascended into the storm clouds, disappearing from sight. The sky slowly cleared, and the valley was once again bathed in the soft light of the aurora borealis. I reviewed the photos I had taken, each one a testament to the existence of the legendary Thunderbird. The images were breathtaking, capturing the creature's majesty and the otherworldly beauty of the Alaskan wilderness. As we packed up camp and prepared to leave the valley, Nuka placed a hand on my shoulder. "You have seen what many have only dreamed of," he said. "The Thunderbird is a guardian of these lands, a symbol of the power and mystery of nature. Respect it, and it will respect you." In the weeks that followed, my discovery made headlines around the world, sparking debates and discussions among scientists, researchers, and enthusiasts. While some remained skeptical, the evidence was undeniable. Thunderbird was real, a living legend that defied explanation. For me, the encounter with the Thunderbird was a defining moment in my career and my life. It was a reminder that the world is full of wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to believe in the impossible. As an ornithologist, I had studied countless species of birds, but none had left as profound an impact as the mighty Thunderbird. And so, as I continued my research and exploration, I carried with me the memory of that incredible flight, a testament to the power of nature and the endless possibilities that lie within the unexplored corners of our planet. My name is Carlos Ramirez, and I am a journalist specializing in investigative reporting. My work has taken me to the darkest corners of human experience. But nothing could have prepared me for the story that awaited me in the small village of El Chelo, deep in the heart of rural Mexico. It was here that I encountered the legendary chupacabra, a creature of myth and fear that had been terrorizing the local livestock and captivating the imagination of people across Latin America. The chupacabra, or goatsucker, described as a creature that attacks animals, drinking their blood and leaving behind a trail of carcasses. Reports of the creature date back to the 1990s, but its origins are shrouded in mystery and folklore. The recent surge in sightings and attacks in El Chelo had brought me to this remote village, determined to uncover the truth behind the legend. I arrived in El Chelo at the peak of summer, the air thick with heat and the scent of blooming jacaranda trees. The village was small and isolated, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests. The locals were wary of outsiders, their eyes filled with suspicion and fear. They spoke in hushed tones about the chupacabra, as if invoking its name would summon the creature itself. My first contact was with Maria Alvarez, a local farmer who had lost several goats to the chupacabra in recent weeks. Her ranch was located on the outskirts of the village, surrounded by fields of maize and wildflowers. Maria was a strong, determined woman, but the recent attacks had left her shaken and desperate for answers. "Sir Ramirez, you must help us," she pleaded, as we stood by the remains of her latest victim, a young goat, drained of blood and left with strange puncture marks on its neck. The chupacabra is real, and it's getting bolder. We fear for our animals, and for ourselves. I assured Maria that I would do everything in my power to uncover the truth, and bring an end to the terror. My investigation began with the villagers' accounts of the creature. Many described it as a reptilian or canine-like beast, with leathery skin, sharp fangs, and glowing red eyes. The attacks always occurred at night, and the creature left no trace of its presence other than the mutilated carcasses of its victims. I spent the next few days interviewing witnesses and gathering evidence. The stories were chillingly consistent, each one adding to the growing sense of dread that hung over the village. The attacks were becoming more frequent, and the villagers were on edge, fearful of what each night would bring. Determined to capture proof of the chupacabra's existence, I set up a series of cameras and motion sensors around Maria's ranch. The nights were long and tense, each sound amplified by the darkness and the weight of expectation. On the fourth night, as the moon hung low in the sky, the sensors triggered an alert. I rushed to the site, my heart pounding with anticipation. The camera footage showed a shadowy figure moving swiftly through the fields, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. I followed the trail, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, until I reached the edge of the forest. There, in the dim light, I saw a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. The chupacabra stood on two legs, its body covered in rough, scaly skin. It had a hunched posture, long claws, and a face that was both animalistic and eerily human. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. It stared at me for a moment, as if assessing the threat I posed, before disappearing into the forest with a speed and agility that defied belief. I returned to the village with the footage, my mind reeling from the encounter. The evidence was undeniable. Chupacabra was real, a living nightmare that defied scientific explanation. The villagers were both terrified and vindicated, their fears confirmed by the footage I had captured. In the weeks that followed, the village of El Cello became a focal point for researchers and cryptozoologists from around the world. Scientists analyzed the footage and the remains of the attacked animals, searching for answers to the mystery of the chupacabra. Theories ranged from a previously undiscovered species of predator to a genetic mutation or a supernatural entity. Despite the increased attention, the attacks continued, and the chupacabra remained elusive. My own research led me to delve deeper into the folklore and history of the region. I discovered that tales of blood-sucking creatures dated back centuries, intertwined with the cultural and spiritual beliefs of the indigenous peoples. The chupacabra was not just a modern myth, but a manifestation of ancient fears and legends. One evening, as I sat with Maria and her family, discussing the ongoing attacks, an elderly man named Juan approached us. He was one of the village's oldest residents, his face lined with the wisdom and hardships of a long life. Juan claimed to have encountered the chupacabra many years ago, and his story added a new dimension to the mystery. It was during the war, he began, his voice trembling with the weight of his memories. I was a young man, fighting in the mountains. One night, my unit was ambushed, and I was separated from my comrades. I stumbled upon a cave, seeking refuge, and that's where I saw a creature with eyes like fire and a thirst for blood. It spared me, but only because I showed no fear. Juan's account was both chilling and fascinating, hinting at a possible connection between the chupacabra and the region's turbulent history. Could the creature be drawn to places of violence and fear, feeding on the energy of human suffering? It was a theory that seemed far-fetched, but in the world of the chupacabra, nothing could be dismissed outright. As the months passed, my investigation continued, but the answers remained elusive. The chupacabra was a master of evasion, a creature that existed on the fringes of reality and myth. The villagers of El Cello learned to coexist with the creature, taking precautions to protect their livestock and themselves, while respecting the ancient legend that had become a part of their lives. For me, the search for the chupacabra was a journey into the unknown, a quest that challenged my understanding of the natural world and the boundaries of human knowledge. The encounter had left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced, not explained. As I left El Cello and returned to my life as a journalist, I carried with me the memory of the chupacabra, creature of myth and reality, a symbol of the enduring power of fear and wonder. The legend of the chupacabra lived on, a story that would continue to captivate and terrify, a testament to the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Richard Mallory, and I am a folklore professor specializing in the myths and legends of North America. My work often takes me to remote regions, but nothing could have prepared me for the chilling encounter had in the dense forests of the Canadian wilderness. It was there that I came face to face with the Wendigo, a creature of Algonquin legend that embodies the darkest aspects of human nature. The Wendigo is described as a malevolent, cannibalistic spirit that can possess humans, driving them to commit unspeakable acts. According to the legends, the Wendigo is a creature born of the cold and hunger of the northern forests. A gaunt figure with a heart of ice and an insatiable hunger for human flesh. My journey to uncover the truth behind this terrifying legend began when I received a letter from an old colleague, Dr. Eleanor Gray, who was conducting research in a remote area of Ontario. Eleanor's letter was cryptic and urgent, hinting at a discovery that could change our understanding of the Wendigo legend. She mentioned strange occurrences in the village of Black River, where the locals were living in fear of a creature stalking the woods. Intrigued and concerned, I packed my bags and headed north, determined to assist Eleanor and uncover the truth. I arrived in Black River in the dead of winter, the air biting and the ground covered in a thick layer of snow. The village was small and isolated, nestled among towering pine trees and frozen lakes. The residents were wary and tight-lipped, their eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear. They spoke in hushed tones about disappearances and eerie howls in the night, warning me to stay indoors after dark. Eleanor met me at the local inn, her face pale and drawn. She led me to a small cabin on the outskirts of the village, where she had been staying and conducting her research. Inside, the walls were lined with books and maps, documenting the history and folklore of the Wendigo. She showed me her notes, which detailed a series of disappearances and sightings that had occurred over the past few months. "The legends are true, Richard," she said, her voice trembling. "Something is out there, something that defies explanation. The villagers are terrified, and I fear we may be dealing with a real Wendigo." Eleanor's conviction was unsettling, but I trusted her expertise and dedication to her work. We decided to investigate the most recent disappearance, that of a young hunter named Thomas, who had vanished a week earlier. The villagers believed he had fallen victim to the Wendigo, and we hoped to find clues that could explain his fate. We set out at dawn, the cold biting through our layers of clothing as we trekked through the snow-covered forest. Eleanor led the way, following the tracks left by Thomas on his last hunting trip. The forest was eerily silent, the only sound the crunch of our boots on the snow and the occasional rustle of branches in the wind. As we ventured deeper into the woods, we found signs of a struggle, broken branches, disturbed snow, and bloodstains that led to a small clearing. There, we found Thomas's rifle and a torn piece of his jacket, but no sign of the hunter himself. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Eleanor knelt by the bloodstains, her face grim. "This is where it happened," she said softly. "The Wendigo took him." We followed the trail of blood and tracks, our unease growing with each step. The tracks led us to a cave, its entrance partially hidden by a tangle of roots and snow. The air around the cave was unnaturally cold, and a sense of dread washed over me as we approached. Inside the cave, the darkness was absolute, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. We lit our lanterns, the flickering light casting eerie shadows on the walls. As we ventured deeper, we found more evidence of the Wendigo's presence, bones, both animal and human, scattered across the floor. The sight was horrifying, a testament to the creature's insatiable hunger. In the depths of the cave, we found Thomas. His body was mutilated beyond recognition, his eyes wide with terror. Eleanor and I stood in stunned silence, the reality of the legend hitting us with full force. The Wendigo was real, and it was hunting in these woods. We left the cave, our minds reeling from the discovery. Back in the village, we shared our findings with the local authorities, who were skeptical but agreed to increase patrols and warn the residents to stay indoors after dark. Eleanor and I knew that we couldn't leave without finding a way to stop the Wendigo, to end the terror that had gripped Black River. We delved deeper into the folklore, searching for clues on how to defeat the Wendigo. The legends spoke of fire as the creature's only weakness, a purifying force that could destroy the malevolent spirit. We prepared torches and gasoline, determined to confront the Wendigo and put an end to its reign of terror. That night, as the moon cast an eerie glow over the snow-covered landscape, Eleanor and I set out for the cave. The forest was silent, the air heavy with anticipation. We reached the cave and lit our torches, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. As we ventured inside, the temperature dropped, and an unnatural chill filled the air. We moved cautiously, our senses on high alert. In the depths of the cave, we heard a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. The Wendigo emerged from the darkness, its gaunt, skeletal frame illuminated by the flickering torchlight. It was a terrifying sight, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light, its mouth filled with sharp, yellowed teeth. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound that echoed through the cave and shook me to my core. We raised our torches, the flames casting a warm glow in the cold, dark cave. The Wendigo hesitated, its eyes fixed on the fire. With a surge of determination, Eleanor and I advanced, the torches held high. The creature recoiled, its fear of the flames evident. We threw the gasoline, the liquid splashing onto the Wendigo's skin. The creature let out a howl of rage and pain as the fire ignited, the flames consuming its gaunt frame. The cave was filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh, and the Wendigo's screams echoed in the darkness. As the flames died down, the creature's body crumbled to ash, leaving behind nothing but a charred skeleton. The oppressive chill lifted, and a sense of relief washed over me. The Wendigo was defeated, its curse lifted from the village of Black River. We emerged from the cave, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The villagers greeted us with a mix of relief and gratitude, their fear replaced by hope. The legend of the Wendigo would live on, but its terror had been vanquished. In the weeks that followed, Eleanor and I documented our findings, sharing the story of the Wendigo and its defeat with the world. Our encounter with the creature had been a harrowing experience, a journey into the darkest depths of human fear and folklore. But it had also been a reminder of the power of determination and courage in the face of the unknown. As I returned to my work as a professor, I carried with me the memory of that chilling encounter, a testament to the enduring power of legends and the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. The Wendigo was a creature of myth and reality, a symbol of the darkness that can reside within us all. And its story would continue to captivate and terrify, a reminder of the thin line between legend and truth. My name is Emily Harper, and I am an urban explorer and amateur historian with a keen interest in the unexplained. My adventures have taken me to some of the most mysterious and haunted places in America, but none compare to the eerie pine barrens of New Jersey. It was here, in this sprawling forest, that I encountered the legendary Jersey Devil, a creature that has haunted the region for centuries. The legend of the Jersey Devil dates back to the early 18th century, with tales of a monstrous creature born to Deborah Leeds, a Pine Barrens resident. According to the legend, the creature was her 13th child, cursed from birth to become a demon. Descriptions of the Jersey Devil vary, but it is often depicted as a kangaroo-like creature with bat wings, a horse's head, and a blood-curdling scream. My journey began when I received an email from a fellow explorer named Jack Lawson, who had recently moved to the outskirts of the Pine Barrens. Jack had stumbled upon a series of strange occurrences and sightings that he believed were connected to the Jersey Devil. Intrigued, I packed my gear and headed to New Jersey, eager to uncover the truth behind the legend. I arrived in the small town of Leeds Point, a place steeped in history and folklore. The locals were friendly but cautious, their conversations peppered with warnings about venturing too deep into the woods. Jack met me at the local diner, and over a cup of coffee, he shared his findings. "Emily, there's something out there," he said, his voice low and serious. "I've heard the screams at night, and I've found tracks that don't belong to any known animal. The locals are too scared to talk about it, but they all know the legend. They call it the Jersey Devil." Jack and I spent the next few days gathering information and exploring the area. We spoke with residents who recounted chilling stories of encounters with the creature, stories of livestock mutilations, eerie howls, and sightings of a winged beast lurking in the shadows. The fear in their eyes was genuine, and it only fueled our determination to uncover the truth. Our first expedition into the Pine Barrens was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. The forest was dense and tangled, with a labyrinth of trails and overgrown paths. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. As night fell, the forest took on a more sinister feel, the shadows deepening and the air growing colder. We set up camp near an old abandoned cabin, a relic of the area's logging past. Jack had heard rumors that the cabin was a hotspot for Jersey Devil activity, and we hoped to capture evidence of the creature. As darkness enveloped the forest, we sat by the campfire, our senses on high alert. Around midnight, we heard a distant, chilling scream that echoed through the trees. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, a sound that sent shivers down my spine and made my blood run cold. Jack and I exchanged a glance, our hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. We grabbed our flashlights and cameras, following the sound deeper into the forest. The scream grew louder and more intense, guiding us through the tangled underbrush. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and we found ourselves in a small clearing, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood the Jersey Devil. The creature was even more terrifying than I had imagined. It stood on two legs, its body covered in coarse, dark fur. Its wings were leathery and bat-like, and its head resembled that of a horse, with glowing red eyes and sharp, jagged teeth. It stared at us with an intelligence and malevolence that was unnerving. For a moment, we were frozen, unable to move or speak. The Jersey Devil let out another scream, its eyes fixed on us. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it took to the air, disappearing into the night sky. We stood there, stunned, the reality of what we had seen sinking in. We returned to the cabin, our minds racing with the implications of our encounter. The footage we had captured was undeniable proof of the Jersey Devil's existence, a discovery that would shake the foundations of cryptozoology and folklore. But as we reviewed the footage, we noticed something strange and eerie. Whispering sound in the background, like a voice speaking in an unknown language. Determined to understand more, we spent the following days interviewing more locals and digging into the history of the Pine Barrens. We learned that the legend of the Jersey Devil was deeply intertwined with the region's past. A blend of colonial history, Native American folklore, and tales of witchcraft and curses. One evening, we visited an elderly woman named Abigail, who had lived in Leeds Point her entire life. She welcomed us into her home, her eyes filled with the wisdom of years and the weight of untold stories. Abigail spoke of the Pine Barrens as a place of power, a land that held both beauty and darkness. "The Jersey Devil is more than just a creature," she said, her voice soft and measured. "It's a manifestation of the land's pain and anger. This forest has seen so much suffering, bloodshed, loss. The devil is a reminder of that history, guardian of sorts, though a fearsome one. Abigail's words resonated with me, adding a new layer to our understanding of the Jersey Devil. The creature was not just a monster, but a symbol of the land's troubled past. We realized that to truly understand the Jersey Devil, we needed to respect and acknowledge the history and emotions that had given rise to the legend. Our final night in the Pine Barrens was the most harrowing. We decided to revisit the clearing where we had first seen the Jersey Devil, hoping to have another encounter and gather more evidence. The night was dark and cold, the forest eerily silent as we made our way through the trees. As we approached the clearing, the air grew heavy with tension. We set up our cameras and waited, the minutes stretching into hours. Just as we were about to give up, we heard an agant-chilling scream that had haunted our dreams. The Jersey Devil emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. But this time, there was something different about the creature. It seemed agitated, its movements jerky and erratic. It let out a series of screams, each one more desperate than the last. Suddenly, the ground beneath us began to shake, and the air filled with a deafening roar. The Jersey Devil took to the air, circling above us before diving into the forest, disappearing from sight. The roar grew louder, and we realized it was coming from the earth itself. A massive crack opened up in the ground, and we barely had time to react as the forest around us seemed to come alive. Trees swayed and groaned, and the air was filled with the sound of breaking branches and falling debris. We scrambled to escape, our hearts pounding with fear. We made it back to the cabin, breathless and shaken. The forest had returned to an eerie calm, but we knew we had witnessed something extraordinary. The Jersey Devil's behavior, the roar, the shaking ground, it all pointed to a deeper connection between the creature and the land itself. In the days that followed, Jack and I compiled our research and footage, presenting our findings to the scientific community and the public. The evidence was compelling, sparking a renewed interest in the legend of the Jersey Devil. Our encounter had confirmed the creature's existence, but it had also raised new questions about the nature of the Pine Barrens and the forces that shaped it. For me, the experience was a profound reminder of the power of legend and the mysteries that still lurk in the world. The Jersey Devil was not just a monster, but a guardian of the land's history, a symbol of the enduring power of fear and wonder. As I returned to my explorations and research, I carried with me the memory of that chilling encounter, a testament to the thin line between legend and reality, and the secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Carlos Rivera, and I am a wildlife biologist specializing in the study of rare and elusive animals. My work often takes me to remote and challenging environments, but no assignment was as mystifying or as dangerous as my expedition to El Yunque National Forest in Puerto Rico. It was there that I encountered the chupacabra, a creature of legend that has haunted the island for decades. The chupacabra, which translates to goatsucker, is a cryptid known for its alleged attacks on livestock, draining them of blood. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it is often depicted as a reptilian creature with spines along its back, glowing red eyes, and sharp fangs. The legend of the chupacabra emerged in the 1990s, sparking fear and fascination across Latin America and beyond. My journey began when I received a call from Dr. Elena Morales, a fellow biologist and a friend from my university days. Elena had been conducting research in El Yunque and had encountered a series of unexplained livestock deaths that she believed were linked to the chupacabra. Intrigued and concerned for her safety, I agreed to join her and investigate the phenomenon. I arrived in San Juan and made my way to the small town of Rio Grande, nestled at the edge of the lush and verdant El Yunque National Forest. The town was buzzing with rumors and fear, the residents whispering about the recent attacks and the possibility of the chupacabra's return. Elena met me at a local cafe, her expression a mix of excitement and anxiety. Carlos, I'm glad you're here, she said, her voice tinged with urgency. I've never seen anything like this. The livestock are being drained of blood, and there are no signs of struggle. The locals are terrified, and I need your help to figure this out. We spent the next few days visiting farms and interviewing residents who had experienced the attacks. The stories were eerily similar: livestock found dead, with puncture wounds on their necks, and their bodies drained of blood. The fear in the eyes of the farmers was palpable, and their descriptions of the creature matched the legend of the chupacabra. One evening, we visited the farm of a man named Manuel, who had lost several goats to the mysterious predator. Manuel was a weathered and stoic farmer, but the fear in his voice was unmistakable as he recounted the night of the attack. I heard the goat screaming, he said, his hands trembling slightly. When I ran out, I saw this creature with glowing red eyes and spines along its back. It moved so fast, and before I could do anything, it was gone, and my goats were dead. Manuel led us to the area where the attack had occurred. The ground was disturbed, and there were clear signs of a struggle. We found tracks that were unlike any animal I had ever seen: large, clawed footprints that seemed to belong to a reptilian creature. Elena and I collected samples and took photographs, determined to analyze them back at our makeshift lab. As night fell, we set up cameras and motion sensors around Manuel's farm, hoping to capture footage of the chupacabra. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. But there was an underlying sense of unease that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We took turns keeping watch, our senses on high alert. Around midnight, the sensors detected movement near the edge of the forest. Elena and I watched the monitors intently, our hearts pounding with anticipation. Suddenly, we saw a shadowy figure moving swiftly through the trees, its eyes glowing in the darkness. The chupacabra had returned. We grabbed our flashlights and cameras, following the creature's movements as it approached the livestock pen. The goats were restless, sensing the predator's presence. We moved closer, trying to stay as quiet as possible. As we neared the pen, the chupacabra emerged from the shadows, its form fully visible in the moonlight. The creature was terrifying, a reptilian beast with spines running down its back, sharp claws, and eyes that glowed an eerie red. It moved with a predatory grace, its gaze fixed on the goats. Elena and I froze, captivated by the sight before us. The chupacabra leapt towards the pen, but before it could reach the goats, we activated the floodlights, bathing the area in bright light. The creature let out a screech, its eyes narrowing as it turned towards us. For a moment, I thought it might attack, but then it bolted, disappearing into the forest with incredible speed. We reviewed the footage, our excitement tempered by the realization of how dangerous our quest had become. The chupacabra was real, and it was more than just a legend. We decided to consult with local experts and delve deeper into the folklore. To understand more about the creature and how to protect the livestock, we met with Professor Alejandro Santiago, an anthropologist who had spent years studying the myths and legends of Puerto Rico. He welcomed us into his home, his eyes twinkling with curiosity as we recounted our encounter. The chupacabra is a fascinating and complex legend, he said, leaning back in his chair. It embodies the fears and anxieties of the people, a manifestation of the unknown and the unexplained. But your encounter suggests that there is a real creature behind the myth. Professor Santiago shared with us stories and historical accounts of similar creatures, linking the chupacabra to ancient tales of blood-drinking beasts that had haunted the region for centuries. He also spoke of a possible link to escaped laboratory experiments or mutations, adding a layer of scientific intrigue to the legend. Armed with this new knowledge, Elena and I decided to continue our research, focusing on understanding the creature's behavior and finding a way to protect the livestock. We set up more cameras and sensors in strategic locations, hoping to capture more footage and gather data on the chupacabra's movements. One night, while reviewing the footage, we noticed a pattern. The chupacabra seemed to follow a specific route, emerging from the deeper parts of the forest and targeting isolated farms, We mapped out its path, realizing that it moved through a network of caves and tunnels that crisscrossed El Yunk. Determined to find its lair, we ventured into the heart of the forest, navigating through dense foliage and treacherous terrain. The deeper we went, the more the forest seemed to close in around us, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The sense of being watched was ever present, but we pressed on, driven by our need to uncover the truth. We found the entrance to a cave, partially hidden by a thicket of vines and undergrowth. The air around the cave was cold and still, and a sense of foreboding washed over me as we approached. We lit our lanterns and stepped inside, the flickering light casting eerie shadows on the walls. The cave was dark and labyrinthine, the air thick with the stench of decay. We moved cautiously, our senses on high alert. As we ventured deeper, we found evidence of the chupacabra's presentabones, both animal and human, scattered across the floor. The sight was horrifying, a testament to the creature's predatory nature. In the depths of the cave, we heard a low, guttural growl that echoed through the tunnels. The chupacabra was close, and we knew we had to be careful. We followed the sound, our hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. Suddenly, the creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It stood before us, its form fully visible in the lantern light. For a moment, we were frozen, unable to move or speak. The chupacabra let out a blood-curdling scream, its eyes fixed on us. Then, with a swift and fluid motion, it lunged towards us. We scrambled to defend ourselves, using the lanterns to keep the creature at bay. The light seemed to confuse it, giving us a chance to retreat. We made our way back through the tunnels, the chupacabra's screams echoing behind us. As we emerged from the cave, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, we realized the gravity of our discovery. The chupacabra was not just a legend, but a real and dangerous predator. In the weeks that followed, Elena and I shared our findings with the scientific community and the public, sparking a renewed interest in the legend of the chupacabra. Our encounter had confirmed the creature's existence, but it had also raised new questions about its origins and behavior. For me, the experience was a profound reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world and the thin line between legend and reality. The chupacabra was a symbol of the unknown, a creature that defied explanation and sparked fear and fascination in equal measure. As I returned to my work as a biologist, I carried with me the memory of that chilling encounter, a testament to the enduring power of legend and the secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Jason Hargrove, and I am an investigative journalist, with a passion for uncovering the truth behind urban legends and unexplained phenomena. My latest assignment took me to the remote Uinta Basin in Utah, a region infamous for its strange occurrences and paranormal activity. My focus was Skinwalker Ranch, a place shrouded in mystery and fear. Known for its encounters with skinwalkers, malevolent shapeshifters from Navajo lore. The legend of the Skinwalker is deeply rooted in Native American culture, particularly among the Navajo. Skinwalkers are said to be witches who possess the ability to transform into animals and humans, using their powers for evil. The stories are chilling, filled with accounts of terror and death. I first heard about Skinwalker Ranch from a colleague who described it as a hotbed of paranormal activity, from UFO sightings to encounters with strange creatures. The ranch had changed hands several times, with each owner experiencing unexplainable phenomena. Intrigued by these stories, I decided to visit the ranch and uncover the truth for myself. I arrived in the small town of Ballard, which lies just outside the ranch. The locals were wary of outsiders and reluctant to talk about the ranch. But I managed to find a guide named Robert, a local who had grown up hearing stories about the place. Robert agreed to take me to the ranch and share what he knew. As we drove towards the ranch, Robert told me about the history of the land. The Ute tribe, who lived in the area, believed that the land was cursed and avoided it at all costs. They spoke of skinwalkers that roamed the area, creatures that could take on any form, and were nearly impossible to kill. The fear in Robert's voice was palpable as he recounted the stories. We arrived at the ranch just before dusk, the sun casting long shadows over the desolate landscape. The ranch was a sprawling property, with abandoned buildings and overgrown fields. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind through the trees. As we explored the property, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Robert and I set up camp near the main house, a dilapidated structure that had clearly seen better days. We set up cameras and motion sensors, hoping to capture any strange occurrences. As night fell, the atmosphere grew more oppressive, the darkness seeming to close in around us. Around midnight, we heard the first sign of activity, a distant howl that echoed through the night. It was unlike any animal sound I had ever heard, a chilling cry that sent shivers down my spine. Robert and I grabbed our flashlights and followed the sound, our hearts pounding with anticipation. As we moved through the trees, we saw a figure moving swiftly through the darkness. It was too fast to be human, its movements fluid and unnatural. We followed it to a clearing, where it stopped and turned to face us. In the beam of our flashlights, we saw a creature that defied explanation. It stood on two legs, its body covered in matted fur. Its eyes glowed an unnatural yellow, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. The creature let out a guttural growl, and before we could react, it lunged at us. We stumbled back, the fear paralyzing us for a moment. Robert fired his rifle, but the creature seemed unfazed, disappearing into the darkness with a speed that was unnerving. We returned to camp, shaken by the encounter. Reviewing the footage, we saw that we had captured the creature on camera, its form, a blur of movement. The evidence was undeniable, had encountered a skinwalker. But what did it want, and why was it here? Determined to find answers, we reached out to a Navajo elder named Ben, who agreed to meet with us and share his knowledge. Ben was a stoic and wise man, his eyes filled with the weight of years and the stories of his people. He welcomed us into his home, and as we sat around the fire, he told us about the skinwalkers. Skinwalkers are witches who have turned evil, he explained, his voice steady and calm. They use their powers to harm others, taking on the form of animals to deceive and terrorize. They are nearly impossible to kill, and they bring death and destruction wherever they go. Ben told us that the land of Skinwalker Ranch had been cursed by the Navajo long ago, a result of a bitter conflict with the Ute tribe. The Skinwalkers were drawn to the land by this curse, feeding off the fear and suffering of those who lived there. He warned us that the Skinwalkers were not to be trifled with, and that we should leave the ranch before it was too late. Despite his warnings, we decided to continue our investigation. We set up more cameras and sensors, determined to capture more evidence. As the days passed, the activity on the ranch intensified. We heard strange noises at night, saw shadows moving in the corners of our vision, and found mutilated animals near our camp. One night, we were awakened by a loud crash. Rushing outside, we saw that one of our cameras had been destroyed. As we surveyed the damage, we felt a presence behind us. Turning, we saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees. It was a skinwalker, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The creature spoke, its voice a low, guttural growl. "Leave this place," it said, "or you will suffer the same fate as those before you." Before we could react, the skinwalker disappeared into the darkness. We were left standing there, our hearts pounding with fear. The message was clear: skinwalkers did not want us there, and they were willing to do whatever it took to drive us away. Despite the danger, we were determined to uncover the truth. We consulted with Ben again, asking for his help in dealing with the skinwalkers. He agreed to perform a cleansing ceremony, hoping to lift the curse and drive the skinwalkers away. The ceremony took place at dawn, the first light of the sun casting long shadows over the ranch. Ben chanted and performed rituals, using sage and other herbs to cleanse the land. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. As the ceremony reached its climax, we heard the skinwalkers howling in the distance. The ground shook, and the air grew cold. But Ben continued, his voice steady and unwavering. Finally, with the final chant, the ceremony was complete. The air grew still, and a sense of peace washed over the ranch. The skinwalkers were gone, driven away by the power of the ceremony. The curse had been lifted, and the ranch was free from their malevolent presence. In the days that followed, the activity on the ranch ceased. The strange noises, the shadows, the mutilated animals all stopped. The evidence we had gathered was undeniable, and our encounter with the skinwalkers had changed us forever. For me, the experience was a profound reminder of the power of legend and the mysteries that still exist in our world. The skinwalkers were not just creatures of myth, but real and dangerous beings. As I returned to my work as a journalist, I carried with me the memory of that chilling encounter, a testament to the enduring power of legend and the secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Emily Patterson, and I am an author specializing in American folklore. My research has taken me to various parts of the country, but none as mysterious and chilling as the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. This dense forest is home to one of the most infamous creatures in American legend, the Jersey Devil. The legend of the Jersey Devil dates back to the early 1700s, when a woman named Mother Lees, pregnant with her 13th child, cursed the unborn baby in a fit of despair, proclaiming it would be the devil. According to the legend, the child was born with hooves, a goat's head, bat wings, and a forked tail. It let out a blood-curdling scream and flew up the chimney, disappearing into the Pine Barrens, where it has haunted the area ever since. I had always been fascinated by this legend, and when I received a tip about recent sightings of the creature, I knew I had to investigate. I packed my bags and headed to the small town of Leeds Point, the epicenter of the Jersey Devil legend. The town was quaint, with a population of friendly but wary residents who had grown up hearing stories of the beast that lurked in the woods. My first stop was the local library, where I met Sarah, the town historian. She was an elderly woman with a sharp mind and a deep knowledge of the area's folklore. Sarah welcomed me with a warm smile and a stack of old books and newspaper clippings about the Jersey Devil. Many people have claimed to see the Jersey Devil over the years, she said, her voice tinged with both skepticism and belief. But no one has ever been able to prove its existence. The Pine Barrens are a vast and mysterious place, and the devil has plenty of places to hide. Sarah shared with me stories of strange encounters, a farmer who found his livestock mutilated, a group of hunters who were chased out of the woods by a winged creature, and a couple who saw the devil perched on their roof, staring at them with glowing red eyes. The accounts were varied, but the fear and conviction in the voices of those who told them were unmistakable. Determined to find evidence of the Jersey Devil, I enlisted the help of a local guide named Jack, who had spent his entire life exploring the Pine Barrens. Jack was a rugged outdoorsman, skeptical of the legend, but intrigued by the challenge of finding the creature. We packed our gear and headed into the forest, the thick canopy of trees casting long shadows over the winding trails. The Pine Barrens were an eerie place, filled with twisted trees, murky swamps, and an unsettling silence that seemed to amplify every rustle and snap of twigs. Jack and I set up camp near a clearing known for sightings of the Jersey Devil. We placed cameras and motion sensors around the area, hoping to capture any sign of the creature. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal animals. We took turns keeping watch, our senses on high alert. Around midnight, we heard a distant scream, a chilling, unearthly sound that echoed through the trees. My heart pounded in my chest as we grabbed our flashlights and followed the sound. We moved cautiously through the underbrush, the beam of our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, we saw a figure darting between the trees, too fast and agile to be human. The creature was tall and thin, with bat-like wings and glowing red eyes. It moved with a supernatural speed, disappearing into the shadows before we could get a clear look. We followed its trail to a small clearing, where we found claw marks on the trees and strange, hoof-like tracks on the ground. The evidence was compelling, but we needed more. We decided to set up more cameras and motion sensors in the area, determined to capture definitive proof of the Jersey Devil's existence. The following night, we were awakened by the sound of our sensors going off. We rushed to the monitors and saw the creature on the screen, its form illuminated by the infrared cameras. It moved with an eerie grace, its wings unfurling as it leapt into the air. We watched in awe and fear as it flew out of frame, disappearing into the night. We spent the next few days combing through the footage and analyzing the tracks we had found. The evidence was compelling, but we needed a closer encounter. Jack suggested we venture deeper into the Pine Barrens, to a place known as the Devil's Lair, a remote area rumored to be the creature's home. We set out early in the morning, navigating through dense underbrush and treacherous swamps. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to close in around us, their gnarled branches forming a twisted canopy that blocked out the sun. The air grew thick with the scent of decay, and the silence was punctuated only by the occasional cry of a distant bird. After hours of trekking, we arrived at the Devil's Lair clearing, surrounded by ancient, twisted trees. The ground was littered with bones, both animal and human, and the air was filled with a palpable sense of dread. We set up our equipment and prepared for what we hoped would be our final encounter with the Jersey Devil. As night fell, we took our positions, our eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The hours passed slowly, the tension building with each passing moment. Suddenly, we heard its same chilling scream that had haunted us before. We turned our flashlights towards the sound, and there it faced Jersey Devil, standing at the edge of the clearing. The creature was more terrifying up close. It stood over 7 feet tall, with leathery wings and a goat-like head. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, glistening teeth. It stared at us, its gaze filled with a malevolent intelligence. Jack and I stood frozen, the fear paralyzing us. The Jersey Devil let out another scream, and leapt towards us, its wings unfurling as it took to the air. We scrambled to defend ourselves, shining our flashlights in its direction. The light seemed to disorient the creature, and it veered off course, crashing into the trees, before disappearing into the darkness. We reviewed the footage, our hands trembling with adrenaline. We had captured the Jersey Devil on camera, its form clear and unmistakable. The evidence was undeniable, and we knew we had to share our findings with the world. We returned to Leeds Point and presented our footage to the local authorities and media. The reaction was a mix of disbelief and awe. Many were skeptical, but the evidence was compelling. The legend of the Jersey Devil had been validated, and the world was captivated by our discovery. For me, the experience was a profound reminder of the power of legend and the mysteries that still exist in our world. The Jersey Devil was not just a creature of myth, but a real and terrifying being that had haunted the Pine Barrens for centuries. As I returned to my work as an author, I carried with me the memory of that chilling encounter, a testament to the enduring power of legend, and the secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Sarah Lawson, and I am an anthropologist specializing in indigenous folklore. My work often takes me to remote and isolated places, but none as eerie and foreboding as the deep forests of the Great Lakes region. My latest research brought me face to face with one of the most terrifying legends of Native American culture, the Wendigo. The legend of the Wendigo is rooted in the folklore of the Algonquin-speaking tribes. According to the legend, the Wendigo is a malevolent spirit that possesses humans, driving them to commit acts of cannibalism and transforming them into monstrous creatures. These creatures are insatiably hungry, constantly seeking human flesh to consume. Their bodies emaciated and gaunt, despite their gluttony. I first heard about the Wendigo from a colleague, who recounted chilling stories of encounters with the creature in the dense forests of Minnesota. Intrigued and somewhat skeptical, I decided to investigate further. I packed my bags and traveled to a small town called Pine River, nestled on the edge of a vast and ancient forest known for its history of mysterious disappearances and strange occurrences. Upon arriving in Pine River, I was met with a mixture of curiosity and wariness from the locals. The townspeople were friendly enough, but when I mentioned the Wendigo, their expressions darkened, and they quickly changed the subject. It was clear that the legend held a deep and terrifying grip on the community. I managed to find a local guide named Thomas, a retired park ranger who had spent his entire life exploring the forests around Pine River. Thomas was a grizzled, no-nonsense man, with a deep knowledge of the land and its secrets. Despite his skepticism about the Wendigo, he agreed to take me into the forest and help with my research. We set out early one morning, the sky overcast and the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. As we trekked deeper into the forest, Thomas shared stories of the Wendigo, passed down through generations of his family. He spoke of a creature that moved silently through the trees, its presence heralded by a feeling of dread and an icy chill in the air. According to Thomas, the Wendigo was once human, driven to cannibalism by the harsh winters and scarcity of food. Consumed by hunger and madness, they transformed into the Wendigoa creature cursed to roam the forest, forever seeking human flesh to sate its insatiable hunger. As we ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sunlight. The air grew colder, and an eerie silence settled over the forest, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant cry of a bird. We set up camp near a clearing that Thomas said was known for strange occurrences. We placed cameras and motion sensors around the area, hoping to capture any signs of the Wendigo. As night fell, the forest seemed to come alive, with unseen eyes watching our every move. Around midnight, we heard the first sign of activity, a distant, mournful wail that echoed through the trees. It was a sound that chilled me to the bone, filled with an otherworldly sorrow and hunger. Thomas and I grabbed our flashlights and followed the sound, our hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. As we moved through the forest, the air grew colder, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over us. Suddenly, we saw a figure moving between the trees, its form barely visible in the darkness. The creature was tall and emaciated, its skin stretched tightly over its bones. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The Wendigo let out another wail, and before we could react, it lunged at us with a speed and ferocity that was terrifying. We stumbled back, our flashlights casting frantic beams of light as we tried to fend off the creature. Thomas fired his rifle, but the Wendigo seemed unfazed, disappearing into the darkness with a guttural growl. We returned to camp, shaken and breathless from the encounter. Reviewing the footage, we saw that we had captured the Wendigo on camera, its gaunt form and glowing eyes unmistakable. The evidence was undeniable, had encountered the legendary Wendigo. Determined to understand more about the creature, we sought out a local elder named Mary, a respected member of the Ojibwe tribe. Mary welcomed us into her home, her eyes filled with wisdom and a deep connection to the land and its stories. She listened intently as we recounted our encounter, nodding thoughtfully. "The Wendigo is a powerful and malevolent spirit," she explained, her voice calm and measured. "It is a warning of the dangers of greed and unchecked hunger. Those who fall under its curse are doomed to a life of endless suffering, driven by an insatiable need to consume human flesh." Mary told us that the Wendigo could only be defeated through a ritual cleansing, a ceremony that would require the combined efforts of the tribe's spiritual leaders. She warned us that the Wendigo was not to be underestimated, and that any attempt to confront it would be fraught with danger. Despite the risks, Thomas and I decided to proceed with the ritual. We gathered the necessary materials and returned to the forest, guided by Mary's instructions. The ceremony took place at dawn, the first light of the sun casting long shadows over the clearing. We chanted and performed the rituals, using sacred herbs and symbols to cleanse the area. As the ritual reached its climax, we heard the Wendigos wail once more, echoing through the trees with a terrifying intensity. The ground shook, and the air grew colder, but we continued, our resolve unbroken. Finally, with the final chant, the ritual was complete. The air grew still, and a sense of peace washed over the forest. The Wendigo's presence had been banished, its curse lifted by the power of the ritual. The forest was once again a place of tranquility, free from the malevolent spirit that had haunted it for centuries. In the days that followed, the activity in the forest ceased. The strange noises, the sightings, the feeling of dread vanished. The evidence we had gathered was undeniable, and our encounter with the Wendigo had changed us forever. For me, the experience was a profound reminder of the power of legend and the deep connection between humans and the natural world. The Wendigo was not just a creature of myth, but a symbol of the dangers of unchecked greed and hunger. As I returned to my work as an anthropologist, I carried with me the memory of that chilling encounter, a testament to the enduring power of legend and the secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Mark Henderson, and I am an investigative journalist with a penchant for exploring cryptid sightings and urban legends. My latest assignment took me to the small town of Loveland, Ohio, where I intended to investigate the legend of the Loveland Frogman. The story of the Loveland Frogman dates back to 1955, when a businessman claimed to have seen several human-like, frog-like creatures with leathery skin and webbed hands and feet along the Little Miami River. The creatures were said to be around 3 to 4 feet tall, standing erect, and had deep, wrinkled skin. The businessman reported that one of the creatures held a wand-like device that emitted sparks. This tale, bizarre as it was, intrigued me greatly. I arrived in Loveland on a brisk autumn day. The town, nestled along the river, had a quaint charm, with its small shops and friendly locals. Yet, when I mentioned the Frogman, I was met with nervous laughter and dismissive comments. It seemed the legend was a touchy subject, treated more as a quirky local myth than a genuine mystery. My first lead came from an old newspaper clipping I found at the local library. It described a police officer's encounter with the Frogman in 1972. The officer, while driving, claimed to have seen a large, frog-like creature on the road. He drew his gun and fired at the creature, which then leapt over the guardrail and vanished into the river. Determined to uncover the truth, I sought out the retired officer, now living a quiet life on the outskirts of town. Officer Williams was initially reluctant to speak about his encounter, but after some persuasion, he opened up. "I know what I saw," he said, his eyes distant with the memory. "It wasn't an animal. It stood upright, like a man, but its skin was like that of a frog. Its eyes, they were intelligent, almost human." Williams led me to the site of his encounter, a secluded stretch of road near the river. The area was dense with foliage, the river's murky waters barely visible through the thick underbrush. As we stood there, Williams pointed to the spot where he had seen the creature. "It was right there," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I never saw it again, but I'll never forget that night." Intrigued and slightly unnerved, I decided to spend the night by the river, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. I set up a small camp, complete with motion sensors and night vision cameras, and settled in for a long night. The hours passed slowly, the sounds of the forest and the gentle flow of the river providing a soothing backdrop. Around midnight, just as I was starting to doze off, I heard a splash. My heart pounded as I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the riverbank. The beam of light caught a pair of glowing eyes reflecting back at me. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. There, standing at the edge of the water, was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall, with leathery, greenish skin, and large, protruding eyes. Its webbed hands and feet were visible in the flashlight's beam, and it stood erect, watching me with an eerie calmness. The creature made no move towards me, instead turning and disappearing into the water with a graceful leap. I stood there, stunned, my mind racing to comprehend what I had just witnessed. It was real. The Loveland Frogman was real. The next morning, I reviewed the footage from my cameras. The images were grainy, but they clearly showed the creature standing by the river. I knew I had found something extraordinary, something that needed further investigation. I decided to explore the riverbank more thoroughly, hoping to find some physical evidence of the creature's existence. As I searched the area, I found strange tracks leading into the waterweb footprints, unlike any animal I had ever seen. Excited by my discovery, I collected samples and took photographs, determined to gather as much evidence as possible. My investigation led me to an old, dilapidated building on the outskirts of town. According to local lore, the building had once been a research facility, abandoned decades ago under mysterious circumstances. I couldn't shake the feeling that the Frogman was somehow connected to this place. I managed to gain access to the building, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the crumbling walls. Inside, I found old laboratory equipment, stacks of yellowed papers, and dusty filing cabinets. As I sifted through the documents, I uncovered reports of genetic experiments and mutations evidence that scientists had been conducting secret research on amphibians. One report in particular caught my eye. It detailed an experiment involving the splicing of human and amphibian DNA, aiming to create a hybrid species capable of surviving in harsh environments. The report mentioned a series of test subjects, all of whom had perished, except for one. My heart raced as I realized the implications of what I had found. The Loveland Frogman was not just a cryptid, it was a product of a long-abandoned experiment, a living testament to the dangers of playing with nature. Determined to uncover the full truth, I reached out to Dr. Elizabeth Harper, the scientist who had led the experiment. Now retired and living in seclusion, Dr. Harper was initially hesitant to speak with me. However, she eventually agreed to meet, her conscience weighed down by years of silence. We met at her secluded cabin, surrounded by thick woods. Dr. Harper was a frail, elderly woman, but her eyes still held a sharp intelligence. She recounted the details of the experiment, her voice filled with regret. "We were trying to create a new species," she explained. "A being that could adapt to both land and water, capable of surviving in a changing world. But we didn't fully understand the consequences of our actions. The creature we created was more intelligent and more human than we anticipated. It escaped the facility, and we were forced to abandon the project." Dr. Harper revealed that the creature had been living in the river ever since, avoiding human contact and surviving in the wild. She expressed deep remorse for her role in its creation, but she also believed that the Frogman was a testament to scientific curiosity and the unintended consequences of pushing the boundaries of knowledge. Armed with this new information, I returned to Loveland, determined to document the full story of the Frogman. I spent weeks gathering evidence, interviewing locals, and piecing together the fragments of the creature's history. My work culminated in a comprehensive article that not only confirmed the existence of the Loveland Frogman, but also revealed the dark secrets behind its creation. The publication of my article caused a sensation. The world was captivated by the story of the Loveland Frogman, a creature born from scientific ambition and living proof of the unintended consequences of tampering with nature. While many remained skeptical, the evidence I had gathered was undeniable. For me, the investigation was a profound journey into the unknown, a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world. The Loveland Frogman was not just a legend, but a living being, a symbol of the delicate balance between science and nature. As I continued my work as an investigative journalist, I carried with me the memory of that eerie night by the Rivera, testament to the enduring power of legend and the secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. My name is Dr. Evelyn Carter, a primatologist dedicated to the study of undiscovered and elusive primates. My career has taken me to some of the most remote and untouched corners of the globe, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the dense jungles of Sumatra. The creature known as the orang pendek, or short person, is a legend among the locals. But I was determined to find out if there was any truth behind the myth. The orang pendek is said to be a small, bipedal primate, standing around 3 to 5 feet tall, with a human-like face, a robust build, and covered in short, dark hair. Reports of the creature have persisted for centuries, with sightings from local villagers, plantation workers, and even Dutch colonists. Despite the numerous accounts, no concrete evidence has ever been documented, making it one of the most intriguing cryptids in existence. My journey began in the small village of Kerinci, nestled at the foot of Mount Kerinci, the highest volcano in Indonesia. The villagers were friendly and welcoming, but when I mentioned the orang pendek, their faces took on a serious and reverent expression. They spoke of the creature with a mixture of fear and respect, describing it as a guardian of the forest, a being that should not be disturbed. I enlisted the help of a local guide named Arif, who had spent his entire life exploring the jungles around Kerinci. Arif was knowledgeable and experienced, with a deep respect for the forest and its mysteries. Together, we planned an expedition into the heart of the jungle, hoping to find evidence of the elusive orang pendek. Our journey began at dawn, the air thick with humidity and the sounds of the jungle awakening around us. We trekked through dense foliage, crossing rivers and navigating steep slopes. The jungle was alive with the calls of birds and the rustling of unseen creatures, a vibrant and chaotic symphony that reminded me of the complexity and beauty of nature. As we ventured deeper into the jungle, Arif shared stories of his own encounters with the orang pendek. He described seeing a small, ape-like figure moving swiftly through the trees, its movements fluid and graceful. According to Arif, the orang pendek was incredibly elusive, avoiding human contact and blending seamlessly into its surroundings. After several days of trekking, we set up a base camp near a river, a location known for frequent sightings of the creature. We placed camera traps and motion sensors around the area, hoping to capture any signs of the orang pendek. The nights were filled with anticipation, the sounds of the jungle providing an eerie backdrop to our vigil. On the third night, just as the moon reached its peak, we heard a rustling in the underbrush. Arif and I exchanged a glance, our hearts pounding with excitement and trepidation. We grabbed our flashlights and crept towards the source of the sound, moving as silently as possible. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure unlike anything I had ever seen. The creature was small, no more than 4 feet tall, with a robust, muscular build, and covered in short, dark hair. Its face was strikingly human, with intelligent eyes that seemed to study us with curiosity. The orang pendek stood there for a moment, as if assessing whether we were a threat. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it vanished into the jungle, leaving us breathless and awestruck. We had seen if legendary orang pendek was real. The next morning, we reviewed the footage from our camera traps. The images were clear and undeniable, showing the small, bipedal creature moving through the jungle. We had captured proof of the orang pendek, evidence that would change the scientific community's understanding of primates and cryptids. Determined to learn more about the creature, Arif and I decided to follow the orang pendek's trail. The journey was arduous, the jungle dense and unforgiving, but our determination drove us forward. As we tracked the creature, we found signs of its presence: broken branches, footprints, and remnants of its meals. One evening, as we were setting up camp, we heard a series of low, guttural calls echoing through the jungle. Arif identified the calls as those of the orang pendek, communicating with others of its kind. We realized that the creature was not alone. There was a population of orang-pendek living in the depths of the jungle. Over the next few weeks, we observed the orang-pendek from a distance, documenting their behavior and interactions. They were incredibly intelligent and social, using tools and displaying complex communication patterns. It was clear that they were a distinct species, a unique and undiscovered primate, that had managed to elude scientific discovery for centuries. Our expedition was a groundbreaking success. We gathered extensive evidence, including photographs, videos, and samples of hair and scat. The scientific community was astounded by our findings, and the orang-pendek quickly became the focus of intense research and conservation efforts. For me, the discovery of the orang-pendek was a profound reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world. Despite our advancements in science and technology, there are still creatures and phenomena that remain hidden, waiting to be discovered. The orang-pendek was not just a legend, but a living testament to the wonders of nature and the endless possibilities that lie beyond our understanding. As I returned to my work as a primatologist, I carried with me the memory of that incredible encounter. The orang-pendek had not only changed the course of my career, but had also deepened my appreciation for the natural world and its countless secrets. Our planet is a place of endless wonder, and the discovery of the orang-pendek is a reminder that there is always more to learn, more to explore, and more to protect. My name is Alex Thompson, a seasoned wildlife photographer with a passion for capturing the untamed beauty of nature. My latest assignment brought me to the rugged landscapes of Red Rock Canyon in Nevada, a place known for its breathtaking vistas and rich Native American history. Little did I know, this journey would lead me to a chilling encounter with a creature that defied explanation: Skinwalker. Red Rock Canyon, with its towering sandstone peaks and vast desert expanses, has long been a place of mystery and legend. The local Paiute tribe speaks of skinwalkers, shape-shifting witches who can transform into animals and possess malevolent powers. These stories, often dismissed as mere folklore, had always fascinated me. However, I was about to discover that some legends are rooted in a terrifying reality. I arrived in Red Rock Canyon on a warm autumn day, the sun casting a golden glow over the landscape. My plan was to spend a week in the area, photographing the wildlife and capturing the stunning scenery. I set up my base camp near a secluded part of the canyon, a spot that offered both privacy and an unobstructed view of the surrounding terrain. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the usual challenges of wildlife photography. I captured images of desert bighorn sheep, red-tailed hawks, and the elusive kit fox. The nights, however, were eerily silent, the only sounds being the occasional rustle of the wind through the canyon and the distant call of a coyote. On the fourth night, as I was reviewing my photos by the campfire, I heard a strange noise. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard before. My first thought was that it could be a mountain lion, but the sound was different, more primal, more sinister. Grabbing my flashlight and camera, I cautiously ventured out to investigate. The moon cast an ethereal light over the canyon, creating long, ominous shadows. As I moved closer to the source of the noise, I noticed a set of tracks in the sand. They were large, almost human-like, but with elongated toes and deep claw marks. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed the tracks, each step bringing a growing sense of dread. The tracks led me to a narrow ravine, a place where the walls of the canyon closed in, creating a dark, claustrophobic passage. As I entered the ravine, the temperature seemed to drop, and an unsettling silence enveloped me. I scanned the area with my flashlight, my breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly, I saw it. A figure stood at the far end of the ravine, partially obscured by the shadows. It was tall and gaunt, with eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. The creature's form shifted and contorted, its limbs elongating and contracting in a grotesque manner. My mind struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. This was no ordinary animal. Before I could react, the creature let out a bone-chilling scream. A sound that echoed through the canyon and sent a shiver down my spine. It began to move towards me, its gait unnatural and jerky, as if it was struggling to maintain its form. I stumbled back, my instincts screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like lead. In a desperate attempt to document the encounter, I raised my camera and snapped several photos. The flash seemed to momentarily startle the creature, giving me a chance to turn and flee. I ran through the ravine, my heart pounding, the creature's footsteps echoing behind me. I didn't stop until I reached my camp, my body trembling with fear and adrenaline. Back at camp, I barricaded myself inside my tent, clutching my camera like a lifeline. The sounds of the night seemed amplified, every rustle and creak sending waves of paranoia through me. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a fitful sleep, plagued by nightmares of the creature. The next morning, I reviewed the photos on my camera. The images were blurry and distorted, but they clearly showed a tall, humanoid figure with elongated limbs and glowing eyes. I knew I had captured something extraordinary, something that defied logical explanation. Determined to learn more, I decided to seek out the wisdom of the local Paiute tribe. I traveled to a nearby reservation, where I met with an elder named Samuel Blackfoot. Samuel was a respected figure in the community, known for his deep knowledge of tribal history and legends. I showed him the photos and recounted my encounter, hoping he could shed some light on the creature I had seen. Samuel studied the photos carefully, his expression grave. "What you encountered was a skinwalker," he said, his voice low and serious. "They are powerful witches who can take the form of animals, but they are not to be trifled with. They are malevolent beings, capable of great harm." He went on to explain that skinwalkers were once human, but had chosen a dark path, gaining their powers through forbidden rituals and sacrifices. They could take the form of any animal they desired, but their true nature was always evident in their eyes, which glowed with an unnatural light. Samuel warned me that by encountering a skinwalker, I had attracted its attention, and it would not easily let me go. Determined to protect myself, I asked Samuel if there was any way to ward off the skinwalker. He provided me with a pouch of sacred herbs and a talisman, instructing me to keep them with me at all times. He also advised me to leave Red Rock Canyon immediately, as the skinwalker would likely return. Taking Samuel's advice to heart, I packed up my camp and left the canyon, my mind racing with thoughts of the encounter. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the skinwalker was lurking just out of sight, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Despite the fear and uncertainty, I knew that my encounter with the skinwalker was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, one that I had to share with the world. I wrote an article detailing my journey and the terrifying encounter, accompanied by the photos I had taken. The story garnered widespread attention, sparking debates and discussions about the existence of skinwalkers and other cryptids. For me, the encounter was a stark reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and lurking in the most unexpected places. The Skinwalker of Red Rock Canyon was not just a legend, it was a real, terrifying entity that defied explanation. As I continued my work as a wildlife photographer, I carried with me the memory of that eerie night, a testament to the unknown and the extraordinary encounters that await those who dare to venture into the wild. My name is Olivia Martinez, and I've spent my life studying Native American folklore and legends. As a cultural anthropologist, I've traveled to many remote regions, documenting stories and traditions that are often overlooked by mainstream academia. One such legend, the Skinwalker, has always fascinated me. Stories of these malevolent shapeshifters are prevalent among various tribes, particularly the Navajo. My journey took me to Black Mesa in Arizona, where I hope to uncover the truth behind these chilling tales. Black Mesa is a place steeped in history and mystery. The stark beauty of the desert landscape, with its towering rock formations and expansive vistas, hides a darker, more sinister side. The local Navajo community speaks of the Skinwalker in hushed tones, describing it as a witch who can transform into any animal it desires. These creatures are said to possess incredible speed, strength, and the ability to control minds. Intrigued by these accounts, I set out to learn more. I arrived at Black Mesa in late October, the weather cool and the skies clear. The community welcomed me, though there was an undeniable undercurrent of tension when I mentioned my interest in the Skinwalker legend. I met with a respected elder named Thomas Bege, who agreed to share what he knew, albeit reluctantly. Thomas spoke of the Skinwalkers with a mixture of fear and respect. He explained that they were once medicine men or witches who had turned to the dark arts, gaining their powers through unspeakable rituals. These beings could take the form of any animal, but their true nature was often betrayed by their eyes, which retained a human-like quality. Despite the warnings, I was determined to learn more. I convinced Thomas to take me to a remote part of Black Mesa, where sightings of skinwalkers were most frequent. We traveled by jeep, the rugged terrain making the journey slow and arduous. As we drove, Thomas shared more stories of encounters with these shapeshifters, each more chilling than the last. We reached our destination as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the desert. Thomas pointed out a secluded area where the ground was marked with strange, twisted tracks. He explained that this was a known Skinwalker trail, a place where the creatures were often seen moving between forms. I set up my equipment, hoping to capture any evidence of the Skinwalkers. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and an eerie silence settled over the mesa. The only sounds were the distant howl of a coyote and the occasional rustle of wind through the scrub. I sat by the campfire, my camera ready, the darkness pressing in around me. Thomas sat nearby, his expression wary and alert. Hours passed with no sign of the Skinwalker. Just as I was beginning to doubt the tales, we heard a sound that froze us in place. It was a low, guttural growl, followed by the unmistakable sound of something moving quickly through the brush. I grabbed my camera and flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. We followed the noise, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, we sighted a figure standing at the edge of the light. It was tall and gaunt, with eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. The creature's form shifted and twisted, its limbs elongating and contracting in a grotesque manner. This was no ordinary animal, it was a skinwalker. The creature let out a bone-chilling scream, a sound that seemed to pierce the very soul. It began to move towards us, its gait jerky and unnatural, as if it was struggling to maintain its form. Thomas shouted something in Navajo, words I didn't understand, and the creature hesitated, its eyes locked on him. In that moment of hesitation, I snapped several photos, the flash momentarily startling the skinwalker. Seizing the opportunity, we turned and ran back to the jeep, the creature's footsteps echoing behind us. We didn't stop until we were safely inside the vehicle, the doors locked and the engine running. The drive back to the village was a blur of fear and adrenaline. Thomas remained silent, his face grim. When we finally reached the village, he turned to me and said, "You have seen the truth. The skinwalkers are real, but they are not to be trifled with. Leave this place, and do not return." Back in my hotel room, I reviewed the photos. The images were blurry and distorted, but they clearly showed a tall, humanoid figure with glowing eyes. I knew I had captured something extraordinary, something that defied logical explanation. I sent the photos to a colleague for analysis, hoping to gain some insight into the creature we had encountered. Over the next few days, I conducted more interviews with the local Navajo, gathering additional stories and accounts of skinwalker encounters. Each tale added another layer to the legend, painting a picture of a terrifying, malevolent force that lurked in the shadows of Black Mesa. As my time in Arizona came to an end, I couldn't shake the feeling that the skinwalker was still watching me, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Despite the fear, I knew that my encounter with the Skinwalker was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, one that I had to share with the world. I wrote an article detailing my journey and the terrifying encounter, accompanied by the photos I had taken. The story garnered widespread attention, sparking debates and discussions about the existence of skinwalkers and other cryptids. For me, the encounter was a stark reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and lurking in the most unexpected places. The Skinwalker of Black Mesa was not just a legend, it was a real, terrifying entity that defied explanation. As I continued my work as a cultural anthropologist, I carried with me the memory of that eerie night, a testament to the unknown and the extraordinary encounters that await those who dare to venture into the wild. My name is David Evans, and I'm an experienced hiker and outdoor enthusiast. I've trekked through some of the most remote and rugged landscapes in North America. One summer, my adventures led me to the Shadow Valley in Utah, a place known for its breathtaking scenery and, as I would soon discover, its dark, hidden secrets. Shadow Valley is located near the Navajo Nation, and the area is steeped in Native American history and legend. Before setting out, I heard whispers about the Skinwalker shape-shifting witches said to possess dark powers. The Navajo people take these stories seriously, but as an outsider, was skeptical. That was about to change. I set off on my journey in early June, with the sun high and the sky clear. My plan was to spend 10 days hiking and camping in the valley, documenting the diverse flora and fauna. I had my trusted dog, Max, with me, a German shepherd who had accompanied me on many adventures. We were well prepared for the trip, carrying enough supplies to last us comfortably. The first few days were uneventful but enjoyable. The valley was a natural paradise, filled with towering pines, rushing streams, and wildlife. I captured stunning photos of deer, eagles, and even a rare glimpse of a bobcat. Each night, I would set up camp and relax by the fire, listening to the soothing sounds of nature. On the fourth night, things began to change. As the sun set and the shadows deepened, I felt a sense of unease. Max, usually calm and vigilant, was restless, growling at the darkness beyond our camp. I tried to reassure him, but he remained on edge, his ears perked and his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. That night, I was jolted awake by a strange noise. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike any animal I had ever encountered. Max was standing at the edge of the camp, his fur bristling and his teeth bared. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness, but saw nothing. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had begun, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The next morning, I found strange tracks around the camp. They were large and appeared to be human-like, but with elongated toes and deep claw marks. My heart raced as I recalled the stories of the Skinwalker. Could it be that these legends held some truth? I dismissed the thought and continued my hike, though a nagging sense of dread lingered. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences escalated. At night, I heard whispers and rustling sounds around my camp, as if something was watching me. Max's behavior grew increasingly erratic, and he would often stare into the distance, growling at nothing. One night, I saw a shadowy figure at the edge of the firelight. It was tall and gaunt, with eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. I froze, my heart pounding, but when I blinked, the figure was gone. On the 7th day, I decided to cut my trip short. The sense of unease had become overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being stalked. As I packed up my camp, I heard a loud, piercing scream that echoed through the valley. It was a sound that no human or animal should be able to make, a blood-curdling cry that sent chills down my spine. I hurriedly gathered my belongings and set off towards the nearest trailhead, Max by my side. The journey was slow and tense, with every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs putting me on edge. As night fell, I set up a makeshift camp, determined to make it out of the valley by morning. That night was the worst of all. I was awakened by a rustling sound, and saw Max staring intently into the darkness, growling. I grabbed my flashlight and camera, ready to document whatever was out there. Suddenly, the Skinwalker appeared at the edge of the camp, its form shifting and contorting in the dim light. It was tall and gaunt, with glowing eyes that pierced the darkness. I snapped several photos, the flash momentarily illuminating the creature. The Skinwalker let out another bone-chilling scream and began to move towards us. Its gait was unnatural and jerky, as if it was struggling to maintain its form. Max lunged at the creature, barking fiercely. I grabbed a burning log from the fire and waved it at the Skinwalker, hoping to drive it away. The creature hesitated, its eyes locked on the fire, before retreating into the darkness. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, my mind racing with fear and adrenaline. At the first light of dawn, I packed up and set off towards the trailhead. The journey was grueling, but I was driven by the need to escape the valley and the malevolent entity that lurked within it. When I finally reached the trailhead, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I contacted the local authorities and shared my story, though I could tell they were skeptical. I also sent the photos to a colleague who specialized in cryptozoology, hoping for some insight into what I had encountered. The photos, though blurry and distorted, clearly showed a tall, humanoid figure with glowing eyes. My colleague was intrigued and shared them with other experts, sparking debates and discussions about the existence of skinwalkers and other cryptids. For me, the encounter was a stark reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and lurking in the most unexpected places. As I reflected on my experience in Shadow Valley, I knew that my encounter with the Skinwalker was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, one that I had to share with the world. I wrote an article detailing my journey and the terrifying encounter, accompanied by the photos I had taken. The story garnered widespread attention, bringing the legend of the Skinwalker into the spotlight. Despite the fear and uncertainty, I continued my work as a hiker and outdoor enthusiast, always mindful of the unknown and the extraordinary encounters that await those who dare to venture into the wild. The Skinwalker of Shadow Valley was not just a legend, it was a real, terrifying entity that defied explanation, a testament to the mysteries that still remain in our world. My name is Jenna Whitefeather, and I was born and raised on a Navajo reservation in New Mexico. Growing up, I heard countless stories about the Skinwalker Seville witches that could transform into animals and wreak havoc on those who crossed their paths. These tales were part of our cultural fabric, a cautionary lore passed down through generations. I never believed them, chalking them up to superstition. That was until the night I encountered a skinwalker myself. It was a hot July evening when I received a call from my cousin, Alex. He sounded frantic, his voice trembling with fear. "Jenna, you have to come over. Something's been stalking our sheep," he said. Alex lived on the outskirts of the reservation, where the land was more rugged and wild. I could hear the panic in his voice, and without hesitation I agreed to help. I arrived at Alex's place just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the desert landscape. His wife, Maria, greeted me at the door, her eyes wide with worry. "It's been happening for the past week," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "At night, we hear strange noises, and in the morning, we find our sheep mutilated." We sat in their small living room, the tension palpable. Alex explained that he had tried everything to protect his livestock, setting up traps, reinforcing the pen, even staying up all night with a rifle. But nothing worked. The attacks continued, and they were getting bolder. "Last night, I saw it," Alex said, his face pale. "It was no animal I've ever seen. It was tall, with glowing eyes, and it looked like it was wearing a coyote skin." My heart raced as I listened to Alex's story. The descriptions matched those of a skinwalker, the shape-shifting witch of Navajo legend. Though I had always dismissed the tales, there was no denying the fear in my cousin's voice. "I'll stay the night," I said, my resolve firm. We'll keep watch together." As the darkness enveloped the land, we took our positions near the sheep pen. The night was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the distant howl of coyotes and the occasional rustle of wind through the scrub. We sat in silence, our senses on high alert. Hours passed, and just as I was beginning to think the night would be uneventful, we heard a low, guttural growl coming from the edge of the property. We turned our flashlights towards the noise, and there it was. A tall figure, draped in what looked like a coyote pelt, stood just beyond the fence. Its eyes glowed an unnatural yellow, and it moved with a jerky, unsettling gait. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I realized we were facing a skinwalker. Alex raised his rifle, his hands shaking. "Get away from here," he shouted, his voice trembling. The skinwalker responded with a chilling scream, a sound that pierced the night and sent shivers down my spine. It began to move towards us, its form shifting and contorting in the dim light. I grabbed a burning log from the fire pit and waved it at the creature, hoping to drive it away. The skinwalker hesitated, its eyes fixed on the flames. Taking advantage of the moment, I shouted in Navajo, reciting a protection chant my grandmother had taught me. The creature let out another scream, this one filled with rage, and then it retreated into the darkness. We spent the rest of the night in a state of heightened alertness, but the skinwalker did not return. The following morning, we found more mutilated sheep, a grim reminder of the previous night's encounter. I knew we had to do something to protect Alex and his family from this malevolent entity. I decided to visit our community's medicine man, a wise elder named Tom Bege. He lived in a secluded part of the reservation, surrounded by sage and juniper. Tom listened intently as I recounted our experience, his expression serious. "The skinwalker is a powerful and dangerous being," he said. "It will not be easy to drive it away." Tom prepared a bundle of sacred herbs and a small pouch of corn pollen. "These will help protect you," he said, handing them to me. "Sprinkle the pollen around your cousin's property and burn the herbs each night. The skinwalker fears the purity of these elements." He also gave me a small amulet, a piece of turquoise wrapped in leather. "This is for Alex. It will protect him from the skinwalker's influence." I thanked Tom and returned to Alex's place with the supplies. We followed the elder's instructions meticulously, creating a protective barrier around the property. Each night, we burned the herbs and recited the protection chants, the scent of sage and juniper filling the air. For several nights, there were no signs of the skinwalker. The sheep remained unharmed, and a sense of peace began to return. However, we knew that the creature was still out there, waiting for an opportunity to strike. On the 10th night, our vigilance was put to the test. As we sat by the fire, we heard the familiar growl. The skinwalker had returned, but this time, it was not alone. Two other figures, draped in animal pelts, emerged from the shadows. My heart pounded as I realized we were facing a pack of skinwalkers. We stood our ground, holding the burning herbs and chanting in Navajo. The skinwalkers circled us, their eyes glowing with malevolence. I could feel the air grow colder, the darkness pressing in around us. Just as they were about to attack, a sudden gust of wind swept through the camp, scattering the herbs and breaking the protective barrier. The skinwalkers lunged towards us, their forms shifting and contorting. I grabbed the amulet Tom had given me and held it up, shouting the protection chant with all my might. The turquoise glowed with a bright, blue light, and the skinwalkers recoiled, their screams echoing through the night. The creatures retreated, their forms dissolving into the darkness. The air grew still, and the temperature returned to normal. We stood there, shaken but unharmed, the amulet still glowing faintly in my hand. In the days that followed, there were no more attacks. The protective measures seemed to have worked, and the skinwalkers were driven away. Alex and his family were safe, and the sheep were no longer in danger. The encounter with the skinwalkers changed my perspective on the legends I had grown up with. What I once dismissed as superstition now understood to be a part of a deeper, more complex reality. The experience strengthened my bond with my heritage and the wisdom of our ancestors. I documented the encounter, sharing it with the wider community and those interested in Navajo folklore. The story garnered attention, bringing the legend of the Skinwalker to a broader audience. It served as a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and waiting to be discovered. As I continued my life on the reservation, I carried with me the memory of that terrifying night and the lessons it taught me. The Skinwalker was not just a legend, it was a real, malevolent force that demanded respect and caution. And though the danger had passed, I knew that the shadows of the desert still held many secrets, waiting for those brave enough to uncover them. My name is Sarah Miller, and I grew up in a small town on the edge of the Navajo Nation in Arizona. Life in the desert was quiet and predictable, with most of my days spent working at the local diner and evenings enjoying the brilliant sunsets. Little did I know that an encounter with an ancient evil would forever change my understanding of the world. It all started one summer evening when I was closing up the diner. The last customer had just left, and I was wiping down the counters when my friend Jake, a Navajo police officer, walked in. "Hey, Sarah," he said, his expression serious. "I need to talk to you." Jake and I had known each other since childhood, and I could tell something was bothering him. "What's up?" I asked, setting down my rag. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There have been reports of strange sightings in the desert. People are saying they've seen a creature, something that doesn't belong out there. It's been scaring the livestock and causing all sorts of trouble." My curiosity piqued. I asked him to elaborate. He told me about a series of incidents where people had heard eerie howls and seen a tall, gaunt figure moving through the desert at night. "Some folks think it's a skinwalker," Jake said, his voice dropping to a whisper. I shivered at the mention of the word. The skinwalker was a shape-shifting witch from Navajo legend, capable of transforming into animals and wreaking havoc on its victims. Although I had grown up hearing these stories, I had never given them much thought. But Jake was serious, and I could see the worry in his eyes. "Be careful, Sarah," he said, as he left the diner. "If you see anything strange, let me know immediately." That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease as I drove home. The desert, usually a place of peace and solitude, now seemed filled with hidden dangers. As I pulled into my driveway, I noticed something unusual: a set of tracks leading from the road to the back of my house. They were large and deep, unlike any animal tracks I had ever seen. My heart pounded as I followed the tracks around the side of the house. They led to my backyard, where I found the gate swinging open. Max, my faithful Labrador, was nowhere to be seen. Panic set in as I called out his name, but there was no response. I grabbed a flashlight and ventured into the desert, following the tracks. The night was dark, with only the faint glow of the moon to guide me. I called for Max, my voice echoing through the stillness. After what felt like hours, I heard a faint whimpering sound. I rushed towards it, my heart in my throat. There, in a small clearing, I found Max. He was lying on the ground, trembling and whimpering. His fur was matted, and he had a deep gash on his side. I scooped him up and hurried back to the house, my mind racing with fear and anger. What kind of creature could have done this to him? I tended to Max's wounds as best as I could, and called Jake to tell him what had happened. He promised to send someone to investigate in the morning. As I sat with Max, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The night was filled with strange noises, and I kept the flashlight and a kitchen knife close at hand. The next morning, Jake and a couple of officers arrived to examine the tracks. They agreed that they were unlike anything they had seen before. "We'll keep an eye on the area," Jake said, though his tone suggested that he wasn't entirely convinced they would find anything. Days passed, and the strange occurrences continued. I heard eerie howls at night and found more tracks around my property. My neighbors reported similar incidents: livestock disappearing, strange noises, and sightings of a tall, shadowy figure moving through the desert. One night, as I sat on my porch with Max, I saw it. A tall, gaunt figure, draped in what looked like animal pelts, standing at the edge of my property. Its eyes glowed an unnatural yellow, and it moved with a jerky, unsettling gait. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure let out a chilling howl and began to move towards me. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it in its direction, hoping to scare it off. The creature hesitated, its glowing eyes fixed on the light. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it lunged towards me. I ran into the house, slamming the door behind me. The creature scratched and clawed at the door, its howls echoing through the night. I called Jake, my hands shaking, and he promised to send help immediately. The scratching stopped just as suddenly as it had begun, and the night fell silent. I stayed up, clutching the flashlight and the knife, my mind racing with fear and confusion. What was this creature, and why was it targeting me? The next morning, Jake and the officers found more tracks around my property, along with deep scratches on the door. They set up a perimeter around my house, and advised me to stay indoors at night. Despite their efforts, the sightings and attacks continued. One evening, determined to get to the bottom of this, I decided to visit an elder in our community, a respected medicine woman named Auntie Eliza. She had a deep understanding of our traditions and the supernatural. I told her everything that had happened, hoping she could provide some insight. Auntie Eliza listened carefully, her expression grave. The Skinwalker is a powerful and dangerous being, she said. It feeds on fear and thrives in darkness. You must be strong and show no fear. There are rituals and protections we can use to drive it away. She prepared a bundle of sage and sweetgrass, instructing me to burn them each night to cleanse the area. She also gave me a small pouch of corn pollen and a turquoise amulet. These will help protect you, she said. But you must also confront the Skinwalker and show it that you are not afraid. That night, I followed Auntie Eliza's instructions, burning the sage and sweetgrass and sprinkling the corn pollen around my property. I wore the turquoise amulet and recited the protection chants she had taught me. The air was filled with the soothing scent of the herbs, and for the first time in days, I felt a sense of calm. As I sat on the porch with Max, I saw the figure again. This time, I did not run. I stood my ground, the amulet glowing faintly in my hand. The Skinwalker approached, its eyes burning with malevolence. I held up the amulet and recited the chant, my voice steady and strong. The creature let out a scream, a sound filled with rage and pain. It recoiled, its form shifting and contorting. I continued to chant, the words flowing from my lips with confidence. The Skinwalker backed away, its glowing eyes flickering with fear. Finally, with one last scream, the creature vanished into the darkness. The night fell silent, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The Skinwalker was gone, driven away by the power of our traditions and the strength of my resolve. In the days that followed, there were no more sightings or attacks. The livestock remained unharmed, and the strange noises ceased. Jake and the other officers were baffled, but I knew that the Skinwalker had been defeated. The experience changed me, deepening my respect for the ancient wisdom of our people. The Skinwalker was not just a legend, it was a real, malevolent force that had been vanquished by the power of belief and the strength of tradition. I shared my story with the community, and it served as a reminder of the importance of our heritage and the need to protect it. The desert, once a place of fear, became a symbol of resilience and strength. As I continued my life in the small town on the edge of the Navajo Nation, I carried with me the lessons I had learned. The encounter with the Skinwalker was a testament to the mysteries that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and waiting to be uncovered by those who are brave enough to face them. My name is Ethan Black, and I come from a long line of Navajo healers. Our family has lived near Black Mesa for generations, a place known for its rugged beauty and rich cultural history. Growing up, I was taught the sacred traditions and the old stories, including those of the Skinwalkers. Though I had never seen one myself, I respected the power and danger they represented. That respect turned into fear during the summer of 2022, when I had my first and only encounter with the Skinwalker. It all began with a series of strange occurrences on our ranch. Animals would go missing, only to be found days later, mutilated beyond recognition. Our dogs, usually brave and alert, cowered and whined at night. My grandmother, the matriarch of our family and a respected medicine woman, warned us that something dark was at work. "The Skinwalker is near," she said, her eyes filled with a worry I had never seen before. Despite her warnings, I found it hard to believe that an ancient legend could be responsible for the disturbances. But my skepticism was soon shattered. One evening, as I was tending to the horses, I saw it. A tall, gaunt figure standing at the edge of the property, its eyes glowing with an eerie, yellow light. It moved with an unnatural grace, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I froze, my mind racing. I had heard the stories, but seeing it with my own eyes was a different experience altogether. The figure let out a low, guttural growl and began to move towards me. I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as it reached the fence, it stopped, its eyes fixed on me. Then, with a final, chilling growl, it disappeared into the night. I ran back to the house, my body trembling with fear. I told my family what I had seen, and my grandmother's expression grew even more serious. "We must act quickly," she said. "The Skinwalker is here, and it will not leave until it has taken what it wants." Over the next few days, we took every precaution. We performed protective rituals, burning sage and sweetgrass to cleanse the area. We sprinkled corn pollen around the property and wore turquoise amulets for protection. Despite our efforts, the disturbances continued. The Skinwalker seemed to grow bolder, its attacks more frequent and violent. One night, as we sat around the fire, my grandmother shared a story that had been passed down through our family for generations. "Many years ago," she began, "a powerful Skinwalker terrorized our ancestors. It was only through the combined strength and bravery of our people that it was finally defeated. They used sacred chants and rituals to drive it away, but it vowed to return one day to seek revenge." Her words sent a chill through the air, and I realized that we were facing the same creature. "What can we do?" I asked, my voice trembling. My grandmother looked at me with a fierce determination. "We must confront it head on," she said. "We must show it that we are not afraid." That night, we prepared for the confrontation. We gathered our sacred herbs, our amulets, and our courage. As the sun set, we took our positions around the property, forming a protective circle. My grandmother led us in a chant, her voice strong and unwavering. Hours passed, and just as I was beginning to think the night would be uneventful, we heard it. A low, guttural growl, followed by the rustling of leaves. The Skinwalker appeared, its eyes glowing with malevolence. It moved towards us, its form shifting and contorting in the firelight. We stood our ground, our voices growing louder as we chanted. The Skinwalker let out a piercing scream, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. It lunged towards us, but as it reached the edge of the circle, it recoiled, its body writhing in pain. My grandmother stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. She held up a burning bundle of sage and recited a powerful chant. The Skinwalker let out another scream, its form flickering and dissolving into the night. With a final, agonized howl, it vanished, leaving behind a heavy silence. The next morning, we found no traces of the Skinwalker. The disturbances ceased, and a sense of peace returned to our ranch. My grandmother explained that we had driven the creature away, but we must remain vigilant. "The Skinwalker is a powerful being," she said. "It may return one day, but we have shown it that we are strong and united." The experience changed me, deepening my respect for our traditions and the wisdom of our elders. The Skinwalker was not just a legend, it was a real, malevolent force that we had faced and defeated together. I documented the encounter, sharing it with the wider community and those interested in Navajo folklore. The story served as a reminder of the importance of our heritage and the need to protect it. As I continued my life on the ranch, I carried with me the lessons I had learned. The encounter with the Skinwalker was a testament to the mysteries that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and waiting to be uncovered by those who are brave enough to face them. I remained vigilant, always ready to protect my family and our land from the darkness that lurked beyond the firelight. Years passed, and the story of the Skinwalker encounter became part of our family history. It was a tale told around the fire, a reminder of the strength and courage that lay within us. The legend of the Skinwalker continued to be passed down through generations, a symbol of the enduring spirit of our people. Even today, as I sit by the fire with my own children, I tell them the story of that fateful summer. I teach them the chants and rituals, the importance of our traditions, and the strength that comes from unity. The Skinwalker may have been driven away, but its presence is a constant reminder of the power of our heritage and the resilience of our community. In the end, the encounter with the Skinwalker was more than just a battle with an ancient evil. It was a reaffirmation of our identity and the enduring strength of our culture. And though the desert remains a place of mystery and danger, it is also a place of beauty and resilience, where the spirit of our ancestors lives on, guiding and protecting us through the darkest of nights. I visited an elder named Thomas Yazzie, a respected medicine man who had lived in the area his entire life. I told him about our encounter, and he listened carefully, his expression serious. "The Skinwalker is a powerful and dangerous being," he said. "It is drawn to fear and feeds on the energy of its victims. You were fortunate to escape with your lives." Thomas explained that the Skinwalker was once a human, a witch who had used dark magic to gain the ability to shapeshift. They are often driven by jealousy, hatred, and a desire for power, he said. They can take the form of any animal, but their true form is a twisted and monstrous figure. He warned me that the Skinwalker could return, and advised me to take precautions. "You must protect yourself and your friends," he said. "Burn sage and sweetgrass to cleanse your home, and keep a piece of turquoise with you at all times. It will help to ward off the evil spirit." I followed Thomas's advice, burning sage and sweetgrass in my home, and carrying a turquoise amulet. I also shared his warnings with Jake, Lisa, and Emily, urging them to take similar precautions. Despite our efforts, the sense of unease lingered. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard the growling again. My heart raced as I grabbed the amulet and my flashlight. I ventured outside, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The growling grew louder, and I saw the creature standing at the edge of my yard. It was the same twisted, monstrous figure we had seen in the canyon. The Skinwalker let out a guttural growl and began to move towards me. I held up the amulet and recited the protection chant Thomas had taught me. The creature hesitated, its glowing eyes flickering with uncertainty. I continued to chant, my voice steady and strong. The Skinwalker let out a piercing scream, its form flickering and contorting. With one final, agonized howl, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a heavy silence. "My name is Mark Hastings, and I live in a small town near Red Rock Canyon in Nevada. It's a quiet place, surrounded by rugged landscapes and steeped in local legends. One of the most pervasive legends is that of the Skinwalker, a shape-shifting witch from Navajo folklore. Although I had always dismissed these stories as mere superstition, an encounter I had last summer changed my perspective forever. It began during a camping trip with my friends, Jake, Lisa, and Emily. We were all nature enthusiasts, and Red Rock Canyon was one of our favorite spots. We had planned a weekend getaway, hoping to enjoy the beauty of the desert and the clear, starlit skies. On the first night, we set up camp in a secluded area, far from the usual trails. The evening was perfect, with the cool breeze and the sounds of wildlife all around us. As we sat around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows, the conversation inevitably turned to local legends. Jake, always the skeptic, scoffed at the idea of skinwalkers. "It's just a bunch of nonsense," he said. "There's no such thing." Emily, on the other hand, was fascinated by the stories. "I've heard some pretty creepy things," she said, her voice low. "People disappearing, strange creatures seen in the desert. You never know, there might be some truth to it." Lisa, who had grown up in the area, nodded in agreement. "My grandmother used to tell me about the skinwalker. She said it could take the form of any animal, but its true form was a twisted, monstrous figure. She always warned me to stay away from the canyon at night." Despite the eerie stories, we all laughed it off and continued with our evening. As the fire died down, we decided to call it a night. We retreated to our tents, the desert air cool and crisp. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the sounds of the night. I awoke to a strange noise, a low growling sound that seemed to be coming from just outside my tent. My heart raced as I listened, trying to determine if I was just imagining things. The growling grew louder, and I heard the unmistakable sound of something scratching at the fabric of my tent. I unzipped the tent flap slowly, my flashlight in hand. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring back at me. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature was tall and gaunt, its form shifting and contorting as it moved. It let out a guttural growl, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I scrambled out of the tent, shouting for my friends. Jake, Lisa, and Emily emerged from their tents, their faces pale with fear. "What the hell is that?" Jake shouted, his voice shaking. The creature stepped closer, its eyes fixed on us. Lisa screamed, and the sound seemed to agitate the beast. It lunged towards her, its movements swift and unnatural. I grabbed a burning log from the campfire and swung it at the creature, hoping to drive it away. The firelight illuminated its twisted features, and I saw the true horror of the skinwalker. The creature recoiled, letting out a piercing scream. It backed away, its form flickering in the firelight. We watched in terror as it disappeared into the darkness, leaving us shaken and terrified. We spent the rest of the night huddled around the campfire, too afraid to sleep. The experience had left us all deeply unnerved, and we decided to pack up and leave at first light. As we drove back to town, we couldn't stop talking about what we had seen. The legend of the Skinwalker was no longer just a story, it was a terrifying reality. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The encounter had left me with more questions than answers. What was the Skinwalker, and why had it targeted us? I decided to seek out answers from the local Navajo community, hoping they could provide some insight. The next morning, I visited Thomas to tell him what had happened. He nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. "You have shown the Skinwalker that you are not afraid," he said. "It may still return, but you have the strength and knowledge to protect yourself." In the weeks that followed, the disturbances ceased, and the sense of unease gradually faded. The encounter had left a lasting impact on me, deepening my respect for the ancient traditions and the power of belief. The legend of the Skinwalker was not just a story, it was a real, malevolent force that I had faced and defeated. I shared my experience with the community, hoping to raise awareness and encourage others to respect the old ways. The story of the Skinwalker encounter became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the hidden dangers that lurk in the shadows and the importance of staying vigilant. As time passed, I continued to explore the rugged beauty of Red Rock Canyon, but with a newfound respect for the mysteries it held. The encounter with the Skinwalker was a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring strength of our cultural heritage. Even today, as I share my story with others, I emphasize the importance of respecting the old traditions and the power they hold. The Skinwalker may be a figure from legend, but its presence is a testament to the mysteries that still exist in our world, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to face them. The experience taught me that courage, knowledge, and respect for our heritage are the keys to overcoming the darkness that lurks in the shadows. And as long as we hold on to these values, we can face any challenge that comes our way, just as we did that fateful night in Red Rock Canyon. My name is Sarah Miller, and I grew up in a small town on the edge of the Pine Barrens in New Jersey. The Pine Barrens are a vast and eerie stretch of forest, known for their dark history and numerous legends. Among the most infamous is the legend of the Jersey Devil, but there's another, more sinister creature that haunts these woods, the Skinwalker. Though tales of the Skinwalker originate from Navajo folklore, strange sightings and encounters have been reported in the Pine Barrens for decades. It was the summer of 2018 when my friends and I decided to spend a weekend camping deep in the Barrens. There were 4 of us: myself, my boyfriend Jake, and our friends Emily and Tom. We were all looking forward to a weekend of hiking, stargazing, and escaping the hustle and bustle of our daily lives. On the first day, we hiked several miles into the forest and set up camp near a small, secluded clearing. The atmosphere was peaceful, the air filled with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. As the sun began to set, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. Emily, always the storyteller, decided to share some of the local legends. "Have you ever heard about the Skinwalker sightings in the Pine Barrens?" she asked, her voice low and dramatic. We all shook our heads, intrigued. "Skinwalkers are shape-shifting witches from Navajo folklore," she continued. "They can transform into animals, or even take on the appearance of other people. There have been reports of strange creatures seen in these woods, creatures that don't quite fit the description of the Jersey Devil. Some people believe they're skinwalkers." Tom scoffed, his skepticism evident. "It's just a bunch of stories to scare people," he said. "There's no such thing as skinwalkers." Emily shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Maybe, but there's always a kernel of truth in these legends. You never know what's really out there." We laughed it off and continued our evening, eventually retiring to our tents. As I lay in my sleeping bag, Emily's words lingered in my mind. I tried to shake off the unease and eventually drifted into a restless sleep. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by a strange noise. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard before. My heart raced as I listened, trying to determine if I was just imagining things. The growling grew louder, and I heard the sound of something moving through the underbrush. I unzipped my tent slowly, my flashlight in hand. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring back at me. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature was tall and gaunt, its form shifting and contorting as it moved. It let out a guttural growl, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I scrambled out of the tent, shouting for my friends. Jake, Emily, and Tom emerged from their tents, their faces pale with fear. "What the hell is that?" Jake shouted, his voice shaking. The creature stepped closer, its eyes fixed on us. Emily screamed, and the sound seemed to agitate the beast. It lunged towards her, its movements swift and unnatural. I grabbed a burning log from the campfire and swung it at the creature, hoping to drive it away. The firelight illuminated its twisted features, and I saw the true horror of the Skinwalker. The creature recoiled, letting out a piercing scream. It backed away, its form flickering in the firelight. We watched in terror as it disappeared into the darkness, leaving us shaken and terrified. We spent the rest of the night huddled around the campfire, too afraid to sleep. The experience had left us all deeply unnerved, and we decided to pack up and leave at first light. As we drove back to town, we couldn't stop talking about what we had seen. The legend of the Skinwalker was no longer just a story, it was a terrifying reality. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The encounter had left me with more questions than answers. What was the Skinwalker, and why had it targeted us? I decided to seek out answers from the local Native American community, hoping they could provide some insight. I visited an elder named Mary Whitefeather, a respected medicine woman who had lived in the area her entire life. I told her about our encounter, and she listened carefully, her expression serious. The Skinwalker is a powerful and dangerous being, she said. It is drawn to fear and feeds on the energy of its victims. You were fortunate to escape with your lives. Mary explained that the Skinwalker was once a human, a witch who had used dark magic to gain the ability to shapeshift. They are often driven by jealousy, hatred, and a desire for power, she said. They can take the form of any animal, but their true form is a twisted and monstrous figure. She warned me that the Skinwalker could return, and advised me to take precautions. You must protect yourself and your friends, she said. Burn sage and sweetgrass to cleanse your home, and keep a piece of turquoise with you at all times. It will help to ward off the evil spirit. I followed Mary's advice, burning sage and sweetgrass in my home, and carrying a turquoise amulet. I also shared her warnings with Jake, Emily, and Tom, urging them to take similar precautions. Despite our efforts, the sense of unease lingered. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard the growling again. My heart raced as I grabbed the amulet and my flashlight. I ventured outside, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The growling grew louder, and I saw the creature standing at the edge of my yard. It was the same twisted, monstrous figure we had seen in the canyon. The Skinwalker let out a guttural growl and began to move towards me. I held up the amulet and recited the protection chant Mary had taught me. The creature hesitated, its glowing eyes flickering with uncertainty. I continued to chant, my voice steady and strong. The Skinwalker let out a piercing scream, its form flickering and contorting. With one final, agonized howl, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a heavy silence. The next morning, I visited Mary to tell her what had happened. She nodded, a look of satisfaction on her face. You have shown the Skinwalker that you are not afraid, she said. It may still return, but you have the strength and knowledge to protect yourself. In the weeks that followed, the disturbances ceased, and the sense of unease gradually faded. The encounter had left a lasting impact on me, deepening my respect for the ancient traditions and the power of belief. The legend of the Skinwalker was not just a story, it was a real, malevolent force that I had faced and defeated. I shared my experience with the community, hoping to raise awareness and encourage others to respect the old ways. The story of the Skinwalker encounter became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the hidden dangers that lurk in the shadows and the importance of staying vigilant. As time passed, I continued to explore the rugged beauty of the Pine Barrens, but with a newfound respect for the mysteries it held. The encounter with the Skinwalker was a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring strength of our cultural heritage. Even today, as I share my story with others, I emphasize the importance of respecting the old traditions and the power they hold. The Skinwalker may be a figure from legend, but its presence is a testament to the mysteries that still exist in our world, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to face them. The experience taught me that courage, knowledge, and respect for our heritage are the keys to overcoming the darkness that lurks in the shadows. And as long as we hold on to these values, we can face any challenge that comes our way, just as we did that fateful night in the Pine Barrens. My name is David Carter, and I work as a park ranger in Arizona. I've spent years patrolling the trails and overseeing the safety of visitors at Grand Canyon National Park. I've encountered many wild animals and faced numerous challenges in the rugged terrain. But nothing could have prepared me for what I experienced last fall. It started with reports of strange animal sightings in the more remote areas of the park. Campers and hikers mentioned seeing large, shadowy figures that didn't quite match the descriptions of any known wildlife. Initially, I dismissed these reports as misidentifications or exaggerated tales. But as the sightings became more frequent, I decided to investigate. One evening, just before sunset, I set out on a patrol with my partner, Mike. We decided to explore one of the less traveled trails where the most recent sightings had been reported. The air was cool, and the forest was bathed in a golden light as we made our way deeper into the woods. As we walked, Mike and I chatted about the usual topics: work, family, weekend plans, but there was an underlying tension in the air. We both felt it, an unsettling sense that something was watching us. The forest was unusually quiet, and the familiar sounds of wildlife were conspicuously absent. We reached a clearing where we decided to take a break. I scanned the area with my binoculars, looking for any signs of movement. That's when I saw a tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the trees. I nudged Mike and pointed it out to him. He squinted, trying to make out what it was. "Could be a bear," he whispered, though he didn't sound convinced. We approached cautiously, keeping our distance. As we got closer, the figure moved, stepping out from behind the trees. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't a bear, it was something much more terrifying. The creature was humanoid, but distorted, with elongated limbs and a hunched posture. Its skin was a mottled gray, and its eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light. It let out a low, guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. "Skinwalker," Mike whispered, his voice trembling. I had heard of skinwalkers before, shape-shifting witches from Navajo legend, but I had never believed they were real. Now, standing face to face with this creature, I had no choice but to accept the horrifying reality. The skinwalker took a step toward us, and we both instinctively backed away. It moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes never leaving us. I fumbled for my radio, desperately trying to call for backup. But the creature let out a piercing scream that seemed to disrupt the signal. "We need to get out of here," Ike said, his voice urgent. We turned and ran, our hearts pounding in our chests. The skinwalker followed, its movements swift and silent. I could hear it behind us, its guttural growls growing louder. We reached a rocky outcrop and scrambled up, hoping to put some distance between us and the creature. From our vantage point, we could see the skinwalker pacing below, its yellow eyes scanning the area. It let out another scream, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. We were trapped. Mike and I exchanged a look, and I could see the fear in his eyes. "We need to fight back," he said, his voice shaking. "It's our only chance." I nodded, trying to steady my trembling hands. We grabbed some large rocks and prepared to defend ourselves. As the skinwalker approached, we hurled the rocks at it, hoping to drive it away. The creature dodged the rocks with ease, its movements almost fluid. It lunged at us, its clawed hands reaching out. I swung a rock at its head, and it let out a pained howl, staggering back. Mike and I took the opportunity to scramble down the other side of the outcrop, putting more distance between us and the creature. We ran for what felt like hours, the forest around us growing darker. The skinwalker's screams echoed through the trees, a constant reminder that it was still hunting us. We finally reached a small cave and ducked inside, hoping to find some refuge. Inside the cave, we caught our breath, listening for any signs of the creature. The silence was deafening, and I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. Mike lit a small fire, and the flickering flames cast eerie shadows on the cave walls. "We need to stay here until morning," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Skinwalkers are more active at night. If we can make it through the night, we might have a chance." We sat in silence, the fear and exhaustion weighing heavily on us. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the skinwalker was just outside, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the hours passed, I found myself drifting in and out of sleep, my dreams filled with nightmarish visions of the creature. At some point, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside the cave. My heart raced as I nudged Mike awake. He listened for a moment, then grabbed a stick from the fire, holding it like a weapon. We crept to the entrance of the cave, peering out into the darkness. The footsteps grew louder, and we saw a figure approaching. It was a park ranger, one of our colleagues. Relief washed over me as I recognized him. "Thank God," I muttered, stepping out of the cave. "Joe, is that you?" Mike called out. The figure stopped, turning to look at us. For a moment, everything seemed normal. But then, I noticed something off. Joe's eyes were glowing yellow. "It's not him," I whispered, my voice trembling. The Skinwalker let out a guttural growl, its form shifting and contorting. It lunged at us, and we scrambled back into the cave, desperately trying to hold it off. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and I could feel it closing in on us. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the stick from the fire and thrust it at the creature. The flames licked at its skin, and it let out a pained howl, retreating into the darkness. We didn't wait to see if it would come back. We ran, our fear propelling us forward. We finally emerged from the forest, exhausted and shaken. Our colleagues were waiting for us, having received our earlier distress call. We recounted our encounter, and they listened in stunned silence. The experience left a lasting impact on me. I continued my work as a park ranger, but with a newfound respect for the legends and the unknown dangers that lurk in the wild. The encounter with the Skinwalker was a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of respecting the old ways. Even today, as I share my story with others, I emphasize the importance of respecting the old traditions and the power they hold. The Skinwalker may be a figure from legend, but its presence is a testament to the mysteries that still exist in our world, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to face them. The experience taught me that courage, knowledge, and respect for our heritage are the keys to overcoming the darkness that lurks in the shadows. And as long as we hold on to these values, we can face any challenge that comes our way, just as we did that fateful night in the Arizona wilderness. My name is Maria Torres, and I've lived in a small town in New Mexico my entire life. Our town, though quaint and tight-knit, sits on the edge of a vast, desolate desert. Stories of supernatural beings are part of our folklore, passed down from generation to generation. Among these tales, one stood out for its chilling details: the legend of the Skinwalker. Growing up, I never took these stories seriously. They were just spooky tales meant to keep kids from wandering too far into the desert. But that all changed one evening when I was in my early 20s. It was the summer of 2015, and I had recently moved back home after finishing college. My family owned a small ranch on the outskirts of town, and I often helped my parents with the chores. One hot, dusty evening, my parents had gone into town for supplies, leaving me alone to take care of the ranch. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the desert landscape. I finished feeding the animals and decided to take a walk to clear my mind. As I strolled along the old canyon road, the air grew cooler and the sky transitioned from a brilliant orange to a deep indigo. I reached a point where the road narrowed, flanked by towering rock formations. It was a beautiful, albeit eerie place. I was lost in thought when I heard a rustling sound behind me. I turned, expecting to see a stray dog, or perhaps a coyote, but there was nothing there. I shook off the feeling of unease and continued walking. A few minutes later, I heard the rustling again, followed by a low growl. This time, my heart pounded in my chest as I turned around, my flashlight sweeping across the rocky terrain. At first, I saw nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. Standing about 50 yards away was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall and gaunt, with pale, mottled skin, and glowing yellow eyes. Its form seemed to shift and contort as it moved, making it difficult to focus on its exact shape. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what I was seeing: a Skinwalker. I backed away slowly, my mind racing with fear. The creature let out another low growl and began to advance toward me. I turned and ran, my footsteps pounding against the dusty road. The Skinwalker's footsteps echoed behind me, growing louder with each passing second. I reached the ranch and slammed the door shut behind me, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I grabbed the phone and called my parents, but the line was dead. Desperation set in as I realized I was completely alone, with no way to call for help. The Skinwalker was outside, circling the house. I could hear its guttural growls and the sound of its claws scraping against the walls. My mind raced, trying to remember anything I could about how to ward off a Skinwalker. My grandmother had once told me that they feared certain herbs and symbols, but in my panic, I couldn't recall the specifics. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a handful of salt, throwing it at the windows and doors. I remembered hearing that salt could create a barrier against evil spirits. As I did this, I caught sight of the creature through the window. It was staring at me with those eerie yellow eyes, its form shifting and twisting in the dim light. The Skinwalker let out a blood-curdling scream, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. I backed away, clutching a kitchen knife for protection. The creature continued to circle the house, its growls growing louder and more menacing. In a moment of clarity, I remembered a prayer my grandmother had taught me. It was an old Navajo chant meant to ward off evil spirits. I closed my eyes and began to recite the prayer, my voice trembling, but growing stronger with each word. As I chanted, the Skinwalker's growls grew more frantic. It slammed against the walls of the house, trying to break through, but the power of the prayer seemed to hold it at bay. I continued to chant, my voice steady and determined. Finally, the creature let out one last, agonized scream and vanished into the night. The air grew still, and a profound silence settled over the ranch. I collapsed onto the floor, exhausted but relieved. My parents returned shortly after, and I recounted the terrifying encounter. They listened in stunned silence, their faces pale with fear. My father immediately took steps to protect the house, placing protective symbols and herbs around the property. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The experience had left me deeply unnerved, and I found it difficult to return to my normal routine. I sought out the wisdom of the local Navajo elders, hoping they could provide some insight and guidance. One elder, woman named Elaine, listened to my story with a grave expression. She told me that Skinwalkers were powerful witches who could take the form of animals or other people. They were driven by dark magic, and often sought to harm those who crossed their path. Elena gave me a small pouch filled with sacred herbs and a turquoise amulet. "Keep these with you at all times," she said. "They will help to protect you from the Skinwalkers' evil." I followed her advice, carrying the amulet and herbs wherever I went. Over time, the sense of unease began to fade, and I started to feel safe again. But the memory of that night remained, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked in the desert. I continued to share my story with others, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the old traditions. The legend of the Skinwalker was no longer just a tale to meet, was a real and terrifying presence that I had faced and survived. The experience taught me the importance of courage, knowledge, and respect for our cultural heritage. These values were the keys to overcoming the darkness and protecting ourselves from the unknown. Even today, as I go about my daily life, I carry the lessons I learned from that night. The Skinwalker may still be out there, but I am no longer afraid. I know that I have the strength and the wisdom to face whatever challenges come my way, just as I did that fateful evening on Canyon Road. My name is Evan Daniels, and I work as a tour guide in Utah, leading adventure seekers and nature enthusiasts through some of the most breathtaking landscapes in the American Southwest. The rugged beauty of Black Rock Canyon has always been one of my favorite places to explore. It's a place of awe-inspiring rock formations, hidden caves, and ancient petroglyphs that tell the stories of the people who once lived there. But there are also stories of more sinister things lurking in the shadows. Tales of skinwalkers that have been passed down through generations. One summer, A group of college friends booked a weekend tour, eager to experience the canyon's splendor. They were a lively bunch: Jake, Sarah, Mike, and Emily, full of enthusiasm and curiosity. We set out early on a Friday morning, our backpacks loaded with supplies, ready for a 2-night camping trip in the heart of Black Rock Canyon. The first day was perfect. We hiked along scenic trails, marveling at the towering rock formations and the vibrant desert flora. By evening, we had set up camp near a small, secluded creek. We spent the night sharing stories around the campfire, the laughter and camaraderie creating a sense of warmth and security. But as the fire died down and the night grew darker, a chilling breeze swept through the canyon, and the sense of isolation became palpable. I was the last to fall asleep, staring up at the star-filled sky, my thoughts wandering to the old legends of the canyon. The idea of skinwalkers had always intrigued me, but I had never taken the story seriously. That night, however, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The next day, we continued our exploration, visiting an ancient cliff dwelling that had been abandoned for centuries. The students were fascinated by the petroglyphs and the remnants of the past. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the canyon, we decided to head back to camp. We arrived just as dusk was settling in, and Sarah mentioned feeling a bit uneasy. "It feels like someone's been following us," she said, her voice tinged with nervous laughter. Jake dismissed her concerns with a grin. "Probably just your imagination, Sarah. This place can be a bit creepy at night." But I couldn't ignore the feeling of unease that had been growing since the previous night. As we gathered around the campfire for dinner, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. The canyon, usually filled with the sounds of nocturnal wildlife, was eerily silent. That night, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my tent. At first, I thought one of the students had gone for a midnight walk, but the footsteps were too heavy, too deliberate. I lay still, listening intently, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps circled the camp, stopping occasionally, as if whatever it was inspecting our tents. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent slowly, trying not to make a sound. When I stepped outside, I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing at the edge of the camp, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was looking at a skinwalker. The stories I had heard all my life came rushing back to me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, and began to move toward me. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, and called out to the others. "Wake up! We need to get out of here!" The students scrambled out of their tents, groggy and confused. "What's going on?" Mike asked, rubbing his eyes. "There's something out there," I said, my voice trembling. "We need to leave now." The skinwalker let out a chilling scream, and the students' faces went pale. We grabbed our backpacks and started to run, not bothering to pack up the tents. The creature followed, its movements swift and unnatural, as it pursued us through the canyon. We ran for what felt like hours, our fear propelling us forward. The skinwalker's screams echoed through the canyon, a constant reminder that it was still on our trail. We finally reached a narrow ravine where we decided to take refuge. The walls of the ravine were steep and rocky, offering some protection from the creature. We huddled together, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. "What the hell was that?" Jake asked, his voice shaking. "A skinwalker," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We need to stay quiet and hope it doesn't find us." The night seemed to stretch on forever, as we sat in the darkness, listening for any signs of the creature. The canyon was deathly silent, and every rustle of the wind sent shivers down my spine. I tried to keep my fear in check, reminding myself that skinwalkers were just legends. But the reality of what we had seen was impossible to ignore. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the ravine, we cautiously emerged from our hiding place. The canyon looked serene and peaceful, a stark contrast to the terror of the night before. We made our way back to camp, our steps wary and our senses on high alert. When we reached the campsite, we found our tents shredded and our supplies scattered. The sight sent a fresh wave of fear through me. The Skinwalker had clearly been here, searching for us. "We need to leave," I said, my voice firm. "It's not safe here." We packed up what little we could salvage and began the trek back to the trailhead. The journey was long and grueling, but we were driven by a sense of urgency and the need to put as much distance between ourselves and the canyon as possible. When we finally reached the trailhead, we were exhausted, but relieved to be out of the canyon. We reported the encounter to the authorities, but they were skeptical. The official explanation was that we had encountered a wild animal, but we knew better. The experience left a lasting mark on all of us. The students returned to their lives, but they never forgot what they had seen. As for me, I continued my work as a tour guide, but I approached the canyon with a newfound respect and caution. The legend of the Skinwalker was no longer just a story to me. It was a reminder of the mysteries and dangers that still exist in our world, hidden in the shadows and waiting to be discovered by those brave enough or unlucky enough to encounter them. To this day, I share my story with others, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the old traditions and the unknown forces that inhabit the wild places of our world. The experience taught me the importance of vigilance, respect, and the power of the human spirit to overcome even the most terrifying challenges. The Skinwalker may still haunt the depths of Black Rock Canyon, but I know that I have the strength and wisdom to face whatever comes my way. And as long as I carry that knowledge with me, I am prepared for whatever the future holds. My name is Leah Foster, and I've always been drawn to the wilderness. As a park ranger in Arizona, my job is to protect the natural beauty of the land and ensure the safety of those who come to explore it. But no amount of training could have prepared me for the night I encountered the Skinwalkers of Shadow Creek. It was late fall, and the days were growing shorter. The air had a crisp bite to it, and the leaves had turned vibrant shades of red and gold. I was assigned to patrol a remote area of the park that hadn't seen much activity in years. Shadow Creek was known for its dense forests and winding trails, a place of serene beauty that felt untouched by time. That day, I received a call about a group of campers who had gone missing near Shadow Creek. They were experienced hikers, well prepared for the trip, which made their sudden disappearance all the more alarming. I set out immediately, determined to find them before nightfall. The sun was beginning to set as I reached the trailhead. I checked my GUR flashlight, radio, first aid kit and set off along the path. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of wildlife conspicuously absent. As I ventured deeper into the woods, a sense of unease settled over me. I followed the trail for several miles until I came across a campsite. The tents were still there, but the place was in disarray. Backpacks were strewn about, and the remnants of a campfire smoldered in the center. It looked like the campers had left in a hurry. I called out, hoping for a response, but the forest remained silent. I began to search the area, looking for any signs of what might have happened. As I sifted through their belongings, I found a journal. The last entry was chilling. "We saw something in the woods tonight. It's not an animal, I don't know what it is, but we need to leave." My heart raced as I read the words. I knew the stories about Skinwalker shape-shifting witches who could take on the form of animals or people. They were said to be able to control the weather, possess supernatural strength, and move with incredible speed. But I had always considered them to be just that, stories. I decided to follow the trail leading away from the campsite, hoping to find the campers before it was too late. The path wound through dense thickets and over rocky terrain. As night fell, the forest took on a more sinister feel. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I was about a mile from the campsite when I heard it, a low, guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. I stopped in my tracks, my flashlight sweeping through the trees. At first, I saw nothing. Then, just beyond the beam of light, I caught a glimpse of a figure. It was tall and gaunt, with glowing red eyes that pierced the darkness. Its form seemed to shift and waver, as if it couldn't decide what shape to take. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was looking at a skinwalker. I backed away slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. The creature let out another growl, this one louder and more menacing. I turned and ran, my flashlight bouncing wildly in the darkness. The skinwalker gave chase, its footsteps echoing through the forest. I could hear it gaining on me, its growls growing closer. Panic surged through me as I ran faster, my lungs burning with the effort. I knew I couldn't outrun it, so I needed to find a place to hide. I spotted a large fallen tree and dove behind it, pressing myself against the ground. The skinwalker stopped, its glowing eyes scanning the area. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find me. After what felt like an eternity, it let out a frustrated growl and moved on, disappearing into the darkness. I waited several minutes before emerging from my hiding place, my heart still pounding in my chest. I needed to find the campers and get out of the forest. I continued along the trail, moving as quietly as possible. About half a mile later, I found them. They were huddled together in a small clearing, their faces pale with fear. "Leah," one of them cried out when they saw me. "Thank God you're here. We need to get out of here," I said, my voice steady despite the fear that gripped me. "Now, W." We made our way back along the trail, sticking close together. The campers told me about the creature they had seen, how it had chased them through the forest. They had managed to lose it, but they were too afraid to move any further. As we neared the campsite, we heard the growl again. The skinwalker had found us. We broke into a run, the creature hot on our heels. We could see the lights of the campsite ahead, but the skinwalker was closing in. Just as we reached the edge of the clearing, the skinwalker lunged at us. I turned and fired a shot from my service weapon, the sound echoing through the forest. The creature let out a scream and fell back, giving us just enough time to reach the tents. We barricaded ourselves inside one of the tents, hoping it would be enough to keep the skinwalker out. The creature circled the tent, its growls sending shivers down our spines. It scratched at the fabric, trying to tear its way in. I reached for my radio and called for backup, my voice trembling. "This is Ranger Foster. We need immediate assistance at Shadow Creek. There's something out here. We need help." The response was quick. "Hang tight, Leah. We're sending a team your way. Hold on." The next few minutes felt like hours as we waited for help to arrive. The skinwalker continued its assault on the tent, but the fabric held. Finally, we heard the sound of approaching vehicles and the voices of fellow rangers. The skinwalker let out one last, furious scream before disappearing into the night. The rangers helped us out of the tent and escorted us back to the trailhead. We were shaken, but unharmed. The incident was reported, but the official explanation was vague. They said we had likely encountered a wild animal, but I knew the truth. The skinwalker was real, and it was out there, lurking in the shadows of Shadow Creek. I returned to my duties, but I was never the same. The experience had changed me, made me more cautious and aware of the dangers that could be lurking in the wilderness. I shared my story with others, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the old legends. The skinwalker may still be out there, but I know that I am prepared to face whatever challenges come my way. The wilderness is a place of beauty and danger, and it demands respect. And as long as I carry that respect with me, I am ready for whatever the future holds. My name is David Ruiz, and I've spent most of my life in the deserts of New Mexico. As an amateur archaeologist and historian, always been fascinated by the rich cultural tapestry of the Southwest, where ancient legends and modern life intertwine. But my interest in these legends took a dark turn during an expedition to an isolated part of the desert known as the Whispering Dunes. It started with a tip from a colleague about a series of petroglyphs that had recently been uncovered by a sandstorm. These carvings, he said, could provide new insights into the lives of the ancestral Pueblones. Intrigued, I decided to investigate, bringing along my friend and fellow researcher, Carla Mendoza. We arrived at the Whispering Dunes in the early morning, the sun just beginning to rise over the horizon. The desert was eerily silent, the only sounds the occasional gust of wind and the crunch of sand under our boots. The petroglyphs were located in a remote canyon, far from any trails or roads. As we made our way to the site, Carla and I discussed the legends that surrounded this area. The most persistent was the story of the Skinwalker shape-shifting witches, who could assume the forms of animals or even other people. According to the tales, they could control the weather, possess supernatural strength, and move with incredible speed. These stories were often dismissed as mere folklore, but they had a way of lingering in the back of one's mind. When we reached the canyon, we found the petroglyphs just as described, intricate carvings that depicted scenes of daily life, spiritual rituals, and, disturbingly, images of what appeared to be skinwalkers. The figures were tall and menacing, their eyes depicted as glowing orbs. Carla took out her camera and began documenting the carvings while I examined them more closely. The detail was astonishing, and the artistry suggested a deep significance. As I traced the lines with my fingers, I felt a sudden chill, as if a cold wind had swept through the canyon. But the air was still. "Do you feel that?" I asked Carla, who was busy photographing a particularly detailed section. She looked up, puzzled. "Feel what?" "Never mind," I said, shaking off the uneasy feeling. "Let's keep going." We spent the next several hours studying the petroglyphs, piecing together the stories they told. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the heat became oppressive, and we decided to take a break in the shade of a nearby rock formation. As we sat there, eating our lunch and discussing our findings, we heard a strange sound. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard in the desert. We exchanged nervous glances. "Probably just a coyote," Carla said, though she didn't sound convinced. We continued our work, but the sense of unease grew stronger. The carvings seemed to take on a life of their own, their eyes following us as we moved. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. By late afternoon, we had documented most of the petroglyphs and decided to head back to our camp. As we packed up our gear, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the canyon. "Did you see that?" I asked, pointing to where the figure had been. Carla turned, her eyes narrowing. "See what?" "There was someone there, watching us." "David, it's just your imagination," she said, though she looked uneasy. "Let's get out of here." We made our way back to camp, the desert silence now feeling oppressive. As night fell, we set up our tents and built a small fire. The stars were brilliant against the dark sky, but their beauty did little to ease the tension. As we sat by the fire, the growling sound returned, closer this time. We both stood, scanning the darkness. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows across the sand. "Stay close," I said, reaching for my flashlight. We moved slowly around the perimeter of our camp, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The growling grew louder, more insistent, and then we saw them, three figures standing just beyond the light, their eyes glowing a sickly yellow. "Skinwalkers," Carla whispered, her voice trembling. The figures moved closer, their shapes shifting and changing. One moment, they appeared as tall, gaunt humans. The next as large, predatory animals. They advanced slowly, their eyes never leaving us. "We need to get out of here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We grabbed our backpacks and started to move, but the skinwalkers blocked our path. They circled us, their growls echoing in the night. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, but I knew we had to stay calm. "Let's head for the canyon," I said. "Maybe we can lose them there." We moved quickly, the skinwalkers following close behind. The canyon loomed ahead, its dark entrance like a maw waiting to swallow us whole. We ran, the growls of the skinwalkers growing louder, more frenzied. As we entered the canyon, the walls closed in around us, the darkness almost complete. I switched on my flashlight, the beam revealing the petroglyphs we had studied earlier. The carvings seemed to pulse with an eerie light, their eyes glowing in the darkness. We stumbled through the canyon, the skinwalker's growls echoing off the walls. Suddenly, one of them lunged at us, its claws slashing through the air. I swung my flashlight, hitting it across the face. The creature let out a scream and fell back, giving us a moment to run. We reached a narrow passage and squeezed through, the skinwalkers hot on our heels. The passage opened into a small, enclosed area with a single large rock in the center. We climbed onto the rock, hoping it would offer some protection. The skinwalkers circled the rock, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. They let out a series of guttural growls, and I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I knew we couldn't stay there forever. "We need to fight back," Carla said, her voice shaking but determined. "We can't let them win." I nodded, gripping my flashlight tightly. "On three," I said. 1, 2, 3. We jumped off the rock, swinging our flashlights and shouting as loudly as we could. The skinwalkers recoiled, their forms shifting and changing. For a moment, it looked like they might retreat, but then they lunged at us again. I swung my flashlight, connecting with one of the skinwalkers' heads. It let out a scream and fell to the ground, its form dissolving into a cloud of smoke. Carla was fighting off another, using her backpack as a shield. I joined her, and together we managed to drive it back. The last skinwalker hesitated, its eyes glowing with a mix of rage and fear. It let out a final, chilling growl before retreating into the darkness. We stood there, panting and trembling, the canyon eerily silent once more. The petroglyphs seemed to watch us, their eyes glowing faintly. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We made our way back through the canyon, the darkness pressing in around us. When we finally emerged into the open desert, we collapsed to the ground, exhausted and shaken. The rest of the night passed in a blur. We kept the fire burning brightly, staying vigilant until the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. As soon as it was light enough, we packed up our camp and left the Whispering Dunes, vowing never to return. The experience left a lasting mark on both of us. We reported the encounter to the authorities, but they were skeptical, attributing our ordeal to wild animals or hallucinations. But Carla and I knew the truth. The skinwalkers were real, and they were still out there, lurking in the shadows of the desert. We continued our work as archaeologists, but we never forgot the night we faced the skinwalkers of Shadow Creek. The experience taught us to respect the legends and the unknown forces that inhabit our world. To this day, I share my story with others, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the old traditions. The wilderness is a place of beauty and danger, and it demands respect. And as long as I carry that respect with me, I am ready for whatever the future holds. My name is Ethan Wells, and for as long as I can remember, I've loved the outdoors. Growing up in the rugged landscapes of Utah, I developed a deep appreciation for nature. I became a wildlife photographer, hoping to capture the beauty of the wilderness and share it with the world. Little did I know that one trip would bring me face to face with a legend I never thought was real, the Skinwalker. It was early spring when I received a tip about a secluded valley known as Hollow Creek. The area was rich in wildlife, and I was eager to explore it. My friend and fellow photographer, Jake Thompson, decided to join me. We packed our gear and set off for a week-long expedition. Hollow Creek was remote, far from any roads or trails. We hiked for hours, our packs heavy with camping equipment and camera gear. The deeper we ventured into the valley, the more isolated it felt. The towering pines and jagged cliffs seemed to close in around us, creating a sense of foreboding. We set up camp near a small, crystal-clear stream that wound its way through the valley. As we unpacked, Jake mentioned a story he'd heard from a local Navajo elder about the area. According to the elder, Hollow Creek was a place of power inhabited by Skinwalker shape-shifting witches who could assume the forms of animals or people. I laughed it off, chalking it up to superstition. But Jake looked serious. Ethan, I've heard these stories my whole life. People swear they've seen them. Come on, Jake, I said, trying to lighten the mood. We're here to photograph wildlife, not chase ghost stories. We spent the first few days exploring the valley, capturing stunning images of elk, deer, and a variety of bird species. The weather was perfect, and the scenery was breathtaking. But as the sun set each evening, an uneasy feeling settled over me. The forest grew silent, and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. On the fourth night, we decided to hike to a nearby ridge to photograph the sunset. The view from the top was spectacular, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink. As the light faded, we packed up our gear and started back to camp. The trail was narrow and winding, the trees pressing in on either side. The darkness was complete, our flashlights the only source of light. As we walked, we heard a sound, a low, guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. Did you hear that? Jake whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, gripping my flashlight tighter. Probably just a coyote, I said, though I didn't believe it. We continued walking, but the growl followed us, growing louder and more menacing. Then we saw it, a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness, watching us from the trees. I felt a wave of fear wash over me as the creature stepped into the light. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It stood on two legs, but its body was covered in fur. Its face was a twisted mix of human and animal features, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It let out another growl, and I knew we were in serious trouble. Run, I shouted, and we took off down the trail, our flashlights bobbing wildly in the darkness. The creature gave chase, its footsteps echoing through the forest. I could hear its growls growing closer, and I pushed myself to run faster. We burst into our campsite, scrambling to find some semblance of safety. Jake grabbed a stick from the fire and waved it at the creature, trying to keep it at bay. The Skinwalker stopped at the edge of the light, its eyes fixed on us. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice shaking. Now! We grabbed our packs and ran, not daring to look back. The Skinwalker followed, its growls echoing in the night. We reached the stream and followed it, hoping it would lead us to safety. The creature stayed close, its eyes never leaving us. Hours passed, and we were exhausted. We found a small cave and ducked inside, hoping it would provide some protection. The Skinwalker paced outside, its growls filling the air. We huddled together, trying to stay quiet. We can't stay here, Jake said, his voice barely above a whisper. It will find a way in. We need a plan, I said, my mind racing. Maybe we can trap it, or scare it off. We spent the rest of the night planning our escape. As dawn approached, the Skinwalker finally retreated, disappearing into the forest. We waited until the sun was fully up before emerging from the cave, our nerves frayed. We made our way back to camp, hoping the creature was gone for good. But as we packed up our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching us. We hiked out of the valley as quickly as we could, never looking back. The experience left a lasting mark on both of us. We reported the encounter to the authorities, but they were skeptical, attributing our ordeal to wild animals or hallucinations. But Jake and I knew the truth. The Skinwalkers were real, and they were still out there, lurking in the shadows of Hollow Creek. We continued our work as photographers, but we never forgot the night we faced the Skinwalkers. The experience taught us to respect the legends and the unknown forces that inhabit our world. To this day, I share my story with others, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the old traditions. The wilderness is a place of beauty and danger, and it demands respect. And as long as I carry that respect with me, I am ready for whatever the future holds. My name is Sarah Green, and I grew up hearing stories of the supernatural. My grandmother, a full-blooded Navajo, would often regale us with tales of Skinwalker swift beings with the power to transform into any animal they desired. As a child, I found these stories thrilling, but as I grew older, I dismissed them as mere folklore. That was until a summer trip to the Navajo Nation changed everything. I was 25 and working as an ethnographer, studying the cultural practices and traditions of various Native American tribes. My latest assignment brought me to the Navajo Nation in northeastern Arizona. I planned to spend several months there, interviewing elders and documenting their stories. I stayed in a small, remote village called Red Mesa. It was a tight-knit community, steeped in tradition and wary of outsiders. My host was an elderly woman named Elsie Yazzie, who welcomed me into her home with open arms. Elsie was a respected matriarch and a repository of tribal knowledge. She agreed to help me with my research and introduce me to other elders in the community. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Elsie and I sat on her porch, sipping herbal tea. The air was warm, and the sky was painted with hues of orange and purple. I took the opportunity to ask her about the Skinwalker legends. Elsie, can you tell me more about the Skinwalkers? Are they just stories, or is there some truth to them? I asked, trying to sound respectful. Elsie's expression turned serious. Sarah, the Skinwalkers are real. They are not just stories. They are dangerous beings who practice witchcraft and can take on the form of animals. We do not speak of them lightly. Her tone sent a shiver down my spine. Have you ever encountered one? She nodded slowly. Many years ago, when I was a young woman, had an encounter that I will never forget. It is not something I speak of often, but I will tell you if you promise to be careful. I promised, and Elsie began her story. She told me of a night when she and a group of friends were camping near a place called Dead Man's Ridge. They had heard strange noise holes and growls that seemed to come from nowhere. When they returned to their village, they found strange tracks around their campsite. The elders told them they had encountered a Skinwalker. As Elsie spoke, I felt a growing sense of unease. Her story was so vivid, so filled with genuine fear, that it was impossible to dismiss. After that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the Skinwalker legends than I had thought. A few weeks later, I decided to visit Dead Man's Ridge to see if I could find any clues to support Elsie's story. I brought along my camera, a notebook, and a voice recorder, hoping to document my findings. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, not wanting to alarm the villagers. The hike to Dead Man's Ridge was challenging, the terrain rugged and unforgiving. The closer I got, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air felt thick, and the silence was eerie. I reached the ridge just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the landscape. I set up my equipment and began exploring the area, taking photos and recording my observations. As darkness fell, I felt a growing sense of unease. The sounds of the forest seemed to fade away, replaced by an eerie silence. Suddenly, I heard a low growl. I turned, my heart pounding, but saw nothing. The growl came again, closer this time. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, and my blood ran cold. There, at the edge of the light, was a pair of glowing eyes. I backed away slowly, my flashlight shaking. The eyes moved closer, and I could make out the shape of a large, wolf-like creature. It stood on two legs, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. I realized with horror that I was facing a Skinwalker. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature gave chase, its growls echoing through the night. I stumbled through the forest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear the Skinwalker behind me, its footsteps growing louder. I reached a clearing and paused to catch my breath. The Skinwalker emerged from the trees, its eyes fixed on me. I remembered Elsie's words and decided to face it head on. I picked up a stick and held it out in front of me, trying to look as threatening as possible. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice trembling. The Skinwalker paused, its eyes narrowing. For a moment, I thought it might retreat, but then it lunged at me. I swung the stick, hitting it across the face. The creature let out a scream and fell back, giving me a chance to run. I ran until I could no longer hear the Skinwalker's growls. Exhausted and terrified, I found a small cave and crawled inside, hoping it would provide some protection. I spent the night huddled in the darkness, every sound making me jump. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from the cave, my body aching and my nerves frayed. I made my way back to Red Mesa, vowing never to return to Dead Man's Ridge. I told Elsie what had happened, and she nodded solemnly. "You are lucky to be alive, Sarah. The Skinwalkers are not to be taken lightly." I spent the rest of my time in the Navajo Nation with a new sense of respect for the legends and traditions. The experience left a lasting mark on me, and I continued my research with a renewed sense of purpose. My name is John Parker, and I live in a small town in southern Colorado. My family has owned Blackwood Ranch for generations. It's a sprawling property nestled between the rugged peaks of the Rockies and the expansive, open plains. Life on the ranch has always been peaceful, filled with hard work and the simple joys of nature. But one summer night, that peace was shattered in a way I never could have imagined. It was late July, and the days were long and hot. We were in the middle of calving season, and every night, my brother Mike and I took turns checking on the herd. It was my turn that night, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, I saddled up my horse, Duke, and set off toward the western pasture. The air was thick with the scent of hay and the distant sounds of crickets and frogs. The full moon cast a pale glow over the landscape, making it easy to navigate without a flashlight. I rode slowly, scanning the shadows for any signs of trouble. As I approached the pasture, I noticed something unusual. The cows, normally calm and docile, were agitated. They milled about nervously, their eyes reflecting the moonlight. Duke snorted and shifted uneasily beneath me, sensing something was amiss. I dismounted and tied Duke to the fence, then approached the herd. That's when I heard Ida low, guttural growl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I turned slowly, my heart pounding, and saw a figure lurking at the edge of the trees. At first, I thought it was a wolf. But as it stepped into the moonlight, I realized it was something far more terrifying. It stood on two legs, its body covered in matted fur. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and its face was a twisted blend of human and animal features. I knew instantly what it was, a skinwalker. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. The stories it heard as a child came flooding back. Skinwalkers were powerful and dangerous, witches who could assume the form of any animal they chose. They were said to be nearly impossible to kill, and were known for their cunning and malice. The Skinwalker let out another growl and took a step toward me. I glanced around, looking for something could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a length of rope hanging from the fence. I grabbed it, hoping it might offer some protection. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice trembling. The Skinwalker paused, its eyes narrowing. For a moment, I thought it might retreat. But then it lunged at me with incredible speed. I swung the rope, hitting it across the face. The creature let out a scream and fell back, giving me a chance to run. I sprinted toward Duke, my heart pounding in my chest. The Skinwalker was right behind me, its growls echoing through the night. I untied Duke and jumped onto his back, kicking him into a gallop. We raced across the pasture, the Skinwalker hot on our heels. We reached the barn, and I jumped off, throwing the doors open and leading Duke inside. I slammed the doors shut and barred them, hoping it would keep the creature out. The Skinwalker pounded on the doors, its growls growing louder and more frantic. I grabbed a pitchfork and stood ready, my hands shaking. The Skinwalker eventually stopped pounding and began circling the barn, its eyes glowing through the cracks in the wood. It was testing the structure, looking for a way in. Hours passed, and the Skinwalker didn't relent. I could hear it scraping at the walls, its growls filling the air. I knew I couldn't stay in the barn forever. I had to come up with a plan. I remembered a story my grandfather had told me about a skinwalker encounter H had when he was a young man. H managed to drive the creature away using fire. I looked around the barn and saw a lantern hanging on the wall. It was my only chance. I grabbed the lantern and lit it, then opened the doors just enough to slip outside. The skinwalker was waiting, its eyes fixed on me. I held the lantern out in front of me, the flames flickering in the night. "Stay back," I shouted again. The skinwalker hesitated, its eyes narrowing. I took a step forward, waving the lantern. The creature let out a hiss and backed away. I kept moving, pushing it back toward the trees. Finally, with a final growl, it turned and disappeared into the forest. I collapsed to the ground, my body shaking with relief. The skinwalker was gone, at least for now. I knew it could come back, but for the moment, I was safe. I spent the rest of the night in the barn, too afraid to return to the house. When dawn finally broke, I made my way back to the ranch, my mind still reeling from the encounter. I told Mike what had happened, and he listened with wide eyes. "We need to tell the elders," he said. "They'll know what to do." We went to the nearby reservation and spoke with the tribal elders. They took my story seriously and performed a cleansing ceremony to protect the ranch. They warned us to be vigilant and to respect the old traditions. The experience left a lasting mark on me. I continued to work the ranch, but I never forgot that night. The skinwalker had shown me that there were things in this world that defied explanation, things that demanded respect. My name is Emily Davis, and I live in a small, picturesque town nestled in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. Stone Creek is known for its rolling hills, dense forests, and an air of tranquility that draws tourists and nature enthusiasts year-round. My family has owned a cabin on the outskirts of town for generations. A rustic retreat where we would spend weekends hiking, fishing, and enjoying the natural beauty of the area. It was late autumn when the incident occurred, a time when the air was crisp and the leaves painted the landscape in shades of red, orange, and gold. My husband, Jack, and I decided to spend a long weekend at the cabin, hoping to unwind and reconnect with nature. Little did we know that our peaceful retreat would turn into a nightmare that we would never forget. We arrived at the cabin late on a Friday afternoon, the sun casting long shadows as it dipped below the horizon. The cabin was just as I remembered it, cozy and welcoming, with a stone fireplace and large windows that offered breathtaking views of the surrounding forest. We unpacked our bags and settled in, eager to relax after the long drive. As night fell, we built a fire and cooked a simple dinner, enjoying the warmth and the crackling of the flames. Afterward, we sat on the porch, sipping hot cocoa and listening to the sounds of the forest. It was a serene and idyllic setting, but there was an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite shake. "Jack, have you ever heard any strange stories about this area?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "Strange stories? Like what?" "Like legends or folklore. You know, spooky stuff." Jack chuckled. "Well, there are plenty of ghost stories and tales of strange creatures, but nothing I'd take seriously." "Why do you ask?" I shrugged, trying to downplay my curiosity. "I don't know, just something about this place feels different." Jack took a sip of his cocoa and looked out into the darkening forest. "I wouldn't worry about it. We're miles away from civilization. It's probably just the isolation getting to you." I nodded, but the feeling of unease persisted. We decided to turn in early, hoping a good night's sleep would put my mind at ease. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of rustling outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was just an animal, but the noise grew louder and more deliberate. I sat up, my heart pounding, and listened intently. Jack was still sound asleep beside me, oblivious to the disturbance. The rustling grew closer, and I could hear heavy footsteps crunching through the fallen leaves. I got out of bed as quietly as possible and peeked through the window. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall and gaunt, with long, matted hair, and glowing eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness. Its body was covered in tattered clothing and patches of fur, and its face was a grotesque blend of human and animal features. I realized with horror that I was looking at a skinwalker. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. The stories my grandmother had told me as a child came flooding back. She had warned me about the skinwalkers, witches who could take on the form of animals and wreak havoc on anyone who crossed their path. I had always dismissed her tales as superstition, but now was faced with the terrifying reality. I shook Jack awake, trying to stay calm. "Jack, wake up. There's something outside." He groaned and rubbed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" "There's something outside the cabin. I think it's a skinwalker." Jack sat up, his expression turning serious. "Are you sure?" I nodded, my voice trembling. "Yes, I saw it. We need to do something." He got out of bed and grabbed the shotgun we kept for protection, checking to make sure it was loaded. "Stay here, I'll go check it out." "Jack, no, it's too dangerous." He gave me a reassuring look. "I'll be fine. Just stay inside and lock the door." I watched as he opened the door and stepped outside, the shotgun at the ready. I locked the door behind him and pressed my ear to the wood, straining to hear what was happening. There was a tense silence, broken only by the sound of Jack's footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. Then, I heard a low, guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. Jack shouted something, and there was a loud bang as he fired the shotgun. I heard more growling, followed by another shot. Then, everything went silent. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there, frozen with fear. Finally, I heard Jack's voice calling out to me. "Emily, it's okay. You can come out now." I unlocked the door and stepped outside, my legs trembling. Jack was standing near the edge of the clearing, the shotgun still in his hands. The skinwalker was gone, but there were signs of a struggle, broken branches and disturbed leaves. "What happened?" I asked, my voice shaking. Jack looked at me, his expression grim. "I scared it off, but it could come back. We need to leave now." We packed our things as quickly as possible and left the cabin, driving through the night to get back to town. The experience left us both shaken, and we decided to avoid the cabin for a while. A few weeks later, spoke with an elder from the local Cherokee tribe. I told him what had happened, and he listened carefully, nodding as I described the encounter. "You were wise to leave," he said. "Skinwalkers are powerful and dangerous. They can sense fear and will exploit it. But they can be driven away with fire and bravery." He performed a cleansing ceremony to protect us and our property, and we returned to the cabin only during the day. The encounter left a lasting mark on us, a reminder of the power and mystery of the natural world. My name is Carlos Mendez, and I work as a park ranger in the vast, rugged terrain of the Grand Canyon National Park. It's a job I've loved for the past decade, allowing me to spend my days among some of the most breathtaking landscapes on Earth. I've always had a deep respect for nature, but one fateful encounter forever changed my perception of the wilderness and its hidden dangers. It was early November, and the park was quieter than usual. The summer crowds had long since dispersed, and only a few hardy tourists remained, braving the chilly winds and the occasional snowfall. I was on my usual patrol, driving along the remote dirt roads that crisscross the park's more secluded areas. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm, golden light over the canyons, cliffs, and the winding Colorado River far below. As I rounded a bend, I spotted a solitary hiker making his way down a narrow trail that led to a lesser-known overlook. Something about his movements seemed off hesitant and jerky, as if he were struggling with an invisible weight. I pulled over and got out of my truck, calling out to him. "Hey there, everything okay?" The hiker froze and slowly turned to face me. His eyes were wild, and his face was gaunt and pale. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Ranger, you've got to help me," he said, his voice trembling. "Something's following me, something not human." I frowned and walked closer, trying to reassure him. "Calm down, sir. Let's get you back to the ranger station. You can tell me what happened there." He shook his head violently. "No, we can't go back. It's out there. It's been watching me. I can feel it." A chill ran down my spine. Over the years, it heard my fair share of strange stories from hikers and campers, but something about this man's terror struck a chord. I decided to take him seriously. "All right, let's get you to safety first. My truck is right over here." We climbed into the truck, and I started driving back towards the ranger station. The hiker introduced himself as Peter Lawson, a travel writer from New York. He'd come to the Grand Canyon for inspiration, but had ended up with more than he'd bargained for. As we drove, Peter told me his story. He'd been camping alone near the rim of the canyon when he started noticing strange noises at night, whispers carried on the wind, footsteps crunching in the gravel, and shadows moving just beyond the reach of his campfire's light. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger each night. On the fourth night, He'd woken up to find his campsite in disarray. His tent had been slashed, and his supplies scattered. That's when He'd seen a figure lurking in the shadows, its eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. He'd fled, abandoning most of his gear, and had been wandering the trails ever since, trying to stay ahead of whatever was stalking him. As he spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The road ahead seemed darker, and the shadows longer than usual. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us. We finally reached the ranger station, and I helped Peter inside. The station was empty, as most of my colleagues had gone home for the night. I offered him a cup of coffee and a blanket, trying to make him comfortable. "Stay here," I said. "I'm going to call for backup." I stepped outside to get a better signal on my radio. As I tried to reach the nearest ranger post, I heard a faint rustling in the bushes nearby. I turned, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but saw nothing. The wind picked up, carrying with it a low, haunting whisper that sent shivers down my spine. I quickly made the call and headed back inside, my nerves on edge. Peter was sitting by the window, staring out into the darkness. "It's here," he said softly. "It followed us. Re." I tried to reassure him, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I locked the doors and made sure all the windows were secure. We sat in silence, the tension thick in the air. Hours passed, and the night grew colder. Just as I was beginning to think we might make it through unscathed, there was a loud bang on the roof. Peter and I both jumped, our eyes wide with fear. I grabbed my flashlight and gestured for Peter to stay put. I climbed the ladder to the attic and cautiously opened the hatch. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but dust and cobwebs. I was about to close the hatch when I heard a low, guttural growl, followed by the sound of something scraping against the wood. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the attic, but there was no sign of the intruder. I climbed back down and found Peter cowering in the corner. "What was it?" he whispered. "I don't know," I admitted, "but whatever it is, it's trying to scare us." We spent the rest of the night huddled together, listening to the strange noises that seemed to come from all around us. Just before dawn, the sound stopped, and an eerie silence settled over the station. We were exhausted, but too afraid to sleep. When the sun finally rose, I ventured outside to inspect the area. There were no signs of footprints or any indication that something had been on the roof. It was as if the night's events had been a bad dream. Peter and I decided to leave the park and head back to civilization. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time and saw a figure. standing at the edge of the forest, its eyes glowing with the malevolent light. We never spoke of that night again, but the memory haunted me for years. I continued my work as a park ranger, always keeping an eye out for anything unusual. The wilderness is a place of beauty and mystery, but it also holds dangers that defy explanation. To this day, I share my story with others, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the natural world. The legends of the Skinwalkers are not just tales to be dismissed, they are warnings. Reminders that there are forces in the world that we do not fully understand. And as long as we respect those forces, we can coexist with the wild and untamed beauty of Natu. My name is James Hartman, and I'm a retired police officer living in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Elkhorn is a small, quiet town surrounded by dense woods and farmland. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and nothing much ever happens, at least, that's what I used to think. In the fall of 1992, I had an experience that changed my life forever, an encounter with something that defied all logic and reason. I had always prided myself on my rationality and my ability to stay calm under pressure. But that night, all my training and experience meant nothing. It was a cold, clear night in late October. The air was crisp, and the sky was dotted with stars. I was driving home after a late shift, taking the back roads to avoid the main highway. The route took me down Bray Road, a narrow, winding road that cut through the woods on the outskirts of town. As I drove, I thought about nothing in particular, enjoying the solitude and the peacefulness of the night. Suddenly, my headlights caught something up ahead, something that made me slam on the brakes. Standing in the middle of the road was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with a muscular, humanoid body covered in dark, matted fur. Its face was a grotesque blend of human and canine features, with glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. Its hands or paws ended in long, sharp claws, and its mouth was filled with razor-sharp teeth. For a moment, I just sat there, frozen in shock and disbelief. The creature stared back at me, unblinking and unmoving. Then, with a low, menacing growl, it took a step towards my car. I snapped out of my daze and fumbled for my radio, my hands shaking. "Dispatch, this is Officer Hartman. I'm on Bray Road, and there's something," I trailed off, unsure of how to describe what I was seeing. The creature took another step closer, and I could see its muscles ripple under its fur. It was clearly a predator, and I had no doubt that it could easily tear me apart if it wanted to. I threw the car into reverse and backed up as quickly as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature followed, moving with the speed and grace that belied its size. It was almost as if it was toying with me, enjoying the chase. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, the creature stopped and let out a blood-curdling howl. I slammed on the brakes again and watched as it turned and disappeared into the woods. Its glowing eyes, the last thing I saw before it vanished into the darkness. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to process what had just happened. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it, but there was no logical explanation for what I had seen. I knew I had encountered the beast of Bray Road, a creature that had been the subject of local legends and rumors for years. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing. When I got home, I poured myself a stiff drink and tried to calm my nerves. I knew I had to report the incident, but I also knew that no one would believe me. I could already imagine the ridicule and disbelief I would face. The next morning, I went to the station and filed my report, leaving out the more unbelievable details. I described the creature as a large, unidentified animal and requested an investigation. My colleagues were skeptical, but they agreed to check it out. Over the next few days, there were several more sightings of the creature, and the story quickly spread through the town. People were scared, and the local media had a field day with the reports. The beast of Bray Road had become more than just a legend. It was now a very real and terrifying presence in our community. The hours passed slowly, and I began to doubt my plan. Just as I was about to call it a night, I heard a rustling in the bushes nearby. I grabbed my camera and aimed it at the sound, my finger hovering over the shutter button. Out of the darkness, the creature emerged, moving silently and gracefully. I snapped several photos, my hands shaking with excitement and fear. The creature paused, its ears twitching as if it sensed my presence. Then, with a growl, it turned and bounded back into the woods. I knew I had to act quickly. I grabbed the tranquilizer gun and followed, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature's glowing eyes were like beacons in the darkness, guiding me through the dense underbrush. I finally caught up to it in a small clearing, and without hesitation, I aimed and fired. The tranquilizer dart hit the creature in the shoulder, and it let out a roar of pain and anger. It turned to face me, its eyes burning with rage. For a moment, I thought it was going to attack, but then its movements became sluggish, and it stumbled. I watched as it collapsed to the ground, its breathing heavy and labored. I approached cautiously, my adrenaline still pumping. Up close, the creature was even more terrifying, its massive frame dwarfing me. I took several more photos, documenting every detail. I knew I had to get help, but I also knew that time was running out. I radioed for backup and waited, keeping a close eye on the creature. As the tranquilizer took full effect, its breathing slowed, and it slipped into unconsciousness. When my colleagues arrived, we carefully loaded the creature into a transport cage and took it to a secure location. The news of its capture spread quickly, and soon the town was buzzing with excitement and curiosity. The creature was examined by experts, who were baffled by its existence. It was unlike any known species, a true enigma. Theories ranged from a genetic mutation to a creature from another dimension, but no one could say for sure. I spent the next few weeks patrolling the area, hoping to catch another glimpse of the creature and gather more evidence. But despite my efforts, it remained elusive, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. One night, I decided to take a different approach. I set up a stakeout near the area where I had first seen the creature, armed with a camera and a tranquilizer gun. I knew it was a long shot, but I had to try. Despite the mystery, one thing was certain: the beast of Bray Road was real, and it had left a lasting impact on our community. The sightings and encounters continued to be a topic of fascination and fear, a reminder that there are still many unknowns in our world. As for me, I retired from the police force a few years later, but the memory of that night remains vivid in my mind. I often think about the creature and what it represented: a glimpse into the unknown. A reminder that there are still mysteries to be uncovered. I continue to share my story, hoping to raise awareness and encourage respect for the natural world. The Beast of Bray Road is a symbol of the wild and untamed, a reminder that there are forces beyond our understanding. And as long as we respect those forces, we can coexist with the beauty and mystery of nature.